The Missteps of Benoit by Benjamin Smith. Chapter 1. The advertisement in the magazine. London, 1927. A quiet Thursday morning. The sort that smelt faintly of polished wood, damp newspapers, and the faint perfume of last night's society ball. Sir Reginald Whitcomb lowered himself into his leather armchair, opened the Continental Review, and blinked at an unusual, lavish, golden advertisement. A luxury expedition through Egypt. The Nile awaits you. 7 nights aboard a private steamer. Exclusive tours of the Great Pyramids, Karnak, Luxor, and the Valley of Kings. Limited to only the most distinguished guests. Reginald frowned. Something about it tugged at memory. But Lady Eleanor leaned over, eyes gleaming. Oh, Reginald, Egypt, the glamour, the mystery, the heat, the pyramids. Reginald muttered, Yes, but we hardly know who is organizing the... Details, darling, she sang, already reaching for the telephone. And thus the first reservation was made. At that very moment in Glasgow, Moira McTavish snatched the same magazine out of her husband's hands. Archie, we're going! We are not. We are. Imagine the sun on your skin instead of the Scottish drizzle. And maybe they have whiskey. I doubt the Egyptians. Book it! Archie sighed. The second reservation was made. In New York, Charles Harrow looked up from the ad, lit a cigar, and said, Lillian, pack a bag. We're going someplace cultured. She smiled sweetly and thought, Oh no. Not France again, thank heavens. The third reservation was made. In Paris, Henri Beaumont slapped the magazine onto the table. Isabel, Egypt, sand, pyramids, adventure. Isabel didn't look up. Yes, dear. The fourth reservation was made. And then, in a cluttered Parisian antique shop, smelling of incense and old papyrus, Benoit Picard sneezed so violently he knocked over an entire display of alabaster vases. As he bent to pick them up, his elbow hit a shelf, sending a stack of magazines sliding onto the floor in a perfect avalanche. He groaned and picked up the top one. Oh, the Continental Review. I do not subscribe to you. You follow me, perhaps? He chuckled at his own joke, then opened it. The advertisement shimmered like gold leaf. Benoit gasped. Egypt, my beloved Egypt! I shall go immediately. He rushed to the telephone, tripped over the cord, tore down a curtain, and accidentally ordered 3 tickets instead of 1. But he was going. He had no idea his arrival would ruin at least 7 attempted murders, and thus the final reservation, completely unintended by the organizer, was made. Chapter 2. The passengers gather. Alexandria Port shimmered beneath the late afternoon sun. The sea glowed a warm silver blue, and the distant sound of ship horns echoed across the water, like the opening act of an extravagant play. The luxury steamer Celestine waited at the dock, polished until it gleamed like a jewel. Crewmen moved briskly, porters hauled trunks, and slowly, one by one, the passengers arrived. The English couple arrive. Sir Reginald Whitcomb stepped onto the wooden pier with the dignity of a man who believed he personally owned half the British Empire. Lady Eleanor floated beside him in a pale linen dress that caught the light like champagne. I do adore the smell of far-off places, she said. Reginald sniffed the air cautiously. I rather suspect that is fish. Eleanor ignored him and posed gracefully for an imaginary newspaper photographer. They were the first to arrive. The Scottish couple arrive. A taxi clattered to a halt. Out stepped Moira McTavish, her hat pinned so tightly it could probably survive a hurricane. She surveyed the surroundings, squinted at the heat, and said in a firm voice, "Ach, I already miss the rain." Her husband Archibald followed behind, dragging 2 oversized suitcases. He spotted the Whitcombs. Eleanor's polite smile tightened. Moira's eyebrow rose. "Eleanor," Moira said. "Moira," Eleanor replied. Reginald and Archibald exchanged a nod that carried the weight of a decade's worth of grudges. The American couple arrive. Charles Harrow and his wife Lillian came strolling down the dock as if the entire world were theirs to inspect. Charles removed his hat and exclaimed, "Now this is more like it!" Lillian scanned the passengers already gathered and prayed silently that no one from Paris was aboard. She froze the moment she spotted the Beaumont luggage. "Oh dear," she whispered. "The French couple arrive." Henri Beaumont stepped out of a black motorcar with flamboyant flair, arms spread wide. "My friends, Egypt welcomes us." No one answered. Isabel Beaumont descended far more calmly, offering a tight smile to the crowd. Lillian Harrow refused to look at her. Isabel refused to look at Lillian. Charles and Henri, however, exchanged a glare that could have melted bronze. And then Benoit Picard. Nothing happened for several minutes. The couple stood in tense silence. The porters waited. The crew watched the horizon. Then, faintly, a voice shouted, "Attendes, I am coming! Do not leave without me. I bring culture." A dusty taxi came hurtling down the dock, swerving alarmingly. The driver slammed the brakes, and the door flung open. Benoit Picard burst out, hat askew, scarf trailing behind him, arms full of mismatched luggage tied together with rope. He tripped over absolutely nothing, pitched forward, and somersaulted across the pier in a perfect arc. His suitcase burst open on impact. Socks, guidebooks, and a large wooden statue of the god Anubis tumbled out. Everyone stared. Benoit leapt to his feet, as if the fall were intentional. "Bonjour," he announced cheerfully. "I have arrived from Paris. My luggage, perhaps, has not." A porter stepped forward. Another stepped back. Benoit dusted himself off, picked up the statue of Anubis, and whispered to it lovingly. "Do not worry, mon ami. We are in Egypt now. You will feel at home." Lady Eleanor whispered behind her fan, "Good heavens, where did they find him?" Moira muttered, "Probably tripped into the booking office." Charles Harrow smirked. Henri Beaumont groaned. But Benoit simply marched forward with absolute confidence, unaware that his presence had already interrupted the first glimmer of a potential murder plot. Henri and Charles had been calculating whether they could throw one another over the railing without anyone noticing. Not anymore. Boarding the Celestine. The ship's steward appeared and called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, boarding is now open." The couples gathered their belongings. Tension, resentment, and old grudges filled the warm air like invisible smoke. Benoit waved enthusiastically at everyone. "This is going to be magnificent," he declared. "The Nile, the pyramids, the boat that does not sink, I hope." Reginald muttered under his breath, "This is going to be long." The passengers walked up the gangway one by one. Only the mastermind watched from the shade of a warehouse, unseen by all, their eyes fixed on the group. They smiled slightly. Chapter 3. Cabins, Curiosities, and Quiet Threats. The interior of the Celestine was everything the advertisement had promised. Polished brass rails gleamed. Rich carpets swallowed the sound of footsteps. Sunlight poured in through tall portholes and painted the corridors with golden rectangles. A steward led the guests along the passage, assigning cabins with rehearsed politeness. Sir Reginald and Lady Eleanor Whitcomb, Suite A. Eleanor smiled graciously. Reginald adjusted his cuffs as if given a minor royal honour. Mr. and Mrs. McTavish, Suite B. Moira peered around the corridor suspiciously, as though the wallpaper might be judging her. Mr. and Mrs. Harrow, Suite C. Lillian exhaled slowly. The Beaumonts, she noted, had not yet been called. Perhaps they would be staying far, far away. Monsieur and Madame Beaumont, Suite D. Lillian silently cursed the alphabet. And finally, Monsieur Benoit Picard, Cabin E. Benoit looked delighted. E for Egypt, he declared. It is destiny. The steward looked faintly puzzled, but kept his professionalism intact. The Whitcombs' suite was tastefully decorated with pale cream upholstery and dark wood panels. A bouquet of fresh flowers sat on a small table. A silver tray of fruit waited on the sideboard. "Oh, Reginald, how charming," Eleanor said, moving immediately to the mirror to adjust her hat. Reginald inspected the room with the air of a man checking for hidden imperfections. "It will do," he said. Eleanor ignored him. She was thinking of something else, entirely. "Imagine the dinners," she murmured. "All of us together. The Harrows, the McTavishes, the Beaumonts. What an interesting gathering." Reginald replied. Interesting is rarely good. In Suite B, Moira McTavish was testing the mattress by pressing it with 2 decisive fingers. "It is soft enough," she declared. "I was half expecting a wooden plank." Archibald set the luggage down with a groan. "We are here to relax, Moira. Not to interrogate the furniture." "We are here," Moira replied, "because you insisted on that ridiculous business deal 10 years ago, and now everyone else in first-class society thinks we are vultures." Archibald bristled. "I was not the only one involved." "No," she agreed. "There is at least one other party aboard this boat who would like to see you choke on a bread roll. Perhaps 2. She straightened up and smoothed her skirt. "Well," she added, "we shall simply smile more broadly than they do." In Suite C, Lillian Harrow sat on the edge of the bed, fingers twisted together. Charles poured himself a drink from the decanter provided. "Come now," he said. "This will be good for us. New sights, new people, new deals." Lillian's eyes flickered. "I recognize some of the new people," she said quietly. Charles set his glass down. "Yes," he answered. "I noticed. Beaumont is here." The name hovered between them like smoke. "Do you think," Lillian began, "that he—" Charles cut across her. "Whatever Henri Beaumont believes, we have nothing to fear. Business is business." Lillian did not answer. She was thinking of a letter she once wrote and never should have sent. In Suite D, Henri Beaumont stood at the porthole, staring out at the calm harbour. "Look at them," he muttered. "English, Scots, Americans. The world has become very small, Isabel." "Convenient for travel," Isabel replied lightly, unpacking gloves. "Less convenient for avoiding people you dislike." Henri's jaw clenched. "He ruined us," he said. "Publicly. I will never forget that." Isabel placed a hand on his arm. "And yet," she said, "we are here." We are not ruined, Henri. We have rebuilt. We are altered. Henri gave a humorless laugh. Yes, altered. Cabin E, by contrast, was a whirlwind. Benoit Picard's belongings seemed determined to escape their owner. Shirts slipped from his hands. A guidebook slid beneath the bed. The statue of Anubis wobbled dangerously on the desk. "No, no, no, my friend," Benoit said, catching the statue at the last moment. "You must stand firm. We are guests here. We must appear dignified." He stepped back to admire the room. It is perfect, he decided. A little box of adventure. He opened his suitcase and pulled out a stack of notebooks, each already filled with dense, looping handwriting. On the first page of the top notebook, in large, dramatic letters, he had written, "Egypt again." He smiled fondly. "This time," he told the empty air, "I will not become lost in a tomb. Probably." He set the notebook down, then knocked it immediately to the floor while turning, sending several pages fluttering under the bed. He knelt to retrieve them and smacked his head on the frame. There was a muffled curse in French, followed by a sheepish laugh. Outside in the corridor, a passing steward paused, listening. This was, he suspected, going to be an interesting voyage. Dinner was announced with a gentle chime that rang through the ship like a polite suggestion. The passengers emerged from their cabins, polished and prepared. The dining room was a long, elegant space with white tablecloths, crystal glasses, and a line of windows showing the darkening sea. A string quartet played softly in the corner. The seating arrangements had been carefully organized. Sir Reginald and Lady Eleanor were placed opposite Archibald and Moira. Charles and Lillian sat beside the Scots, while Henri and Isabel took their places near the English. A single empty chair sat at the end of the table, waiting. The air felt thick, as though someone had hung invisible curtains of unsaid words between each place setting. The conversation began cautiously. "So," Eleanor said to Moira, "how is Glasgow these days?" "Still standing," Moira replied. "New York?" Henri asked Charles, with a tone that suggested the city itself was under suspicion. "Still buying wine," Charles answered. Lillian glanced at Isabel, who was calmly buttering her bread as though nothing in the world had ever gone wrong. The quartet played on. The steward cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "we await one more guest." As if on cue, a loud crash echoed from the entrance. Every head turned. Benoit Picard stood in the doorway. His napkin had somehow become draped around his neck like a cape. His hair bore the mark of a recent struggle with either gravity or a wardrobe door. "I am not late," he announced. "I am dramatically punctual." He strode in, then realized he was walking in the wrong direction, turned, nearly collided with a waiter, apologized 3 times, and finally found his seat at the far end of the table. He sat down with an enthusiastic sigh. "Bonsoir," he said. "I am Benoit Picard. I love 3 things: antiques, Egypt, and soup. Is there soup?" The tension around the table shifted very slightly. Not gone, but disturbed, as if someone had bumped a chessboard. "There is consommé this evening, sir," the steward replied. "Magnifique," Benoit said. "This trip is already perfect." As the courses began to arrive, the conversation grew a little louder, the wine a little freer. Eleanor asked polite questions of everyone. Moira made less polite observations. Charles laughed too loudly at his own stories. Henri corrected small inaccuracies about French vineyards with unnecessary vehemence. Lillian and Isabel avoided each other's eyes with great skill. Only Benoit seemed genuinely delighted by every subject raised. "Did you know," he said between spoonfuls of soup, "that some of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings still have the original paint on the walls. The colours are extraordinary. Reds, blues, yellows, like the inside of a jewel box. Fascinating, Reginald said, though he sounded as if he meant something else entirely. And the curses, Moira added. Do not forget the curses. Benoit waved a hand. Ah, the curses are mostly dramatic nonsense, convenient for newspaper headlines, but very good for business, I admit. Isabel's voice slipped into the conversation like a cool breeze. People like to be frightened, she said, as long as they believe they are safe. Are we safe? Someone asked lightly. No one quite remembered who. The question lingered there, on the white tablecloth, between the crystal glasses and the flickering candles. For a brief moment, silence fell. Then Benoit knocked over his water. Mon Dieu, the Nile is escaping early, he exclaimed, grabbing a napkin. The spell broke. The conversation resumed. Later that night, after coffee had been served and the quartet had packed away their instruments, the passengers drifted back to their cabins. The ship creaked softly. The sea whispered against the hull. In cabin E, Benoit stood at his porthole, looking out at the moonlit water. So, he said quietly to the statue of Anubis on his desk. What do you think? The carved jackal head regarded him with its eternal, unreadable stare. Yes, Benoit agreed. I feel it too. There is a charge in the air, like before a storm, or a very bad auction. He smiled to himself. Still, he added, I am sure it is nothing. He blew out the lamp and went to bed, falling asleep almost instantly, snoring faintly. Down the corridor, in a small lounge, a figure sat alone in the half-dark. A file of papers lay open on the table. Names, dates, events, all tied with a neat ribbon. The figure ran one finger slowly down the list of passengers. The Whitcombs, the McTavishes, the Harrows, the Beaumonts, and at the bottom, newly and unexpectedly, added in a different hand. Benoit Picard. The finger paused. The figure frowned just slightly. Then, with careful precision, they underlined his name. The voyage had begun. Chapter 4. Whispers on the Water. Morning arrived softly over the Nile. A pale gold light crept across the river, brushed the deck of the Celestine, and warmed the quiet wooden rails. The ship swayed gently, anchored for its first full day of travel. Most passengers were still asleep. Most. The first uneasy breakfast. The dining saloon was calmer than the night before. Lighter. Quieter. A soft breeze moved through the open portholes. Lady Eleanor Whitcomb arrived first, selecting a table near the window. She ordered tea and toast and opened her journal, writing in elegant loops. Minutes later, Charles and Lillian Harrow entered. Charles strode forward confidently. Lillian trailed behind, eyes a little tired. Morning, Lady Eleanor, Charles said, tipping his hat. Good morning, Eleanor replied warmly. Sleep well? Charles grinned. Like a baby, Lillian murmured. Like a haunted baby. Eleanor arched a brow. Nightmares? No, Lillian said quickly. Just thoughts. Before Eleanor could ask, the McTavishes appeared. Moira looked freshly ironed by sheer force of will. Archibald followed with the expression of a man already longing for lunch. Morning, Moira announced. She never simply said good morning. Morning, Eleanor replied. Do you take tea? Moira sat down. Tea, toast and a little peace if you've any spare. Reginald joined Eleanor moments later. "Ship seems stable," he said. "That's something." "No one was questioning its stability, dear," Eleanor said. "I question everything," Reginald replied, picking up the menu. The Beaumonts arrive. Henri and Isabelle Beaumont entered with the smooth composure of two people used to arriving last and enjoying it. Henri nodded curtly at Charles Harrow. Charles nodded back. Lillian looked away. Isabelle also looked away. It was a choreography of avoidance. And then Benoit. The door burst open with a dramatic bang. Benoit Picard entered the breakfast saloon as though propelled by enthusiasm alone. He was wearing a beige linen suit, slightly wrinkled, with a tie that seemed to be performing its own escape attempt from his collar. Under one arm he carried a stack of notebooks. Under the other, a small canvas-wrapped parcel. He took 3 confident steps, caught his foot on the edge of the rug, and sailed forward. Notebooks flew. The parcel spun. Several diners gasped. Benoit landed on his feet purely by accident. He threw his arms out triumphantly. "I meant to do that." The steward behind him looked unconvinced. Benoit gathered his belongings, stuffed them under one arm, and approached the table where the others sat. "Bonjour, my fellow explorers," he declared. No one had invited him to sit, and yet he pulled up a chair. Eleanor hid a smile behind her cup. Moira muttered, "Oh, here we go." Tension begins to surface. Breakfast was laid out. Eggs, fruit, rolls, coffee, tea. Silence draped itself across the table for a moment. Then Henri spoke. "I did not hear the sea last night," he said stiffly. "The walls are too thick. Like a vault." Charles replied, "I slept fine." "Yes," Henri said. "Some people sleep through anything, even catastrophe." Eleanor cut in politely. "Egypt is hardly a catastrophe." Henri's eyes flicked to Charles. Charles looked back. Moira whispered to Eleanor, "I give them one more night before one chucks the other overboard." Benoit, hearing only part of that, gasped. "Someone is going overboard." "No," Moira said flatly. "Not yet." "Ah," Benoit replied, "then it is only figurative murder." "Bon." No one knew how to respond to that. The whispered note. The steward approached. "A message was left for the passengers," he said. Everyone stiffened slightly. He placed a folded card at the center of the table. Eleanor reached for it first, delicately, as though lifting a rare piece of porcelain. She read aloud, "Tonight, after sundown, the truth begins." A silence fell across the group. Reginald cleared his throat. "Probably a stupid prank. Cabin boys. Young people do ridiculous things." Henri shook his head. "No cabin boy writes with that kind of flourish." Moira looked around sharply. "Who left it? When?" "We don't know," the steward replied. "It was found outside Suite B." Archibald bristled. "Outside ours?" Moira narrowed her eyes. "Why ours?" Charles leaned back in his chair. "I'd say someone's stirring the pot early." Isabelle Beaumont spoke quietly. "Or someone is reminding the past that it is not dead." Her words hung in the air like smoke. Benoit's observation. Benoit took the card, turned it over, sniffed it, held it up to the light, and finally nodded. "This is written in fountain pen. Expensive ink. Not the sort a mischievous child would use." "Thank you, Benoit," Reginald said dryly. "Also, Benoit continued. There is a faint smell. Not perfume, not cologne. Everyone leaned in slightly. What is it? Lillian asked. Benoit hesitated, then announced with great authority. Dust. The table stared at him. Dust? Moira repeated. Yes, Benoit said brightly. Old dust, book dust, library dust, possibly museum dust. A very specific smell. You're suggesting the message was written by, what, a librarian? Charles asked. Or an archaeologist, Benoit said. Everyone went quiet. The ship was headed toward ancient tombs, toward ruins, toward secrets. It was not an appealing thought. Reginald finally said, It's nothing. We ignore it. Agreed, Eleanor said. The Beaumonts said nothing. The Americans said nothing. The Scots looked unconvinced, and Benoit happily buttered a roll as though they had just solved a crossword puzzle, a plan for the morning. Well, Eleanor said brightly, we must not let a silly note spoil things. The captain is giving a tour of the upper deck in half an hour. Moira nodded. A bit of fresh air will do us all good. Henri muttered. Fresh air solves nothing. Benoit looked delighted. I shall join this tour. I love a good deck. You love everything, Archibald said. Correct, Benoit replied cheerfully. But as the group rose to leave the breakfast table, none of them noticed the steward quietly slip away. None noticed the small envelope he kept hidden in his pocket. None saw him open a service door and disappear below deck. And none heard the low voice waiting for him in the shadows ask, Did they read the message? Yes, the steward whispered. And? They looked unsettled. The figure smiled. Good. Very good. Let the unease grow. The steward bowed his head. And Monsieur Picard? A pause. A complication, the steward said. A large one. The voice growled faintly. Then we shall deal with him another time. For now, let the others stew. Above deck, unaware they were being manipulated, the passengers gathered in the sunlit morning. Benoit joined them last, waving brightly. Are we ready for adventure? He asked. No one answered. But adventure, or danger, was already waiting. Hidden in plain sight. Chapter 5. A tour of tension. The sun stood warm and bright over the Nile as the passengers gathered on the upper deck of the Celestine. The river rolled past in gleaming ribbons, wide and slow, like a creature that never fully revealed what it was thinking. The captain, a neat man with a trim moustache and the calm gaze of someone who had seen every kind of passenger imaginable, stepped forward. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, he said. Welcome to your first full day aboard the Celestine. Before we begin our journey upriver, I'd like to give you a tour of the ship. Benoit Picard raised his hand. Yes, monsieur? The captain asked. I just wanted to say I am very excited, Benoit replied. Excellent, the captain said politely. Let us begin. The deck of unspoken grudges. They moved as a group along the polished wooden boards. The Whitcombs walked with practiced grace. The McTavishes stalked behind them like two dignified tigers. The Americans followed closely. The Beaumonts kept to themselves. Benoit drifted between all of them, asking the captain random questions at irregular intervals. How old is this ship? Does the river contain crocodiles? If one falls overboard, are there instructions? Is that whistle loud, or is it just me? Do you ever see ghosts? Not usually, the captain replied. Reginald leaned toward Eleanor. If that man continues asking questions, he whispered, I shall jump overboard myself. Eleanor hid her smile. Oh, do calm down, dear. He's harmless. A quiet observation. While the others looked out at the scenery, Lillian Poirot remained close to the rail, hands gripping the metal tightly. Isabelle Beaumont noticed, her gaze cool and assessing. For a brief moment, their eyes met. Isabelle looked away first, then Lillian did. The captain gestured across the deck. This is where you may relax during the afternoons. We have deck chairs, card tables, and refreshments, served hourly. Henri muttered. Card tables. How convenient. A perfect place for cheating. Charles turned his head. Are you accusing me of something already? Henry shrugged casually. Not yet. Moira MacTavish leaned toward her husband and whispered, 10 minutes. I give them 10 minutes before fists fly. Archibald sighed. I was hoping for an hour. Benoit and the life boys. While the others traded mild insults, Benoit was studying a row of life boys with intense fascination. These are beautiful, he murmured. So round, so floaty. The captain blinked. Thank you, I suppose. Benoit tapped one. If someone goes into the Nile, you throw this, yes? That is correct. Even if they are very heavy? Yes. Even if they scream dramatically? Yes. Even if they deserve it? Yes. Benoit nodded thoughtfully. Good, very good. I like a fair system. Behind him, Moira and Eleanor exchanged glances. That man, Moira whispered, is either wonderfully innocent or utterly mad. Possibly both, Eleanor replied. The captain's warning. The captain led them toward the bow. And here, he said, you can enjoy uninterrupted views of the river. You'll notice the waters are calm this morning. Benoit gasped loudly. Everyone froze. Monsieur Picard? The captain asked. Benoit pointed over the rail. There, look! They all peered down. A small shadow glided through the water. Long, smooth, serpentine. Lillian stepped back with a small yelp. Is that? Yes, the captain said calmly. A crocodile. Henri smirked at Charles. Perhaps the river is offering to solve our disputes for us. Charles did not smile. Benoit leaned dangerously far over the railing. Magnifique! What a magnificent creature! Look at the grace, the elegance. Get back, Reginald snapped, before it gets you. Benoit straightened up. Yes, yes, I would not wish to interrupt breakfast by being eaten. Lunch, Moira corrected. Lunch, then, Benoit agreed cheerfully. The captain cleared his throat. As I was saying, the Nile is calm, but do please exercise caution. The river has teeth. The group shifted uneasily. No one realized how symbolic the warning was. Unwelcome proximity. The tour ended near the stern, where a row of canvas awnings shaded a seating area. The passengers settled into deck chairs, but not together. The Whitcombes took a pair. The MacTavishes claimed the next two. The Harrows positioned themselves carefully out of arm's reach of the Beaumonts. Henri and Isabelle sat in stiff silence. Benoit sat cross-legged on the deck itself, happily scribbling in a notebook. Reginald frowned. Do you not want a chair? No, Benoit said. The deck and I have an understanding. Moira snorted. Aye, you fall on it, and it doesn't complain. Benoit nodded seriously. It is a strong relationship. First hints of trouble. The river breeze swept past. Sunlight glinted on the water. For a moment, things felt almost peaceful. And then, "Excuse me," Lillian said quietly, rising to her feet. Eleanor looked up. "Everything all right, dear?" "Yes," Lillian replied. "I'm just going to get some air." "You're surrounded by air," Charles muttered. She did not respond. She walked to the rail, alone. Isabel's eyes followed her with sharp intensity. A subtle tension spread across the deck. Henri leaned toward his wife. "You see? She hides something." "Everyone hides something," Isabel murmured. Eleanor glanced at Moira. Moira glanced at Archibald. Charles stared after his wife. Reginald pretended to read a newspaper upside down. Only Benoit remained blissfully unaware, writing with great enthusiasm. The first attempt begins. Below deck, in a quiet corridor near the galley, a figure waited. They breathed slowly, calmly. In their pocket, something glinted faintly, a small vial of dark liquid. They listened to the footsteps above them, waited for the right moment. The right distraction? The whisperings of old grudges were beginning to surface. The note had done its job. The figure smiled. "Tonight," they murmured to themselves, "we start." But Benoit Picard interferes again. Back on the deck, Benoit snapped his notebook shut. "I have an idea," he declared suddenly. Everyone flinched. No good sentence had ever begun with those words. "Let us all take a group photograph on the bow," Benoit said, beaming, "to celebrate our great journey." Reginald muttered, "Good Lord, no." Moira groaned. "Absolutely not." Charles scowled. Henri looked like he might jump overboard voluntarily, but Benoit was already waving down a crewman. "Please, take our picture, all of us together." A camera was produced. The passengers reluctantly arranged themselves into a crooked line, each trying to stand at the greatest possible distance from their enemies. The crewman lifted the camera. Benoit stepped forward. Closer, closer, and even closer. Until he blocked Henri entirely. "Move, man!" Henri hissed. "Ah, yes!" Benoit stepped to the side and tripped, falling into Charles, who slammed into Archibald, who stumbled into Moira, who crashed into Eleanor, who collided with Reginald, who grabbed Isabel for balance, who fell into Henri, who swore loudly in French. The captain heard it from the bridge. The photograph captured the entire chain reaction in one awkward, chaotic blur. Benoit sat up, brushing dust from his jacket. "Magnificent," he declared. "We look like a family." No one responded. The tension broke, not because it faded, but because Benoit's interference had completely derailed the moment. Again. The shadows recede, for now. Later, as the passengers drifted back to their cabins to prepare for lunch, the figure below deck hid the small vial once more. The timing was ruined, the opportunity gone. But there would be others. Many others. They just needed silence, fear, an empty corridor, a private moment. And one thing above all. A way to get rid of Benoit Picard. The Nile rolled on, the sun climbed higher, and the first real threat waited patiently for nightfall. Chapter 6. The Poison in the Glass. The heat of the afternoon settled over the Celestine like a velvet blanket. The passengers prepared for lunch in the dining saloon, drifting in one by one, some eager, some tense, some pretending to be far more relaxed than they actually were. The tables were laid as elegantly as the night before. crystal glasses, fresh flowers, silverware polished to a mirror shine. But today, something else waited among the cutlery. Something invisible. A carefully placed opportunity. Below deck, in a pantry where the crew rarely lingered, the hidden mastermind opened the small vial once more. A single drop, clear, odorless, deadly. Not enough to kill instantly. The plan was never that obvious, but enough to cause confusion, pain, and possibly panic. Enough to start the spiral. The passenger list lay open beside them. Names circled, names underlined. They muttered, Beaumont, Harrow, Whitcomb, McTavish, all tangled, all ready. Their hand hovered above one name, Benoit Picard. They underlined it twice, then whispered, Not yet, but soon. They tipped the vial carefully over the rim of a wine glass. 1 drop, 2. Footsteps sounded somewhere nearby. The mastermind froze, then slipped away silently, leaving the glass among the others set for lunch. The trap was ready. Lunch begins. The passengers arrived one by one, mingling awkwardly at the doorway. Lady Eleanor entered first and smiled at the steward. Good afternoon. Moira McTavish and Archibald followed, already bickering about whether Egypt's heat could melt Scottish wool. Charles and Lillian Harrow came next, Charles confident as ever, Lillian subdued. Henri and Isabel Beaumont didn't speak to anyone. They simply sat, measured and quiet. All the glasses at the table gleamed innocently. The poisoned one sat in front of the empty seat, meant for Charles Harrow. Charles pulled the chair out. Sat down. Reached for the glass, lifted it. And dash. Benoit arrives, saving a life entirely by accident. Stop. Charles froze. Everyone froze. Except one person. Benoit Picard burst into the room, carrying a tray of assorted objects, a large papyrus map, a brass compass, a bundle of reeds he'd picked up on deck for atmosphere, and what looked suspiciously like a child's toy boat he'd purchased from a vendor at the port. He stumbled, tripping over the end of the carpet. His entire tray went flying. The papyrus sailed like a majestic bird. The reeds exploded into the air. The little toy boat bounced off Henri's elbow, and the compass hit Charles's wine glass with perfect comedic precision. The poisoned glass tumbled from Charles's hand and smashed on the floor, wine spreading in a dark red pool across the tiles. The steward gasped. Charles leapt back. What in the... Benoit! Benoit crouched down and began collecting the reeds. So sorry, so sorry. The Nile breeze betrayed me. The Nile breeze, Henri repeated incredulously. Yes, Benoit said seriously. Very mischievous today. The others stared at him in utter disbelief. But the mastermind, watching from the hallway unseen, felt a spark of rage flare in their chest. The plan, the perfect plan, ruined by a papyrus map, a toy boat, and an unpredictable French antique dealer. Again. Suspicion spreads. When the steward replaced the broken glass, Charles shook his head. Well, that's my appetite gone. Mine too, Lillian murmured. Moira watched the clean-up with narrow eyes. That was no accident, she whispered to Eleanor. Of course it was an accident, Eleanor replied. Aye? Then why did that glass break so easily? And why did the steward look as if he'd seen the devil? Eleanor hesitated. Moira rarely made accusations lightly. Henri leaned back, arms folded. This is becoming interesting. Charles glared at him. Interesting how? Henri shrugged. Perhaps the universe is trying to tell us something. Or someone is, Isabel said softly. Lillian's hands tightened in her lap. Reginald finally spoke. Nonsense. No one is trying to tell us anything. It was clumsiness. Nothing more. Benoit looked up, reeds still in his hands. I am very sorry for the clumsiness. I blame Egypt. Everything is more dramatic here. Moira snorted. Aye, including you. A strange aftertaste. When the first course arrived, Charles reached for the fresh glass poured for him, then paused. He lifted it to his nose, sniffed, frowned. Odd smell. What kind? Eleanor asked. Charles held the glass out. Like, I don't know, something sharp. Benoit leaned in eagerly. Let me smell. No, 3 voices cried at once. But Benoit already had. He inhaled deeply, then made a face. Ah, yes. That is the smell of... How do you say it? Trouble. Reginald rolled his eyes. It's wine, Benoit. Wine smells like wine. No, Benoit insisted. This wine smells like, how you say, danger, suspicion, mild doom. Lillian whispered. Perhaps we shouldn't drink anything today. Eleanor nodded. Perhaps. Henri smirked. Or perhaps someone cannot hold his wine. Henri, Isabel said quietly. Don't. But he did. Henri raised his own glass to his lips. Then, just as he was about to sip, Benoit tripped over the edge of the tablecloth and slammed directly into Henri's arm. Wine splashed onto Henri's suit. Henri leapt to his feet, roaring in French. Pardon, pardon, Benoit said, mortified. Eleanor whispered. He's preventing everyone from drinking anything. Moira murmured. Either he's cursed, or someone else is. Panic in the shadows. Below deck, in a dim storage corridor, the mastermind paced. They clenched their fists. Twice now. Twice the fool had ruined everything. They muttered under their breath, Fine. Let the couples argue. Let tension rise. Another chance will come. Tonight. Tomorrow. Soon. They closed the vial, locked it away, and whispered, Picard will not be lucky forever. A meal no one enjoyed. When lunch finally finished, no one had eaten much. Most plates were half full. Most conversations were half-hearted. Everyone was unsettled. Except Benoit, who happily ate everything. The others noticed. Odd, Reginald murmured. He eats as if nothing is wrong. Moira replied. He doesn't know something is wrong. Eleanor sighed. Or he refuses to believe it. The group dispersed, each couple returning to their suite with whispered arguments or tense silence. Only Benoit lingered. He knelt beside the spill site, studying the shattered glass. Someone tried to hurt you, he whispered to the wine stain. Then he corrected himself. No, not you. Someone tried to hurt someone else. He picked up a tiny shard of glass, held it to the light, and frowned. For what purpose? He slipped the shard into his pocket and walked off, deep in thought, humming cheerfully. Above him, the Nile flowed on, slow, ancient, watchful. And somewhere on board, a frustrated murderer made a new plan. Chapter 7. Footsteps in the Night. Evening settled over the Celestine like a veil of dark silk. Lanterns flickered along the deck, casting long shadows across the railings. The Nile, smooth as glass, reflected the faint glow of Cairo far in the distance. Dinner was quieter than usual. Too quiet. Conversation had thinned into threadbare, brittle threads. Something hung in the air, something unspoken, unacknowledged, but felt by everyone, except, perhaps, Benoit Picard, who spent the entire meal discussing the merits of ancient Egyptian pottery glazes. When the passengers finally dispersed to their cabins, the ship grew still. Very still. And that was exactly what the mastermind was waiting for. A plan takes shape. In a narrow maintenance corridor, lit only by a single bulb, the mastermind unrolled a map of the ship. Their finger traced a route. Crew stairs, service hallway. Portside passage, Suite C. They whispered, "Harrow first. He's hot-tempered, impulsive, he can be nudged." Their hand hovered, then moved. No, the Whitcombs. Mirror the old feud. Make it look like the Scots. Yes. They closed the map, checked the small metal object in their pocket. Not poison. Not yet. This method was more elegant, more persuasive. With silent steps, they slipped into the dark. Sleep refuses to come. In Suite A, Lady Eleanor couldn't sleep. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling, while Reginald snored with the rhythmic persistence of a steam engine. Her mind replayed the shattered wine glass, the strange smell, the note at breakfast, the uneasy glances during the tour. Finally she whispered, "Reginald, are you awake?" Reginald muttered into his pillow. "Do you think something is wrong on this ship?" "No, dear," he mumbled. "Go to sleep." "You didn't open your new glass at lunch," she said softly. And none of the others did either," Reginald grunted. "Coincidence?" "I don't believe in coincidences," Eleanor said. Reginald sat up sharply and glared into the darkness. "Look here, Eleanor. I am not going to spend this holiday indulging in melodrama. We are perfectly safe." Eleanor opened her mouth to respond. Tap. Both froze. A soft sound, right outside their door. Tap, tap. Slow, measured. Not footsteps. Knuckles. Eleanor whispered, "Reginald." He swung his legs out of bed and grabbed the nearest object, his shoe, holding it like a weapon. The tapping stopped. Silence swallowed the corridor. Reginald waited, breath held. Nothing. Then a loud bang shook the door. Eleanor screamed. Reginald leapt back. And suddenly, Benoit Picard's voice echoed through the corridor. "Are you all right in there?" Eleanor blinked. "Benoit?" "Yes, I heard a noise, a big noise, a dramatic noise." Reginald stormed to the door and yanked it open. There stood Benoit in a patterned robe, holding a lantern, hair sticking out in every direction. In his other hand, he held the statue of Anubis as if it were some kind of protective talisman. "I was returning from the deck," Benoit explained. "I like the breeze. The breeze likes me. Then I heard banging, so I came to investigate." Reginald rubbed his temples. "Benoit, we were asleep." "Yes, and you were nearly awoken permanently," Benoit said gravely. Eleanor whispered, "What do you mean?" Benoit pointed at the floor. There, lying in the corridor, was a heavy brass fire extinguisher, toppled over, rolling slightly with the motion of the ship. Reginald squinted at it. "What on earth?" "I believe it fell," Benoit said. "Or it was pushed, or it attempted escape. Who can say?" Eleanor put a hand over her mouth. Moira McTavish's door flung open. She glared into the hall. "What in God's name is going on? Some of us are trying to sleep." Archibald appeared behind her, hair wild. "I dreamt of bagpipes attacking me." Charles Harrow's door opened next. Lillian peered out nervously. Henry Beaumont followed. Isabel stepped beside him. Within moments, all the passengers stood in the corridor, dishevelled, irritated, anxious. Reginald crossed his arms. "All right. Who knocked on our door?" No one spoke. Moira said sharply, "Someone's playing games." Charles grumbled. "Could have been the crew." Henry snorted. "No crewman would do something so childish." Isabel murmured, "Unless someone wishes to unsettle us." Benoit raised his lantern. The flame glowed on his earnest face. "I think someone is testing us," he announced. "Testing our nerves. They want us afraid." Moira scoffed. "And how would you know that?" Benoit held up the fire extinguisher. "Because," he said seriously, "this was placed here deliberately." Reginald frowned. "How do you know?" Benoit tapped the extinguisher with his foot. "It is warm." Everyone gasped. He nodded. "Yes. Warm means recently held, recently set down, recently used." Lillian whispered, "Used for what?" Benoit pointed dramatically. "To break down your door, Monsieur Whitcomb." Reginald paled. "That's absurd." "Oh?" Benoit crouched beside the doorframe. "Look." He held up a small piece of chipped paint. "Fresh damage," Benoit said. "The brass hit it. Someone planned to break the door. But—" he looked proud. "They dropped the extinguisher too soon. Perhaps because they heard me coming." Moira crossed her arms. "So you scared them off?" "Yes," Benoit said confidently. "I am very frightening in my robe." Henri muttered, "You are frightening regardless." Reginald exhaled, shaken. "This is ridiculous. Who would possibly try to break into our cabin?" Eleanor whispered, "Not break in. Break through. Reginald, they weren't trying to rob us." The corridor fell silent. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Moira said quietly, "All of us together in the hall at midnight. And someone was sneaking around." Isabel added, "Someone determined." Archibald muttered, "Someone desperate." Charles said, "Someone dangerous." Benoit declared, "Someone who needs better shoes, I heard squeaking." "Squeaking?" Reginald repeated. "Yes, like new shoes, or a mouse with confidence." No one moved. Soon. Very soon. Chapter 8. Voices Behind Doors. Morning broke with a strange heaviness over the Celestine, not the peaceful stillness of dawn, but the tense, brittle quiet of people pretending nothing happened. No one mentioned the late-night corridor gathering. No one mentioned the fire extinguisher. No one admitted fear. They simply dressed, straightened their collars, powdered their faces, and stepped into character. Well-fed, well-mannered tourists once more. But beneath the polite masks, something had shifted. Every glance lasted a second too long. Every smile was a little too tight. Every footstep seemed to echo. The Nile rolled beside the ship like an ancient observer, patient and amused. Coffee, but no comfort. Lady Eleanor was the first at breakfast, as she always was. She sat with perfect posture, stirring her coffee with a calm she absolutely did not feel. Moments later, Lillian Harrow entered. Their eyes met. For a long second, neither woman spoke. Then Eleanor said gently, "Did you sleep?" Lillian shook her head. "Did anyone?" Eleanor offered a sympathetic smile. Men can snore through an earthquake, but tapping on the door, that wakes them. Lillian nodded slowly, then lowered her voice. "Do you think someone was trying to frighten us?" "Undoubtedly," Eleanor said. "But why? And who?" Lillian glanced around the room nervously. "Everyone looks suspicious." "That's because everyone is suspicious," Eleanor replied, sipping her coffee elegantly. Lillian exhaled. "This trip was meant to be a holiday." Eleanor placed her spoon down. "My dear, this trip was never going to be a holiday." Before Lillian could respond, the door opened behind them. The men arrive, tension in tow. Reginald Whitcomb strode in, jaw clenched, sleep-deprived and irritated. Charles Harrow followed, radiating barely contained temper. Archibald McTavish entered quietly behind them, avoiding Charles's eyes. Henri Beaumont arrived last, late, unhurried, and with the expression of a man who secretly enjoyed the turmoil around him. Not a single one of them mentioned the night before. Not one said, "Did you hear that noise?" Or, "Someone tried to break your door down." Instead, they nodded stiffly, muttered, "Morning," and sat near their respective wives. Moira entered shortly after, giving everyone the kind of suspicious glare that could strip paint. Isabel arrived, immaculate as ever, not a hair out of place. The table was full, except for one seat. Benoit, destroyer of dramatic tension, returns. Crash! The dining room flinched as one. Benoit Picard stumbled through the doorway carrying a rolled-up papyrus map, again, a breakfast tray that wasn't his, a lantern unlit, and for reasons no one would ever understand, a small taxidermied falcon he must have acquired from somewhere on deck. He beamed at the group. "Bonjour, I bring breakfast, and history, and this bird." Moira groaned. Where in God's name did he get that thing? "The falcon," Benoit said proudly. "He was in the storage room. Very dusty, very dead, very educational." Henri muttered. "He is a hazard." Reginald sighed. "He is an epidemic." Benoit dropped his tray onto the table with a loud clatter. Half the passengers jumped. "Sorry, the tray was not balanced, but never mind. Today we explore Karnak and Luxor, and maybe a tomb or two." Lillian stared at him. "A tomb? Today?" "Yes," Benoit said happily. "Do not worry. I am very good at not getting lost in tombs. Well, mostly." That was not comforting. A private word between plots. While the steward cleared Benoit's chaotic breakfast, Charles leaned across to Reginald, quietly, calmly. "What do you make of last night?" Reginald whispered. "I think someone is stirring things intentionally." "Why?" "To provoke someone. Perhaps us." "And the extinguisher?" Charles asked. Reginald hesitated. Then he said, "It was placed, not dropped." Charles's jaw tightened. "You think someone wanted inside your suite?" Reginald lowered his voice further. "No, I think someone wanted us frightened, confused, divided." Charles sat back slowly. Henri observed them from a distance, eyes sharp. Archibald watched Henry, equally sharp. Moira watched everyone. Isabel watched nothing and everything at once. The air pulsed with suspicion. And yet, only Benoit Picard was finally enjoying his croissant. A strange conversation at the next table. Once Benoit finished eating, he excused himself and wandered to the far corner of the dining saloon, near the crew door. He leaned against the wall, humming lightly, utterly unaware that voices drifted from behind it. Two crewmen. Their words hissed through the crack in the door. "I told you, this is getting dangerous." Orders are orders. We don't question them. But someone could actually get hurt. "Keep your voice down." Benoit blinked. He pressed his ear to the crack. "The couples are already losing trust. It's working. And the French man keeps interfering." Benoit gasped loudly. The voices stopped. Silence. Then the door swung open. Benoit flew backward, stumbled, caught himself on a chair, then straightened. A tall crewman stood in the doorway, face unreadable. "Can we help you, Monsieur Picard?" he asked. Benoit hesitated, then blurted, "Yes. Do you sell postcards?" The crewman stared. "Postcards?" "Yes, I collect them. I thought perhaps—" But before he could finish, the door shut. Locked. The crewman gone, Benoit returns to the table. He rushed back to the group, breathless, eyes wide. "I heard something," he whispered loudly. Reginald rubbed his forehead. "Of course you did. No, something important. The crew. They said we are losing trust, that someone is causing it." Moira narrowed her eyes. "Which crew?" "I did not see them, but they spoke of orders, and danger, and—" Charles leaned in. "Orders from who?" "I do not know," Benoit said urgently. "But they mentioned the couples, and they said I am interfering." Henri rolled his eyes. "You must have misunderstood." "No," Benoit insisted. "They said the plan is working." Moira sat forward. "Plan?" Eleanor whispered. "Someone is manipulating us," Reginald muttered. "Nonsense." But his hands trembled slightly. Charles looked around. "Are we being set up?" Isabel spoke with quiet certainty. "Yes, we are." The table fell silent. Every face tense. Every mind racing. Every theory possible. Only the Nile outside remained calm. Then the steward approached. "The captain requests your presence on deck," he said. "Why?" Reginald asked. The steward hesitated. "There has been An incident. Every passenger froze, except Benoit, who whispered, "Oh dear, I knew the day would get interesting." And the group rose together, hearts pounding, unaware that the mastermind watched from above and smiled. Chapter 9. The Incident on Deck. The passengers followed the steward up the companionway in a tight, uneasy line. Shoes thudded softly on the steps. Breath came shallow. No one spoke. Whatever awaited them on deck was heavy enough that even Benoit Picard, eternal optimist, looked worried. The moment the group stepped into the open sunlight, they saw it. A circle of crewmen, a rope barrier hastily tied, something lying on the deck between them, something covered with a canvas sheet. Lillian gasped. Isabel inhaled sharply. Moira muttered a quiet oath. Benoit whispered, "Oh mon Dieu." The captain stepped forward, solemn. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid we have a situation." "A body or something else?" Henri snapped. "Is that a person?" The captain paused carefully before answering. "Yes, a member of the crew." Charles swore under his breath. Eleanor pressed a hand to her chest. "Oh, how awful." Archibald frowned. "What happened to him?" The captain hesitated. "We're still determining that." Moira folded her arms. "Oh, don't avoid the question. He's dead, isn't he?" The captain nodded gravely. "I'm afraid so." A tense silence fell. Then Henri asked, "An accident?" Another pause. "We don't believe so." Lillian shivered. "You mean someone killed him?" The captain didn't answer. He didn't have to. Benoit investigates, with his usual flair. Before anyone could stop him, Benoit strode right past the rope barrier. "Benoit," Eleanor hissed. "Pardon," he said, "but I must see." He crouched beside the sheet, head tilted, then gently lifted one corner. The crew murmured anxiously. Benoit frowned deeply. The man under the sheet was young, perhaps 25, eyes half open, face strangely peaceful. But there was a dark mark on the side of his neck, a bruise, a thumbprint. Benoit lowered the sheet again. He stood slowly. "This was no accident," he said. Reginald pinched the bridge of his nose. "Benoit, leave this to the captain." "No," Benoit said firmly. "Someone did this. Someone strong. Someone who wanted silence." The group exchanged uneasy looks. Moira whispered, "Is this connected to the glass yesterday?" Eleanor nodded faintly. "Or the tapping last night." Henri crossed his arms. "Someone is escalating." Charles said quietly, "Someone wants chaos." Benoit shook his head. "No. Someone wants something specific." Isabel asked softly. "What?" Benoit pointed to the sheet-covered shape. "Information. This crewman knew something. The captain drops a clue." The captain cleared his throat. "There is something else," he said reluctantly. The group turned to him. "We found something in his pocket." He reached into his coat and pulled out a torn scrap of paper. Benoit stepped closer. The captain read aloud. "Sweet B tonight." Moira inhaled sharply. "Sweet B," she repeated. "That's our room." Archibald's face hardened. Why our room again? First the note, then the extinguisher. Now this. The captain folded the paper. Until we finish investigating, I must insist you all remain in pairs. No wandering the ship alone. Henry scoffed. Do we look like children? Do as you're told, the captain said, tone cold. The group fell silent. The Nile wind blew gently across the deck, carrying the faint scent of river mud and distant spice. For a moment, no one moved. Then the captain added, and one more thing. The young man, he was seen speaking with someone last night, a passenger. Everyone's head snapped up. Who? Charles demanded. The captain hesitated. We don't know. He didn't report the name. But he said the passenger told him something about ancient secrets. Benoit's eyebrows shot up. Ancient secrets? That is my specialty. Moira groaned. Of course it is. Henry narrowed his eyes at Charles. Charles narrowed his at Henri. Eleanor clutched Reginald's arm. Lillian looked pale, like something inside her had cracked. Isabel's face was unreadable. And Benoit? Benoit looked troubled for the first time since the journey began. A sliver of danger. As the group began to disperse at the captain's instruction, Benoit remained staring at the covered body. He spoke quietly, almost to himself. I heard the crew whispering. Someone said the couples are losing trust. He looked at the others. And this man, he tried to help. He tried to warn. Moira glanced around nervously. You think someone on this boat killed him? Benoit nodded slowly. Yes. Henri stepped closer. And do you think it was one of us? Benoit looked at each of them in turn. The Whitcombs, the McTavishes, the Harrows, the Beaumonts. Each face tense, each hiding something, each watching the others. Then Benoit said, in a voice soft and steady, I think the killer wanted us to believe it was one of you. A long silence. Then Eleanor asked, wanted us to believe, so we turn on each other? Yes, Benoit said. A murder not to kill, but to provoke. Charles exhaled through his teeth. So the same person who wants us frightened also wants us suspicious, Reginald murmured. And we are. The wind picked up. The river rippled. A crew member tightened the canvas over the body. Benoit stepped back. The mastermind is close, he said quietly. Very close. He didn't know how close, because as he turned to leave the deck, something glinted near the rope barrier. A tiny piece of torn black fabric, stuck on a nail. Benoit knelt, pocketed it, and whispered, You made a mistake. Behind him, unseen, hidden behind an awning pole, someone watched him. Someone in a dark coat. Someone who knew Benoit Picard was getting far too close, and that meant only one thing. Tonight, they would have to try again. Chapter 10. Secrets in the Smoke. Afternoon sunlight slanted across the Nile as the Celestine pushed upriver, its engines humming a steady rhythm. The ship seemed peaceful on the surface, too peaceful, like a stage set before the actors returned to cause trouble. The passengers remained in their suites longer than usual, each pair whispering behind closed doors. Suspicion had tightened its grip on everyone. Except Benoit. Benoit was wandering the ship, humming a cheerful tune, clutching the tiny scrap of torn black fabric in his hand, like it was the Rosetta Stone itself. The Whitcombes discuss motives. In Suite A, Reginald marched back and forth across the carpet. "I don't like this," he muttered. "I don't like any of it." Eleanor watched him from the armchair. "You're pacing so much you'll wear a path into the floorboards." Reginald spun. "Someone tried to break down our door. Last night. While we slept." "Yes," Eleanor said calmly. "But they didn't succeed." "Because of Benoit," he snapped. "That alone terrifies me." Eleanor took a slow sip of tea. "We cannot jump to conclusions." "Oh, really?" Reginald said. "You think the Harrows are innocent? The Beaumonts? The McTavishes?" Eleanor sighed softly. "You're forgetting someone." Reginald frowned. "Who?" Eleanor lowered her voice. "The one who organized this entire trip." Reginald fell silent. Because she was right, the mastermind was still unseen. Still unknown. And everyone on board felt like a pawn. The McTavishes suspect the worst. In Suite B, Moira McTavish stood with her hands planted firmly on her hips. "This trip is cursed," she declared. Archibald rubbed his temples. "It is not cursed." "A dead body on deck, Archibald. A note for our cabin. A fire extinguisher aimed at the Whitcombes. Benoit tripping over everything like a possessed ballerina." Archibald winced. "Well, it does seem unusual." Moira jabbed a finger at him. "Admit it. Someone wants us rattled. Someone wants one of these couples to lash out." Archibald swallowed. "She means for us to suspect each other." Moira nodded grimly. "Oh, I'm well aware. And whoever's organizing this, they know our history." Their eyes met. A silent acknowledgement. A past mistake, a past rival, a past scandal, and now a present danger. The Harrows argue quietly. In Suite A, Lillian sat on the edge of the bed, tense as a bowstring. Charles stood near the window, arms folded. "I don't like where this is heading," he said. Lillian didn't look at him. "Do you think the crewman spoke to someone?" "Yes," Charles said quietly. "And I don't think he should have." Lillian finally turned. "Charles, were you involved in something before this trip?" He didn't answer. He just stared at the Nile rolling past the window. After a moment, he said, "We came here for a reason." Lillian repeated softly, "A reason." Neither of them elaborated. The Beaumonts revisit old wounds. Suite D was colder than the others, even with the sun pouring in. Henry stood at the porthole, fists clenched on the railing. Isabel watched him quietly. "He was strangled," Henry said. "That bruise, that was no accident." "No," Isabel agreed softly. "Someone on this boat is capable of murder." "Yes." Henri turned sharply. "Isabel, if someone is targeting us—" "They are," she said simply. "They always have been." Henri swallowed and looked away. Benoit consults his experts. Meanwhile, in Cabin A, Benoit sat cross-legged on his bed. Before him were arranged the tiny scrap of black fabric, the paint chip from the Whitcombes' doorframe, the broken compass he dropped earlier, and the taxidermied falcon, overseeing the investigation like a feathered judge. Benoit tapped the fabric with his finger. Black, coarse, Not from any passenger clothing. Crew uniform. No. Too soft. He held it to his nose and sniffed dramatically. Smells of smoke? Pipe smoke? Cigars? He pointed at the falcon. What do you think? The falcon stared silently. Benoit nodded. Yes, I agree. Someone who smokes. Someone who sneaks around. Someone with a coat made of this material. He stood, grabbed his coat, and declared, "To the smoking lounge." He marched out, then marched back in to grab the falcon, then marched out again. The smoking lounge revelations. The ship's smoking lounge was dimly lit, filled with polished wood, green leather chairs, and a haze of tobacco. Archibald McTavish sat alone by the window, smoking a pipe. Henri Beaumont leaned against the far wall, cigar in hand. Charles Harrow stirred a glass of whiskey, watching both of them warily. Benoit burst into the room. "Gentlemen," he announced cheerfully. All three men groaned in unison. "Not now, Benoit," Charles said. "I must ask something very important," Benoit declared. Archibald sighed. "Then get on with it." Benoit held up the tiny fabric scrap. "Does this belong to any of you?" The men looked at it. Charles shook his head. "No." Archibald squinted. "Looks like cloak fabric. Not mine." Henri exhaled smoke slowly. "Definitely not me." Benoit frowned. He looked around the room. In the corner stood an empty leather chair. Draped over it, a black coat. Long, worn, coarse. The same material. Benoit gasped dramatically. "Aha!" Henri narrowed his eyes. "Do you know whose that is?" Benoit nodded slowly, pointing at the coat. "Yes, I have seen that coat before. The night of the tapping. The night of the extinguisher." Charles stood up. "And?" Benoit took a breath. "That coat belongs to one of the crew." The three men exchanged looks. "And," Benoit added, voice lowering, "the crewman I overheard yesterday was talking to someone wearing this exact coat." Archibald muttered, "So the crew are involved." Henri tapped ash into a tray. "Or at least one of them." Benoit nodded. "Yes, one crewman is receiving orders. But from who? Before anyone can answer." The ship horn blasted suddenly. Everyone jumped. The captain's voice rang out over the deck. "Passengers, please prepare to disembark for your first on-land excursion." Benoit whispered to himself, "Karnak." Charles muttered, "This trip is getting stranger by the hour." Henri exhaled smoke. Archibald emptied his pipe, and Benoit looked at the coat one last time, whispering, "You will lead me to the truth." But he didn't notice the small, shadowed figure in the hallway, watching him, listening, waiting. Tonight, they decided. Tonight, Benoit Picard has one accident too many. Chapter 11. Arrival at Karnak. The Celestine slowed smoothly beside the eastern bank of the Nile and came to a gentle halt. The air shimmered with heat, carrying the scent of sand, ancient stone, and far-off spices. A line of small launch boats bobbed at the water's edge, waiting to ferry the passengers ashore. The great temple of Karnak loomed in the distance. Towering columns, colossal statues, and avenues of ram-headed sphinxes stretching towards eternity. Even the bickering passengers fell silent at the sight. Benoit Picard clutched the taxidermied falcon under his arm and sighed reverently. "Magnifique," he whispered. It is like walking into the pages of history, if history had better lighting. Moira muttered behind him. And fewer tourists. Disembarkation. The passengers descended the gangplank, each in varying states of enthusiasm. Sir Reginald adjusted his hat with a stiff frown. This sun is intolerable. Lady Eleanor smiled serenely. Oh, hush, Reginald. Egypt deserves a bit of sun. Archibald McTavish squinted at the horizon. I feel like a roast chicken. Moira replied, You feel like a grouch. Charles Harrow gave a low whistle. Impressive sight, huh? Henry Beaumont shot back. Even you cannot ruin Karnak, Harrow. Lillian avoided Isabel's eyes. Isabel avoided Lillian's. And Benoit. Benoit tripped halfway down the gangplank and only survived because a passing crewman instinctively grabbed him by the scarf. Merci, Benoit chirped. The crewman muttered something unprintable in Arabic, a guide with secrets. At the dock, a local Egyptian guide named Mustafa greeted the group with a warm smile and a sharp, observant gaze. Welcome, welcome, my honored guests, he said. Today we walk through the temple of Amun-Ra, the great house of the gods. Benoit leaned forward eagerly. Do you know the Hippostyle Hall? It is my favorite place in the world. Mustafa blinked. I am the guide, monsieur. Ah, but I am the enthusiast, Benoit replied proudly. Moira whispered to Eleanor, I give him 3 minutes before he annoys the life out of that poor man. Eleanor replied, 2, I think. Mustafa continued, unfazed. There are ancient rumors about this place, stories of power, envy, and betrayal. At the word betrayal, several passengers stiffened. Mustafa did not miss it. He led them along a dusty path towards the entrance of the vast temple complex among the giants. The moment they stepped into the hypostyle hall, even the most jaded traveller froze. Hundreds of stone columns rose like a petrified forest, each carved with hieroglyphics, each towering high above the heads of the passengers. Golden sunlight spilled through openings in the roof, painting geometric patches of light across the sandy floor. Benoit stood in awe. It is perfect, he whispered. Completely perfect. Mustafa smiled. The ancient Egyptians believed these columns connected earth to heaven. Moira elbowed Archibald. Look, dear, heaven's had a refurbishment. Archibald grumbled. Just get me back to the shade. Mustafa continued. This hall also has a legend, that if you stand in it with your enemies, the truth will echo between the stones. Henri snorted. Charles snorted back. Both wives stepped between them instinctively. Benoit, oblivious, wandered toward a central column, humming. A warning in the dust. As the group moved deeper into the hall, Benoit paused. On the sand near his feet lay something faint but deliberate. A footprint. But not just any footprint. Crew shoes, the specific crepe-soled pattern worn by the staff of the Celestine, and covering part of the print was a thin smear of black soot. Benoit crouched, examining it. Smoke residue, he whispered. Like the coat. His pulse quickened. Someone had come here earlier. Someone who shouldn't have. He looked around. The group was moving on. The guide was talking about pharaohs and dynasties. No one noticed him, except Henry Beaumont, standing a few paces away, watching Benoit with narrow eyes. You seem very interested in the dirt, Picard, Henri said. Benoit straightened. Yes, dirt tells you stories. You just have to listen. Henri sneered. Most people prefer listening to facts. Well, facts are just dirt with certificates, Benoit replied cheerfully. Henri blinked, unsure how to respond. Two passengers wander off. Moira nudged Eleanor. Where's Lillian? Eleanor glanced around. Lillian Harrow was no longer with the group, and neither was Isabelle Beaumont. Oh dear, Eleanor whispered. Reginald said sharply, Charles, do you know where your wife went? Charles looked around, alarm growing. She was just here. Henri snapped. Isabelle, too. Archibald muttered. That's suspicious. Moira added. That's very suspicious. Mustapha turned. Please stay together. These ruins can be disorienting. Charles ignored him and strode into the maze of columns. Henri followed, fists clenched. Eleanor whispered to Benoit, Should we go after them? Benoit nodded. Yes, I have a feeling. Hidden among the stones. Lillian Harrow had not gone far. She stood alone between two massive pillars, face pale, breath shaky. Isabelle Beaumont stood opposite her, arms folded, expression icy. Neither spoke for a moment. Then Isabelle said quietly, You shouldn't have come here. Lillian replied, You think I had a choice? You always have a choice. Lillian shook her head. Isabelle stepped closer. You ruined everything once. You cannot ruin this, too. Lillian whispered, I didn't ruin anything. You blamed me because it was easier than blaming him. Isabelle's jaw clenched. You know nothing. You told your husband lies about me, Lillian said, voice trembling. And now we're both paying the price. Isabelle glared. I have nothing more to say to you. She turned and froze. Because Benoit Picard stumbled between them, clutching the falcon. Bonjour, are you having a private conversation? Because I fell over a rock and now I am part of it. Both women jumped. Benoit! Lillian exclaimed. Benoit, Isabelle hissed. Benoit smiled brightly. This place echoes. Did you know that? If you whisper croissant, you hear croissant back. He demonstrated. Croissant. Echo. Croissant. But something else echoed too. A footstep. Not theirs. Heavy. Close. Benoit's smile faded. Someone is here, he whispered. A shadow moves. A figure slipped behind a distant column. Charles's voice rang out. Lillian! Henry shouted, Isabelle! Both men appeared between monuments of stone, rushing toward their wives, but the shadow retreated. Fast. Benoit shouted, There! Someone is watching us! Charles ran in that direction. Henri followed. But when they reached the far row of columns, there was no one. Just silence. Just dust. Just the ancient stones looking down, patient and unspeaking. Mustapha arrives with urgency. The guide hurried over, out of breath. Please do not wander. These temples are not safe unless we stay together. Charles snapped. Someone was spying on us. Henry added. A man in a black coat. Mustapha frowned. All crew remained with the ship, he said. No, Benoit insisted. I saw footsteps from the crew, and soot, and a coat, and a possibility of a coat wearer. Mustapha blinked. A possibility? Yes, Benoit said. He is like smoke. He moves quickly. He sees everything. Eleanor murmured. He's following us. Moira crossed her arms. He's hunting us. Mustapha raised both hands. No one is hunting anyone. Please. The temples play tricks on the mind. But even he didn't sound convinced. As they returned toward the entrance. The group walked closer together than before. Even the feuding couples stayed near one another, distrust thick between them. As they reached the open air outside the hypostyle hall, Benoit stopped. He knelt. He picked up a small object, a wooden bead, smooth, polished, familiar. He turned it in his palm. It belonged to the coat. He whispered, "He was here." And behind a distant column, unseen by any of them, a figure watched with cold intent. Tonight, the mastermind vowed silently, no more mistakes. Chapter 12. A Night of Heavy Shadows. By the time the passengers boarded the Celestine again, the sun had begun its slow descent behind the western dunes. Egypt glowed with the deep, burnished colors of approaching dusk, gold melting into amber, then blood-red, then violet. But the beauty of the evening was lost on the travelers. They returned to the ship as a tight cluster, each glancing behind them far too often. Even the crew sensed the tension. The usual cheerful chatter was replaced with clipped orders and hurried footsteps. Only Benoit seemed somewhat himself, though even he held his taxidermied falcon with unusual protectiveness, as though it were a sacred charm. The captain has enough. The captain met them at the gangway, posture rigid, eyes alert. "I have been informed," he said, "that there were incidents at the temple, chasing shadows, separating from the group, possible trespassers." Henry snapped. "Not possible. Real. Someone was following us." Charles folded his arms. "And I intend to know who." The captain's jaw tightened. "There are no unauthorized persons on board my ship. I have checked the manifest. Twice." Reginald grumbled. "Your crew uniforms leave a lot to be desired. Anyone could borrow a coat." The captain's gaze sharpened. "A crew uniform is not so easily borrowed, sir." Benoit raised a hand. "Oh, but someone did," he said cheerfully. "I found soot, footsteps, a bead, a coat, and also myself lost briefly in a corridor." The captain sighed heavily. "Yes, I heard." Moira stepped forward. "Listen, Captain. You clearly haven't grasped this situation." "Oh, I have," he replied coolly. "Far better than you think." That silenced even Moira. The captain looked over the group. "I am doubling patrols tonight. I advise you all to stay in your cabins after dinner." Archibald frowned. "Do you expect an incident?" "I expect people to obey instructions," the captain said. Then he walked off briskly. Dinner under a cloud. The dining saloon that night was a very different place from the glittering room of their first evening. Half the window shades were drawn. The lights seemed dimmer. The soft orchestra music had been cancelled. A cold breeze passed through a slightly open porthole, and the passengers sat much, much closer together. Lady Eleanor whispered to Lillian, "This feels like the Titanic, only without the band." Lillian managed a weak smile. Charles kept glaring at the doorway. Henry kept glaring at Charles. Moira kept glaring at everyone. Archibald kept glaring only at Moira, less safe. And Isabel seemed to float above it all, calm and unreadable. When the steward tried pouring wine, 4 hands stopped him at once. He blinked. "No wine?" "No," the table chorused. Benoit raised a finger. "I will have some, please." 8 voices shouted, "No, Benoit!" He lowered his hand, looking mildly offended. "Very well. I shall respect the communal paranoia." A small but important accident. Halfway through the meal, Benoit dropped his fork. That was nothing new. But as he bent to pick it up, he heard something unusual beneath the table, a metallic clink, soft, deliberate. He reached out his hand. His fingers touched something cold. He pulled it out. A metal key. Old, slim, brass, tag attached. He lifted it slowly, and the tag swung into candlelight. Cabin 14, storage. Moira gasped. Where did that come from? It was taped under the table, Benoit whispered. Reginald leaned closer. You mean, hidden? Yes, very recently. Charles frowned. What's in cabin 14? Isabel replied quietly. Storage, for supplies, tools, spare equipment. Henri added, and access to the lower deck corridors. Benoit nodded. It is a clue, an invitation. Someone wants us to find something. Charles muttered, or someone wants us to go exactly where they want us. Moira shivered. Well, I'm not going down there. Before anyone could agree or disagree, the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then stabilized. Lillian whispered, I don't like this. No one did. Later, that night. Following the captain's instructions, the passengers returned to their cabins. Reginald double-locked their door. Moira insisted on placing a chair against hers. Charles argued with Lillian for several minutes before finally agreeing to keep the lights on. Henri smoked 3 cigarettes in silence, window open. Isabel brushed her hair quietly, untroubled. And Benoit Picard? Benoit sat in his robe, taxidermied falcon on his bed, studying the key. He whispered theatrically, Should I go find answers, or should I respect the captain? The falcon stared. Benoit nodded. Yes, I agree. Adventure calls. He stood, slipped on his shoes and pocketed the key. Footsteps in the lower deck. Cabin 14 was located deep in the belly of the ship, far below the passenger suites. The corridors down there were narrow, dim, and filled with the hum of machinery. Pipes rattled softly overhead. Shadows hung like cobwebs. Benoit moved cautiously, lantern in hand. He reached cabin 14. The door was locked. He inserted the brass key. It turned smoothly. Benoit pushed the door open and froze. Inside cabin 14, it was not storage. Not normal storage. Papers covered a small desk, maps, passenger lists, diagrams of cabin placement, notes in hurried handwriting. On the wall, pinned in a neat row. Photographs. The Whitcombs, the McTavishes, the Harrows, the Beaumonts. Red pencil circles around certain faces. Arrows, dates. And at the very end, a new photograph. Benoit Picard. Circled twice. Benoit whispered, "Oh dear." He stepped closer. Every connection between the couples was mapped. Debts, affairs, business feuds, old betrayals, motives. This was no coincidence. This was a plan. A precise, calculated plan to bring these people together and destroy them. But then Benoit spotted something else. The most recent note on the table. He read it aloud in a trembling voice. "Tonight, begin Phase 2. Remove Picard." Benoit squeaked, "Remove me! I am not even part of the feud." Footsteps echoed outside the room. Heavy. Approaching. Too close. Benoit extinguished the lantern instantly. Darkness swallowed the tiny room. The doorknob turned. Benoit held his breath. The door opened. A silhouette filled the doorway. Tall. Still. Watching. Benoit clutched the taxidermied falcon to his chest like a shield. The figure stepped inside. One slow step. Another. They reached out. Benoit's eyes squeezed shut. Then a loud clang echoed. The figure swayed. Collapsed. Benoit opened his eyes. A crewman lay unconscious on the floor. Standing behind him, holding a metal wrench, was Moira McTavish. "Honestly," she said, wiping her brow, "you wander off more than my husband's common sense." Benoit blinked. "Moira, you followed me?" "Aye," she growled. "Somebody has to keep you alive." She looked around the room. Her eyes widened. "Saints preserve us. What is all this?" Benoit swallowed hard. "Moira, I think we've found the mastermind's nest." And overhead, soft as a whisper, a faint click sounded. A camera shutter closing. Someone watching. Someone unseen. The mastermind. Now aware their secret room had been discovered, and that Benoit Picard had to be dealt with sooner than planned. Chapter 13. The Mastermind Reacts. High above the lower deck, hidden behind a ventilation grate, a shadowed figure lowered a compact camera and hissed through their teeth. Benoit Picard and Moira McTavish. In the room, with the evidence, with the map, with everything. The plan was accelerating too quickly. The figure clenched their jaw. "So, they have found my nest." Their voice was barely a whisper, but they will not understand it. Not yet. And Benoit Picard, he is becoming a real problem. A steely resolve settled in their eyes. If the couples do not destroy one another, then perhaps I must encourage things more directly. They pocketed the camera and disappeared into the darkness of the ship with a purpose sharpened like a blade. Meanwhile, in the hidden room, Benoit crouched beside the unconscious crewman, poking his cheek gently. "I hope he is only mostly unconscious," Benoit whispered. Moira folded her arms. "He'll live. I hit him on the jacket, not the skull. I'm not a barbarian." She nudged the man with her shoe, not sure he deserved such kindness. Benoit stood, took a deep breath, and examined the wall of photographs again. "Moira, look," He pointed at a paper pinned beside the photographs, a page full of angry scribbles and underlined words. Moira stepped closer, squinting. It read, Phase 1, Panic, Distrust, Small Threats, Test Reactions. Phase 2, Direct Provocation, Force Confrontation, Remove Weak Link, Remove Picard. Benoit swallowed. Weak link, he squeaked. Am I the weak link? Moira shrugged. You're one of them. One of them, Benoit said, horrified. But I do not even link. She shook her head. No, Benoit. You're ruining the mastermind's neat little plan. You're stopping everything from escalating. You're interference. Benoit blinked several times. Oh, that is somewhat flattering. No, it isn't. Oh, then it is terrifying. Much better, Moira said, the awakening. A groan came from the floor. The crewman's eyes fluttered open. Moira grabbed Benoit by the elbow and pulled him behind her. Stay back, she whispered. The crewman lifted his head, groggy. You shouldn't be here. Moira glared down at him. Aye, and neither should you be trying to break the Whitcomb's door in the middle of the night. The man winced. That wasn't my idea. Whose idea was it? Benoit demanded. Tell us. Are you the mastermind? The man let out a breathless laugh. Me? No, I'm just a messenger. Messenger for whom? Moira pressed. The man hesitated, and swallowed. But before he could answer, a distant metallic clang echoed through the corridor outside. Then another. Fast, moving, coming towards them. Moira stiffened. Someone's coming. The crewman's eyes widened. Not good, not good. Benoit panicked. What do we do? Moira grabbed his hand. We run. A narrow escape. Moira dragged Benoit out of the cabin, lantern in hand. The corridor was dim, pipes hissing overhead like angry snakes. Behind them, the door to cabin 14 creaked open. Someone stepped inside. But they didn't find Moira or Benoit. They found the crewman. For a split second, the crewman's voice echoed in terror. No, wait. Then, a heavy thud. A strangled gasp. Silence. Moira clapped her hand over Benoit's mouth as he tried to scream. They pressed themselves into a shadowed alcove, hearts hammering. Footsteps approached, slow, deliberate, confident. The mastermind stepped into view, only their silhouette visible, tall, cloaked, controlled. Moira held her breath. The figure paused, listened. Then disappeared down the corridor. Only when the footsteps faded entirely did Moira move again. She released Benoit's mouth. Benoit whispered fiercely, We must tell the captain. No, Moira snapped, grabbing his shoulders. We tell no one. Not yet. Why not? Because whoever is doing this, they have influence. They have the crew scared. And they have access to every part of this ship. If we expose ourselves now, she pointed towards cabin 14, we end up like him. Benoit shuddered violently. Moira, they killed him. He had answers. Yes. And he died for them. Benoit swallowed. What do we do now? Moira took a steadying breath. We come up with a plan. One better than theirs. And what is the plan? Benoit asked. Moira's jaw set with grim determination. We stay alive long enough to find out who's behind this. Benoit nodded. Yes. Yes. Stay alive. I like this plan. And we keep our mouths shut until we know who we can trust. Benoit nodded again. Correct. No mouths. Very silent. Moira smirked. Good. Let's get you back to your cabin before you trip over something deadly. Benoit clutched the falcon tightly. Yes, safety first. They crept back through the corridor, lantern flickering. But as they disappeared around a bend, a shadow moved behind them. Watching, waiting, and whispering. Phase 2 begins now. Chapter 14. A plan set in motion. By the time Benoit and Moira slipped back into the passenger decks, the ship had grown eerily quiet. Not peacefully quiet. No, more like a theatre, moments before the curtain rises on a tragedy. Carpets swallowed their footsteps, lanterns flickered with soft golden light. Every shadow seemed to lean a little closer. Moira stopped near the staircase and grabbed Benoit's sleeve. Right, she whispered. We say nothing. Not to the captain, not to the others, not even to my husband. He's a lovely man, but he gossips like a barmaid. Benoit nodded solemnly. No saying anything, except to Anubis. He held up the falcon. Because he does not judge. Moira rubbed her temples. Aye. Well, try to keep it that way. From behind a half-open door down the hall came the unmistakable sound of raised voices. Moira stiffened. Trouble. Benoit whispered, I shall peek. No. But he was already tiptoeing toward the noise, leaning dramatically sideways like a cartoon detective. Moira followed with a resigned sigh. Raised voices in the lounge. The door to the small cocktail lounge was ajar. Inside, the atmosphere was hotter than the Egyptian sun. Charles Harrow stood at one end of the room, fists clenched. Henri Beaumont stood at the other, equally tense. Their wives hovered between them. Lillian anxious, Isabel icy. Sir Reginald and Eleanor sat in armchairs like spectators at a theatre performance they wished they hadn't attended. Archibald McTavish lurked behind the bar, clearly attempting to hide his massive frame behind a whiskey bottle. Charles snarled, You followed her. Admit it. Henri's jaw twitched. I followed my wife. You followed yours. Neither of us was following that pathetic man who lurks about in the shadows. You watch your mouth, Charles snapped. Oh, Henri replied smoothly. You are offended because you have a guilty conscience? Benoit gasped softly. Moira elbowed him. Shh! Charles took a threatening step forward. Henri didn't move. Both of you stop, Lillian whispered urgently. Yes, do, Isabel added, although her tone was less plea and more command. Charles jabbed a finger at Henri. You've hated me for years, ever since that business with your vineyard. Henri's nostrils flared. You destroyed my livelihood. I rebuilt everything from ash. You sabotaged the deal first, Charles countered. That, Henri snapped, is a lie. Reginald cleared his throat loudly. Gentlemen, please, we're all in mortal danger here. Could we save the brawling for after we survive? Henri and Charles ignored him. Moira leaned toward Benoit. They're going to kill each other. No, Benoit whispered. No killing. That is what the mastermind wants. Moira nodded grimly. Aye. And look, it's working. The tension in the room thickened like steam. One wrong word, one push, one spark, and fists would fly. Benoit realized he must act, immediately, heroically, preferably without falling over. Benoit intervenes, sort of. He burst into the room. "Stop!" Everyone jumped. Charles swung around. "Picard?" Henri groaned. "Of course." Benoit raised his hands dramatically. "We must not fight. Not here. Not now. Not even a little." Charles scowled. "Benoit, this is none of your—" "Yes, it is," Benoit insisted. "You see, fighting leads to arguing. Arguing leads to chaos. Chaos leads to murder. And murder leads to someone having to fill out paperwork. And I am terrible with paperwork." Henri blinked. "That is the worst logic I've ever heard." "Thank you," Benoit said proudly. Moira stepped forward and crossed her arms. "He's right, you fools. Someone is trying to pit us against each other." Charles squinted. "What do you mean? Someone?" Moira hesitated. Benoit stepped in quickly. "She means the heat. The heat is making us all mad." Moira shot him a glare. He whispered fiercely, "Remember, say nothing." She rolled her eyes but kept silent. Reginald stood, smoothing his jacket. "Well, whoever pushed us toward this fiasco, they're succeeding." Eleanor nodded. "And if we let this continue, we'll tear ourselves apart." Henri gripped the back of a chair. "Then we must not give the enemy what he wants." Charles exhaled slowly. "Fine. No more shouting." "Good," Isabel said sharply. It was becoming tiresome. Lillian tugged Charles's sleeve. "Let's go. I need air." Henry muttered something in French about incompetent Americans. Charles muttered something in English about arrogant Frenchmen. But both men backed down. For now. After the others leave. Reginald and Eleanor retreated to their suite. Charles and Lillian walked out silently. Henry and Isabel vanished down the corridor in frosty unison. Only Moira, Archibald, and Benoit remained. Moira exhaled heavily. That was close. Archibald leaned on the bar. Another minute and someone would have gone through a window. Moira turned to Benoit. "Well done. Your ridiculous entrance saved them." Benoit bowed. "Merci. I call it heroic confusion." Moira shook her head. "Don't get used to praise." But there was genuine gratitude in her eyes. A private warning. As they left the lounge, Archibald tugged Moira aside. "Moira, what's going on?" She hesitated, then kissed his cheek and said softly, "I'll tell you when I know for sure." She walked away before he could reply. Archibald frowned deeply. Something wasn't right, and his wife was in the middle of it. A shadow sets the stage. Later, as the ship settled into uneasy nighttime quiet, the mastermind stood on the upper deck, watching the dark water curl past the hull. The temple had rattled the passengers. The confrontation in the lounge had nearly tipped them into violence. Picard had interfered. Again. The mastermind tightened their grip on the railing. "Enough."
Tonight, the plan moved forward.
They reached into their coat, pulled out a small folded note, and slipped it under a cabin door. A door belonging to a passenger with a very short temper. A note that read, "I know what you did. Meet me on the observation deck at midnight, alone, or everyone else will know too." A trap baited and waiting. The question was simple. Would the passenger fall for it? And would Benoit Picard manage, somehow stupidly, clumsily, to get in the way again? The mastermind smiled coldly. Not this time. Tonight would be different. Tonight, the game truly began. Chapter 15. The Midnight Trap. Midnight approached with a strange, expectant quiet. The Celestine glided through the Nile under a velvet sky. The moon stretched thin like a silver blade across the water. Not a sound disturbed the stillness. Not footsteps, not conversation, not even the usual gentle creak of shipboard life. The passengers had all retired hours earlier, or so it appeared, because one cabin door, one specific door, opened slowly, silently. And out stepped Charles Harrow. The note takes effect. Charles held the folded message in his hand. He had read it a dozen times. A dozen times he had felt heat rise beneath his collar. "I know what you did." No signature, no explanation. Just a threat. And Charles Harrow was not a man who reacted well to threats. He glanced down the corridor. Empty. The lights dimmed to night mode. Carpets muffled every footstep. He inhaled slowly, squared his shoulders, and began making his way toward the upper observation deck. His jaw was clenched. His fists were tighter still. Someone had set him up, and he intended to find out who. Meanwhile, in another cabin, Benoit Picard was not asleep. He sat cross-legged on his bed, robe wrapped around him, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. The taxidermied falcon sat on the pillow beside him, like a disapproving roommate. Benoit whispered, "I should sleep. Yes, sleep is good. Very good. But also, someone wants to kill me, or remove me, which is very inconvenient." He paused. The falcon stared. "I agree. Sleep is overrated." He swung his legs off the bed. "I shall make some chamomile tea. Tea solves everything." He grabbed his lantern and opened his door. Just in time to see Charles Harrow disappearing up the staircase, alone at midnight, with the posture of a man expecting trouble. Benoit gasped. "Oh no, oh no, no, no." He clutched the falcon, whispered dramatically, "We must follow him," and then tripped over his own slippers. Again. On the observation deck. The observation deck stretched quietly across the stern of the ship, open to the sky, bathed in moonlight. Wisps of cool night air drifted across the polished boards. Charles Harrow stepped out cautiously. The river below glimmered like ink. He scanned the deck. Empty. Except a tall figure stood near the railings, cloaked in shadow. Motionless. Charles stiffened. "Did you send the note?" he demanded. The figure didn't move. Charles marched closer. "No games. You wanted to talk? Fine, let's talk." Still no reply. Charles's anger edged toward fear. "Answer me!" he barked. The figure finally turned its head. Slowly. Deliberately. Charles swallowed. Then the figure stepped forward, one step, and raised something in its hand. In the moonlight, metal gleamed. A wrench? A pipe? A weapon? Charles staggered back. "You!" The figure lunged. Charles stumbled to the side, fast enough to avoid the blow, not fast enough to stay balanced. He slammed into the railing with a grunt. The figure advanced again, weapon raised. Charles shouted, "What do you want?" No answer. Only another step. And another. Intervention by accident, part 742. Benoit Picard burst onto the deck. Not quietly. "Charles, stop! Or don't stop! I mean, hello!" Charles jumped. The attacker froze. Benoit, panting, robe flapping in the wind, held his lantern up, and instantly stepped straight into a coil of rope left by a crewman. His legs tangled. He staggered. The lantern swung. He pinwheeled. And then he collided directly with the attacker. The lantern flew. The weapon clattered. The figure stumbled backwards. Straight into a deck chair that Benoit had knocked askew. The chair slid. The attacker lost balance and toppled to the deck with a heavy thud, cloak tangling around them. Benoit fell on top of them, yelling, "I am very sorry, whoever you are." Charles gaped. What? What just happened? Benoit pushed himself up, dazed. "I came to stop the violence, and instead I created a new kind of violence." The attacker groaned beneath him. Benoit scrambled away, tugging at the cloak. Charles strode over and yanked it fully free. Underneath, dash, dash. The attacker was revealed. Charles inhaled sharply. Benoit gasped even louder. And both of them whispered the same name. No, it can't be. But it was. The unconscious attacker was one of the ship's senior officers. Not a junior crewman. Not a random sailor. A man with access to every deck, every cabin, every schedule, every passenger. Charles grabbed Benoit's arm. This isn't just mischief anymore. Someone high up is involved. Benoit nodded, frightened. Yes, and whoever they answered to is even higher. Then both men froze, because the lantern light flickered, as though someone else had just stepped onto the deck. Someone watching? Someone unseen. A whisper drifted along the wind. Phase 2. And then silence. Charles swallowed. "Benoit, we need help." Benoit whispered back. "No. We need allies." Charles frowned. "Allies?" Benoit nodded fiercely. "Yes, because the enemy already has theirs." Behind them, far down the shadowed staircase, a figure stood just out of sight, and smiled. Tonight had not gone according to plan. But the couples were rattled. Suspicion was blooming. Violence was inches away. And Benoit Picard, though infuriating, was only delaying the inevitable. The mastermind knew. Tomorrow would be decisive. Tomorrow someone would snap, unless Benoit interfered again, and they fully intended to stop him. Chapter 16. The Officer Awakens. The unconscious officer lay sprawled across the deck, his face pale beneath the lantern glow. Benoit knelt beside him, patting his cheek with the urgency of a man trying to resuscitate a baguette. "Wake up, monsieur. Please. I do not wish to explain this in the morning. I am already very confused." Charles paced back and forth, running a hand through his hair. "I cannot believe this. A senior officer. What's next? The captain himself delivering poison with the consommé." Benoit paused. "Do you think?" "No," Charles barked. "I was being sarcastic." "Oh, good," Benoit muttered, "because I do not think sarcasm is helpful at the moment." The officer groaned. He rolled onto his side, wincing, clutching his ribs. Charles grabbed him by the collar. "Why were you attacking me? Who sent you?" The officer coughed weakly. "You weren't supposed to fight back." "That is not an answer," Charles snapped. Benoit leaned closer. "Did you write the note?" The officer shook his head painfully. "No, I just delivered it." "To who?" Charles demanded. The officer hesitated, then whispered, "Orders. Come from above." Charles glared. "The captain?" The officer's eyes went wide. "No! Higher!" "Higher?" Benoit repeated. "We are on a boat. There is no higher." The officer winced. "I mean, someone above him." Benoit gasped. "Above the captain? What is above the captain? A pharaoh?" "No." The officer grunted softly. "A passenger." Charles froze. "What?" "One of you." Both men stared at him. Then at each other. Then back at him. "A passenger," Benoit whispered. "One of the 8 of us." The officer nodded weakly. Benoit sat back, trembling. "The mastermind is on this deck." Charles took a slow, shaky breath. "And we've been eating dinner with them." A sudden noise startled all three, a metallic clank from the stairs. Charles tensed. "Is someone coming?" Benoit shook his head. "No, someone is listening." The officer struggled to rise. "I need to warn you. The plan, it's escalating. Tonight was the start." Charles grabbed his shoulder. "Start of what?" The officer swallowed hard. "Phase 2. The captain arrives." Before the officer could say more, the deck door swung open with force. The captain stormed in, flanked by 2 crewmen carrying lanterns. "What's the meaning of this?" he demanded. Charles stepped forward, furious. "Your officer attacked me. He tried to kill me." The captain's eyes darkened. He looked at the officer, then at the weapon lying on the deck. "This is a serious accusation." "It's not an accusation," Charles snapped. "It's a fact. Ask Benoit." But the officer suddenly sat upright and glared. Then, in a strained but deliberate voice, he said, "I didn't attack anyone. I slipped." Charles froze. Benoit blinked. "What? That is not true. I saw you—" The officer yelled hoarsely, "I slipped, that's all!" Charles stared in disbelief. "You lying little—" The captain cut him off. "Enough. My officer says he slipped, unless you have proof otherwise." "We do!" Benoit exclaimed. "Charles was here because of a note. Someone lured him." The officer interrupted loudly. "No note! He's lying!" Charles lunged at him, but the captain blocked him. "Gentlemen, stop this at once!" Benoit waved his arms desperately. "But the note! The weapon! The captain raised a hand sharply. "I will resolve this internally. Both of you return to your cabins immediately." "But—" "Immediately." Benoit and Charles stared at one another. The officer's eyes flicked to Benoit, cold, warning. Charles clenched his jaw. "This isn't over." The captain nodded curtly. "No, Mr. Harrow, it isn't," back in the corridor. Benoit and Charles walked in tense silence. Halfway down the hallway, Charles stopped. "Benoit, you must believe me." "I do," Benoit said softly. Charles pinched the bridge of his nose. "This officer, he's covering for someone." "Yes," Benoit agreed. "He is scared. Charles turned sharply. Of who? Benoit swallowed. The same person we are. The mastermind. Charles leaned in. You said he told you the mastermind is one of us. Yes. Charles scanned the empty hallway. Then we need to figure out which one. Benoit nodded. Yes. But quietly. If the mastermind learns we know, they will accelerate the plan. Charles's eyes hardened. Let them try. Benoit's cabin. When Benoit entered his cabin, he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. He set the falcon down. He sat on his bed. And he whispered, one of them, one of the passengers, one of the couples. His heart hammered. He thought of Eleanor's calm intelligence, Reginald's uptight nerves, Moira's sharp wit, Archibald's soft heart, Lillian's secrets, Charles's temper, Isabel's icy calm, Henri's simmering fury. Any of them. All of them. He shivered. Then he looked at the taxidermied falcon. I must be clever now. Very clever. The falcon stared back, silently. Benoit sighed. Oh dear. I am not clever. Then a soft whisper slid under his door. Literally. A piece of paper pushed from the hallway. Benoit froze. He reached for it slowly, unfolded it with trembling hands. The message read, Stay out of this, Picard, or the next midnight will be your last. Benoit stared at the words, then whispered, Oh no, this is very bad. He trembled, then straightened. No, you do not get to frighten Benoit Picard. He crumpled the paper in his hand. I am going to solve this, even if I trip over every step of the way. But as he extinguished his lantern and climbed into bed, he didn't see the shadow moving outside his porthole, or the hand pressed against the glass, or the whisper that drifted through the night. Tomorrow, someone finally dies. Except tomorrow, they wouldn't. Because Benoit, whether by accident or luck, was about to ruin every murderous plan the mastermind had. Chapter 17. Dinner with a Loaded Silence. Morning came and went without much movement from the passengers. Some stayed locked in their cabins, some paced, some whispered behind closed doors. Everyone waited for something to happen, because something had to happen. It was written in their tense shoulders, their darting eyes, their clipped sentences. Even the Nile seemed to drift more slowly, as if holding its breath. By the time evening arrived, the atmosphere aboard the Celestine was tighter than a noose. Dinner was announced. Nobody wanted to go. But nobody dared refuse either. The tense gathering. The dining room had been polished to glittering perfection, as though appearances alone could hide the tension suffocating the room. Silverware sparkled, candles flickered, wine glasses stood empty, by unanimous decision. Reginald and Eleanor entered first, Moira and Archibald next. Henri and Isabel glided in with icy elegance. Charles and Lillian arrived last, both stiff as statues. And finally, Benoit Picard, wearing a slightly crumpled suit and an expression of determined terror. He bowed to the table. Bonsoir, everyone. I am alive. Moira muttered, A miracle. Benoit took his seat, hands tightly clasped on the table. Nobody spoke. Nobody smiled. Not even Eleanor, who seemed too preoccupied watching every doorway. A single steward circulated the table with the appetizers. Soft, cautious movements, eyes lowered. Nobody touched a thing. Lillian breaks the silence. After several long minutes, Lillian cleared her throat softly. It was the gentlest of sounds, but in the silence it cracked like a whip. I think we should talk. Charles stiffened. Lillian. She raised a hand. No. Enough hiding. Enough pretending nothing is happening. Someone tried to kill my husband last night. Henri scoffed. He slipped. Charles glared. Tell your lapdog to say that again without hissing it this time. Henri bristled. My lapdog? My officer? Don't insult my intelligence. Eleanor cut across the argument sharply. Mr. Beaumont. Charles. Please. This is not the moment to... Yes, it is, Lillian said. It's exactly the moment. She turned to Benoit. Benoit, you saw what happened. Tell them. Benoit froze with his fork halfway to his mouth. Me? Yes, Charles said firmly. You're the only one they all believe. Moira elbowed Archibald. I told you he'd end up in the middle. Benoit swallowed. Very well. I shall be brave. He stood up, cleared his throat, and tried to look competent. Last night, Charles went to the observation deck because he received a note. Henri rolled his eyes. A note that no one has seen. Benoit reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Because I forgot to give it to the captain. Eleanor pinched the bridge of her nose. Oh dear. Benoit placed it on the table. Charles read aloud, I know what you did. Meet me at midnight. Eleanor whispered, That's chilling. Moira muttered, I'd have ignored it. I don't meet anyone after dark unless there's cake. Benoit raised a finger. Then the officer arrived and attacked Charles. With this. He placed the weapon, now wrapped safely in a napkin, on the table. Isabel stared at it. Reginald leaned forward, horrified. Henry scowled. How do we know Picard didn't plant this? Moira exploded instantly. Oh, shut up, Henri. Benoit can barely plant his own feet. Thank you, Benoit said politely. Lillian stood. We are being manipulated. Every single one of us. Eleanor nodded gravely. It's true. Someone knows our history, our secrets, every grudge. Archibald said softly, Someone wants us rattled. Charles added, Someone wants one of us to snap. All eyes turned to Henri. Even his own wife glanced at him. Henri slammed his hand on the table. I have not harmed anyone. But the flicker of rage in his eyes did him no favors. The captain appears. The door opened. The captain strode in. Everyone's breath caught. He surveyed the tense table. I hear there were accusations made this morning. Charles stood. Yes, your officer tried to kill me. The captain shook his head curtly. He denies it. Benoit raised a timid hand. I do not deny it. I wasn't talking to you, the captain said dryly. He placed both hands behind his back. I have ordered the officer confined to crew quarters until further notice. Henri burst out, You can't trust Picard's story. The captain replied with ice in his voice. Actually, Mr. Beaumont, I trust Picard far more than I trust some of the passengers. Gasps rippled around the table. Moira sat back, impressed. Oh, this is getting juicy. Henri stood abruptly. You accuse us? I accuse no one, the captain said. Yet... Silence. Tight, suffocating. Then the captain leaned forward. "But I will tell you one thing. The danger is not coming from my crew." He swept his eyes across the passengers. "It's coming from you." The reveal that shakes the table. Reginald sputtered. "This is absurd. We are respectable." "No," the captain interrupted. "You are targets." Moira frowned. "Targets? For who?" The captain reached into his coat, pulled out something, a sheet of paper. He placed it at the center of the table. "Found this today, hidden in a supply locker." The passengers leaned in. The paper showed 8 names, their names, each circled, each annotated, each linked by arrows, red lines, notes. Charles whispered, "This is the same diagram as the secret room." Benoit went pale. The captain continued, "I don't know who is doing this, but I know one thing." He tapped the paper. "The person behind all this is one of you." The passengers froze. Isabel's breathing hitched. Lillian blinked back tears. Reginald turned white. Moira whispered, "I knew it." Benoit trembled. "Which means," the captain added, "none of you are safe. Not from each other, and not from whoever the mastermind is." He stepped back. "I strongly advise all of you to stay together tonight." Then he left. Silence. Total silence. The kind that throbbed. 8 people sat at a table suddenly too small, too close, too intimate. 8 people, each with a motive. 8 people, each with secrets. 8 people, each now suspecting one another. And among them, one mastermind, one puppeteer, one killer in waiting. Benoit sat slowly and whispered, "Oh dear, this is very, very bad." He was right, because now paranoia had finally taken root, and the mastermind smiled in the dark, knowing the passengers themselves would now do half the work. Chapter 18. The Storm Before the Storm. The dinner table broke apart slowly, like cracking ice. Chairs scraped the floor, voices rose in anxious murmurs, and every movement felt sharp and suspicious. The passengers drifted into small clusters, couples retreating into their own corners, clutching at each other yet afraid of each other at the same time. No one wanted to leave the room. No one felt safe staying. No one knew what to do next. Except Benoit Picard, who stood frozen in place like a decorative statue someone had forgotten to dust. Moira grabbed his sleeve. "Come on, Benoit. Move before someone mistakes you for a coat rack." But Benoit didn't move. He whispered, "One of them is the mastermind. I have eaten soup with a mastermind." Moira exhaled. Well, you've eaten soup with worse. Come on." She dragged him out of the dining room. Tension in the corridor. The hallway outside the dining room crackled with the leftover static of fear. Couples whispered in low, tense tones. Doors opened and shut quickly. No laughter. No idle chatter. No clinking glasses. The ship had become a floating powder keg. Moira and Benoit reached the central staircase. Benoit whispered, "Moira, what if the captain is right? What if the mastermind is one of them?" Moira stopped, turned, and stared him dead in the eyes. "It is one of them. But which one?" Benoit demanded. Moira shook her head. "That's the problem." Benoit fidgeted. "What if it is Henri?" "It could be." "What if it is Charles?" "Could be." What if it is Reginald? Aye. What if? Moira cut him off bluntly. Benoit, any one of them could have organized this whole mess, and any one of them could have killed that crewman. Benoit swallowed. And any one of them could be trying to kill me. Moira nodded. Yes, that too. Benoit shivered. The falcon seemed to stare at him judgmentally from under his arm. A dangerous suggestion. Archibald appeared at the top of the staircase. He looked pale, worried, barely holding himself together. Moira, a word. Moira hesitated, then stepped aside. Archibald took her hands. Moira, tell me the truth. Are you in danger? Moira's expression softened. I'm fine, Archie. You're not, he said quietly. You've been sneaking around, whispering with Picard. You know more than you're saying. Benoit tried to block the conversation with the falcon, as though it could hide them. Moira sighed. Archie, you need to trust me. That's all. Archibald looked wounded. I do. I just don't want to lose you. Moira squeezed his hand. You won't. But right now, stay close to the others. And whatever you do, don't go wandering. Benoit nodded vigorously. Wandering is my job. You're... What? Archibald asked. Moira dragged Benoit away again before he could explain. The Harrows argument. Down the hall, Charles and Lillian were arguing in hushed, frantic tones. You should have told me, Charles hissed. Lillian shot back. You should have told me too. We're being hunted, Lillian, and you disappear every time something happens. I disappear? You storm off every time someone breathes too loudly. You think Henri? Everyone thinks Henri. Lillian trembled. Charles ran a hand through his hair. I never wanted this, he muttered. I know, Lillian whispered. They stood there for a moment. Two frightened people clinging to each other in a storm they didn't understand. Benoit passed them quietly. He almost offered comfort. Almost. But Moira yanked him away before he could derail the moment with a comment about emotional pastries or cursed soup. The Beaumonts' silence. The Beaumonts stood near their cabin door in absolute stillness. Isabel looked calm. Too calm. Henri looked furious. Always furious. Neither spoke. Neither blinked. Neither acknowledged anyone walking past them. Benoit felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Moira, he whispered. They look like bookends on a haunted shelf. Moira didn't disagree. A meeting in the ship's library. Later that night, Moira hustled Benoit into the small shipboard library, a room lined with glass cabinets of books, deep green carpets, and thick curtains that muffled the sounds of the ship. She shut the door behind them. All right, she said. We need a plan. Benoit nodded vigorously. Yes. A plan to catch the mastermind. Moira paced. We know they're a passenger. We know they've plotted this for months. We know they've tried to kill Charles. And you. Benoit trembled. Yes, me. I am very killable. Moira pointed at him. And you're the reason no one's dead yet. Thank you. That was not a compliment. Oh. Moira lowered her voice. We need to make them slip. Force their hand. How? We make them believe someone knows too much. Benoit blinked rapidly. Someone does know too much. You and me. And also the falcon. Technically. Moira ignored that. We choose one person to play bait. Benoit gasped. Oh, yes, someone brave, clever, mysterious. Moira said, You. Benoit froze. Me? Yes, you. He pointed to himself. Me, or theoretical, metaphorical me. The real you. Benoit swallowed. Oh dear. Moira took his shoulders. The mastermind already wants you dead. Let's use that. You walk somewhere visible, where the killer thinks you're alone. The rest of us hide and watch. Benoit paled. That sounds very dangerous. It is. I don't like it. You're the only one who can do it. I still don't like it. You'll have backup. Benoit exhaled. Fine. But only if the backup is very close. Close enough to catch me if I fall. Which I will. Moira smirked. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you. The mastermind watches. Outside in the hallway, unseen behind a corner, a shadowed figure stood perfectly still. Waiting. Listening. Smiling. So, the mastermind whispered, Picard wishes to play bait. A soft chuckle drifted through the corridor. Very well. Let him. They turned away, footsteps silent as a stalking cat. Tomorrow, they whispered, his luck finally ends. But they were wrong. Benoit Picard's luck was about to get even worse. Which meant, for everyone else on board, it was about to save their lives. Chapter 19. The bait takes the stage. Dawn crept over the Nile in a haze of soft gold, but the Celestine felt heavier than ever. The passengers moved like ghosts, quiet, hollow-eyed, watching each other as though every glance might reveal guilt. Breakfast passed in a brittle silence. Even Benoit didn't spill anything, which alarmed the others more than if he had set himself on fire. Something was coming. Everyone felt it. Everyone braced for it. And Benoit Picard was preparing to get himself nearly killed on purpose, as Moira phrased it. Final preparations. Moira gathered the group in the ship's library, neutral ground, away from crew ears. The curtains were drawn, the lamps low. As we discussed, Moira began, Benoit's going to act suspicious, make it look like he discovered something important. Something the mastermind can't ignore. Henry leaned back, unimpressed. He always looked suspicious. He couldn't act normal if he tried. True, Moira conceded, but this time it's planned. Benoit raised a timid hand. I have many suspicious faces prepared. He demonstrated several. None were intentional. All were worrying. Reginald sighed. Are we honestly relying on him to lure out a killer? Eleanor shot him a sharp look. Reginald, not now. Charles folded his arms. What exactly is the plan? Moira nodded at Benoit. Go on. Tell them. Benoit cleared his throat. Tonight, he said dramatically, I shall go to the upper observation deck. Alone, in the dark, vulnerable, slightly wobbly. You're always wobbly, Archibald muttered. Yes, but tonight it is strategic wobbling, Benoit said proudly. He continued, I will pretend I am writing down clues. I will mutter loudly. I will wave papers around. I will look like a man about to reveal the truth. Henri snorted. You look like that every time you carry a napkin. I know, Benoit replied solemnly. It is part of my charm. Lillian looked worried. But what if the mastermind actually tries to kill you? Benoit smiled nervously. Oh, that is why Moira insisted you all hide in the shadows, ready to leap like heroic tigers. Moira rolled her eyes, more like startled hamsters, but yes. Isabel raised an eyebrow. And what do we do if we actually catch them? Moira shrugged. Hit them. Hard. Archibald nodded approvingly. Now that I can do. Reginald cleared his throat. I object to this entire idea. It's reckless. Eleanor touched his arm. It's also our best chance. A heavy silence fell. Everyone knew it. Their only chance. Their only plan. Their only bait. The captain has questions. As the group dispersed, the captain appeared at the end of the corridor, arms folded. You're all plotting something, he said flatly. Moira crossed her arms right back. And what if we are? The captain narrowed his eyes. I should remind you, I am responsible for your safety. No offense, Moira said politely. But your ship has delivered us nothing but danger. Reginald nodded. Bodies, threats, notes, attacks. Henri added, and at least one idiot with a wrench. Benoit raised a finger. I believe it was a pipe. The captain exhaled sharply. Whatever you do, keep me informed. Moira lied instantly. Of course. As the captain left, Benoit whispered, Moira, we lied to the captain. Aye, Moira replied. He either knows too little or too much. Benoit gulped. A quiet afternoon before chaos. The day passed with a strange calm, the kind of calm that makes even the air feel nervous. Lillian spent the afternoon writing letters she didn't send. Eleanor read a book without turning any pages. Reginald polished his glasses, despite them being spotless. Henry smoked on deck until the filters gave up. Isabel stared at the water with a face like marble. Charles brooded like a man expecting battle. And Benoit sat on a deck chair rehearsing lines to himself. Aha, I have found you. No, that sounds too confident. Eureka! I know everything. Too dramatic. Oh dear, I know too much and am all alone. Yes, perfect. Moira watched him with a tired expression. Night falls. At dusk, the group met quietly behind the staircase. Lanterns were lit. Shadows gathered. Nobody spoke. Moira stepped forward. This is it. Follow the plan. Stay hidden. Stay ready. Listen for Benoit's cue. What's the cue? Archibald asked. Benoit waved a sheet of paper. I will shout, Eureka! You just said that was too dramatic, Henri muttered. Yes, but it is dramatic enough to save my life, Benoit replied. Eleanor squeezed Lillian's hand. Charles checked the corridor for the 5th time. Reginald muttered something about life insurance. Isabel adjusted her scarf like armor. Moira nodded once. Positions. The group dispersed into the corridors like shadows, leaving one man alone at the top of the staircase, Benoit Picard. He took a deep breath. Okay, be brave, be bold, try not to faint. He marched up the stairs toward the observation deck. He didn't see the shadowy figure slipping silently behind him, nor the second one waiting near the railings, nor the third shape watching from behind the lifeboats. Everyone was ready. Everyone was watching. Everyone was hunting, and Benoit, poor Benoit, whispered to himself, "I truly, absolutely, definitely regret volunteering." The trap was set, and someone was about to spring it. Chapter 20. The Trap Springs. The upper observation deck was bathed in moonlight, silver and cold. The boards creaked softly as Benoit stepped onto them, each step uncertain, theatrical, and, mostly, terrified. He clutched a bundle of papers. He clutched his taxidermied falcon. He clutched his dignity as best he could. "Very well," he whispered to himself. "Here I am, alone, helpless, deliciously vulnerable." He cleared his throat loudly. "Oh dear," he announced in a voice that was far too loud and far too nasal. "I have discovered something terrible. Yes, terrible." He waved the papers above his head dramatically. Below, hidden in the shadows, Charles crouched behind a lifeboat. Moira and Archibald hid behind cargo crates. Lillian hid behind Charles, less useful, but enthusiastic. Henri and Isabel stood behind the staircase. Reginald and Eleanor hid behind a standpipe, whispering prayers. It would have been an excellent ambush if they hadn't all looked like badly disguised garden ornaments. Benoit continued his performance. "I know who the mastermind is, if only someone does not push me over the railing before I reveal it." Silence. Then a soft click. Footsteps. Slow, measured, approaching from the shadows. Benoit straightened, heart hammering like a jazz drummer with no sense of rhythm. "Oh dear," he whispered. "They are coming." The first move. A tall figure stepped into the moonlight. Cloaked, silent, face obscured. Benoit squeaked. "Bonjour?" No answer. The figure continued toward him. Benoit took a step back. Then another. He glanced toward the hiding passengers. They nodded encouragingly, all signaling, "Keep going," except Henry, who seemed to be signaling, "Run," and Eleanor, who appeared to be signaling, "Don't drop the falcon." The cloaked figure lifted an arm, a glint of metal. Benoit gasped. "Oh no, a metal thing." The figure advanced. Benoit stumbled back until he hit the deck railing. "This is far too dramatic." The figure raised the metal object higher. Benoit squeezed his eyes shut. And then a second shadow blurred into view, grabbing the attacker's wrist. The metal object clattered to the floor. The attacker staggered. Charles Harrow roared, "No, take them!" Chaos erupted. The worst ambush in maritime history. 8 passengers burst from hiding. Reginald tripped instantly. Lillian screamed at the wrong person. Henry punched a crate. Archibald punched Henry for punching the crate. Moira chased the attacker with a shoe. Eleanor swatted with her handbag. Isabel sighed, deeply disappointed in everyone. Benoit, overwhelmed, hit himself with the falcon, and Charles lunged for the attacker's cloak. The figure swerved, fast, too fast, sending Charles sprawling. Moira swung her shoe like a medieval weapon. "Get back here, you fiend!" The attacker darted past her and sprinted toward the far end of the deck. Henri shouted, "Block them!" Everyone shouted, "How?" The attacker leapt over a coil of rope, sprinted along the railing, and reached the storm shutters near the bow. They grabbed the edge of a canvas sheet, yanked, and vanished behind it. Straight into the bow maintenance corridor. Gone. Just like that. Aftermath and panic. The passengers froze, breathing hard, sweating, disheveled, ridiculous. Moira was the first to move. She stomped toward Benoit and grabbed his shoulders. "Are you alive?" "Yes," Benoit wheezed, "but only just. And also I cannot feel my left knee." Archibald helped him stand. Charles glared at the place the attacker disappeared. "They knew we were here." Henri nodded grimly. "They knew about the trap." Eleanor held tightly to Reginald's arm, which means... Lillian finished the thought for her. "The mastermind is among us." Isabel spoke quietly. "No, the mastermind is among us, and watching us." Benoit trembled. "Yes, and now they are frightened." Henri frowned. "Frightened? Why frightened?" Benoit pointed at the metal object on the ground, the one the attacker dropped. Charles picked it up slowly. A pen. But not just any pen. A gold pen engraved with initials. Henri squinted. "What does it say?" Charles read aloud. "HB." Silence. The passengers stared at Henri Beaumont. Henri stared back, jaw tight, eyes blazing. "You think this is mine?" he growled. Charles held up the pen. "It has your initials." Henri stepped forward. "So does every blasted item I own." Isabel placed a delicate hand on her husband's arm. "Henri, calm." He yanked his arm away. "No, I will not be framed by this nonsense." His voice echoed across the deck. Everyone flinched. Benoit inched closer to Moira. "Moira, should we run?" "No," she whispered. "We should listen." Henri pointed at each passenger in turn. "If I were the mastermind, do you think I would hire idiots who drop pens? Do you think I would strangle a crewman in the dark like some amateur? Do you think I—" He froze, because footsteps approached from behind. Everyone turned. The captain stood at the deck doorway, expression grave. "You'll all want to follow me," he said. "What now?" Reginald moaned. The captain looked at them each in turn. "We found another message." Benoit squeaked. "Another one?" The captain nodded grimly. "Yes, and this one changes everything." He turned. "Follow me to the salon." And the passengers followed, knowing the trap had failed, knowing the mastermind was still loose, knowing Henri Beaumont's pen had dropped a dangerous question into their midst, and knowing that today, someone's secret was about to be exposed. Chapter 21. A message that should not exist. The passengers followed the captain through the dim corridors like a procession of ghosts. No one spoke, no one dared. The silence was suffocating, stretched tight as a violin string ready to snap. Benoit shuffled near the back, clutching his falcon like a teddy bear that smelled faintly of mothballs. Moira marched beside him, muttering under her breath. Another message. Another disaster. "I swear this boat is cursed," Archibald said quietly. "At this point, I'm surprised it hasn't sunk itself just to get away from us." The Salon of Bad News. The salon was lit with low lamps, warm but eerie. Cushions and bookshelves lined the walls, but nothing felt comforting. In the center of the room, on a polished mahogany table, a single envelope. Thick, cream-colored, placed with careful precision. Charles frowned. "It wasn't here at dinner?" "No," the captain agreed. "It appeared an hour ago, delivered in person, and left on this table." "By who?" Moira demanded. The captain's jaw tightened. "The steward said it was handed to him by a passenger." A cold shudder passed through the room. Henri scoffed. "Which passenger?" "That's the problem," the captain said. "The steward didn't recognize them." Reginald blinked. "Didn't recognize them? But there are only 8 of us." The captain nodded grimly. "Yes. And he insisted the person was none of you." Benoit trembled. "Oh dear. A ghost." Moira rolled her eyes. "No, Benoit, not a ghost. A liar." Isabel murmured, "A very clever liar." The envelope opens. The captain picked up the envelope. "Brace yourselves," he said quietly. He broke the seal, slid out a folded sheet of paper, unfolded it. His eyes narrowed, then widened, then narrowed again. He turned the sheet over so everyone could see. Lillian gasped. Reginald swore under his breath. Moira inhaled sharply. The paper was covered in text, a typed letter. But what froze every heart in the room was the signature at the bottom. A name. A name none of them expected to see. A name that absolutely should not have been able to write anything at all, because it belonged to. "Impossible," Charles whispered. Benoit leaned forward, squinting. "What does it say?" The captain read aloud. "The letter. To the passengers of the Celestine. You do not know me. Not truly. But I know you. I know every lie you told. Every betrayal. Every debt unpaid. Every crime forgotten. You have walked this ship believing yourselves victims. But one of you is not a victim. One of you murdered me. A C." Silence crashed over the room. For several seconds, no one even breathed. Finally, Eleanor whispered, Murdered." Lillian's lips trembled. "This is a joke. It has to be." Reginald shook his head. "No one would invent something like this." Archibald muttered, "This is madness." Henry snatched the paper from the captain's hand. "A C," he said. "Who is AC?" Moira paled. "Oh, dear God." Everyone turned to her. Moira swallowed. "A C. Andrew Coleridge." Charles froze. "No." Lillian whispered, "Oh, no." Isabel looked away. Henri frowned. "Who?" Moira took a deep breath. "Andrew Coleridge, wealthy, connected. He died 2 years ago." Eleanor whispered, "Died? How?" Moira's eyes darkened. "He drowned, in the Seine. They said it was an accident." Isabel murmured, "They also said he was meeting someone that night." Charles closed his eyes. Lillian clutched his arm. Reginald stammered, "You're telling us the mastermind is a dead man?" "No," Moira said. "The mastermind is alive." She pointed at the letter. "But they're pretending to be Andrew Coleridge." Henry snorted. "A sadistic prankster." Eleanor shook her head. No, someone close to him, someone who wants revenge. All eyes shifted around the room. At every face, every expression, every flicker of guilt. Then Henri said what everyone feared. Which means one of us is responsible for Andrew Coleridge's death. A dangerous realization. Benoit whispered, almost too softly to hear. And the mastermind wants that person exposed. Charles swallowed. And punished. Lillian clung to his arm. We should leave the ship. We can't, Isabel said calmly. We're mid-river. Archibald muttered. We're trapped. Henry said coldly. And one of you has been pretending to mourn a man you killed. Moira glared at him. We don't know that. But someone knows Coleridge, Henry snapped. Someone knew him well enough to impersonate him. Eleanor stood slowly. Everyone in this room. Did you know him? No one spoke. Then Charles closed his eyes. Lillian trembled. Eleanor whispered, Oh. Moira looked at them sharply. You two. Charles opened his eyes. Yes. And not just them, Isabel said quietly. Moira swung around. You? Isabel nodded. And Henri. Henri nodded once. And Reginald, Eleanor added. Reginald looked horrified. Now see here, Moira gasped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you knew a sea? Benoit fainted, very gently, into a cushioned chair. The captain speaks. The captain folded his arms. Well, he said calmly. It appears the circle of suspects just widened. Eleanor whispered, Captain, what do we do? We gather everyone, he said. Everyone stays in one room tonight. Nobody leaves. Nobody wanders. Nobody dies. He pointed at the letter. And tomorrow, we question every connection you had to Andrew Coleridge. He looked at them one by one, and we learn which one of you killed him. The room rippled with fear. Charles tightened his hold on Lillian. Henry's jaw clenched. Isabel's hands turned white. Moira whispered to Archibald, We are in very deep trouble. Benoit peeked up from the chair, and I am in even deeper trouble. Because he saw what no one else noticed. On the back of the letter. A second handwritten message. 4 words in black ink. He tugged Moira's sleeve. She turned, looked, and gasped. The message read, Picard dies next. Everything was about to change. Chapter 22. The long night begins. The salon seemed to shrink inward as the terror in Benoit's voice spread through the room. Moira took the letter from his trembling hands and stared at the handwritten message. Picard dies next. She went pale, a rare thing for Moira McTavish, who usually had the complexion of someone permanently unimpressed by life. Oh no, she whispered. Oh no. Archibald hurried to her side. What? What is it? She held up the back of the letter. Reginald gasped. Eleanor clutched his arm. Lillian covered her mouth. Charles muttered something unprintable. Isabel blinked once, the closest she ever came to outward panic. Henry cursed in French with remarkable eloquence. The captain's jaw clenched. This is getting out of control. Benoit's legs folded, and he slipped into a chair like a melting candle. Well, why does it always say me? He squeaked. I am very unkillable, in theory, but practically I am soft and easy to trip. Moira knelt in front of him, gripping his shoulders. You listen to me, Benoit Picard. You're not going to die. Not tonight. Not while I'm around. Benoit sniffed. Thank you. But statistically... No, Moira snapped. No statistics, just stubbornness. Archibald nodded fiercely. And I'm stubborn too. Moira raised an eyebrow. You're as stubborn as a lukewarm pudding. That's enough stubbornness to help, Archibald insisted. The captain takes charge. The captain stepped forward, taking control with a commanding voice the passengers hadn't heard since boarding. Everyone stays in one place tonight. Together. Nobody leaves. Nobody sneaks off. Nobody separates. But the killer will be in the same room as us, Eleanor whispered. Yes, the captain said, which means they'll have no opportunity to act. Isabel folded her arms. Unless they panic. The captain replied sharply. They won't. Not with me present. Henry muttered. And what if you are the mastermind? The captain stared at him coldly. If I were, he said, I wouldn't be trying to prevent a death tonight. Reginald gulped. Fair point. Moira stood. All right, salon it is. We barricade ourselves in. Nobody dies. But Lillian trembled uncontrollably. Charles wrapped an arm around her. Lily, hey, look at me. We'll be fine. But Lillian wasn't looking at him. She was looking at Benoit. Why you? She whispered. Why does the killer want you dead next? Benoit gulped. I do not know. I am a very nice person. Moira added, He keeps messing up their plans. Henry snorted. Yes, he is the perfect shield. Accidentally. Charles stepped closer. So the killer's frustrated. Very, Moira said. Isabel murmured, which makes them dangerous tonight. The salon is secured. It took 20 minutes for the crew to bring blankets, cushions, lanterns, and coffee. The captain locked every window. Crewmen stationed themselves outside the doors. Inside the salon, the furniture had been pushed against the walls. All the passengers sat in a wide circle. No shadows, no corners. They looked like a group performing the world's most miserable séance. Benoit sat in the center, Moira on one side, Archibald on the other, both glaring at anyone who so much as looked at him funny. Reginald, Eleanor, Charles, Lillian, Isabel, and Henry formed the outer ring. The captain paced steadily, like a guard dog trying to decide which sheep might bite. No one spoke. Not for a long time. Pressure builds. Finally, Eleanor broke the silence. You said several of you knew Andrew Coleridge. If we're going to find the killer, you must explain how. Reginald squirmed. Charles cleared his throat. We met him in Paris. Business, Henri scoffed. Of course, business, always business with you. Isabel said quietly. For us, it was social. We met him at a gala. He was charming. Moira leaned forward. How well did you know him? Isabel hesitated, then whispered. Too well. Charles stiffened. Lillian closed her eyes. Henry threw up his hands. I knew it. I knew it. You were flirting with him. Isabel looked insulted. I flirt with everyone, Henri. It is polite. That is not polite. Charles snapped. Coleridge flirted with everyone. That was his problem. Eleanor murmured. It seems he had many admirers. Moira narrowed her eyes. Admiration doesn't lead to murder. Sometimes it does, Henry growled. Reginald shrank into his chair. Archibald whispered to Moira, I don't like this. Feels like a pot about to boil. It's already boiling, she whispered back. Benoit's innocent question, that isn't innocent at all. Benoit suddenly lifted his hand. Everyone stared. He squeaked. I have a question, Moira groaned. Oh, no. The captain sighed. Go ahead, Picard. Benoit pointed around the circle. Did any of you see Andrew Coleridge on the day he died? The salon fell dead silent. Reginald swallowed. No. Eleanor shook her head. Not I. Charles hesitated. No. Lillian bit her lip. No. Henri clenched his fists. No. Isabel froze. Moira watched her sharply. Isabel, she asked. Isabel slowly looked up. Her eyes were glossy. Her voice was barely audible. Yes. Gasps rippled. Henry's head snapped toward her. You what? Isabel took a trembling breath. I saw him that night before he died. Charles leaned forward. You never told anyone. Because, Isabel whispered, I thought someone else did it. Who? Eleanor asked. Isabel lifted her eyes and looked straight at Lillian. Lillian went white. Charles grabbed her hand. You think my wife killed him? Isabel whispered. I think she was the last person to see him alive. Lillian shook her head violently. No, I didn't. Charles stood. Don't you accuse her. She didn't kill anyone. Henri stood too. Then who did? You. The captain shouted. Sit down. Everyone sat. Except Benoit. He had fallen off his chair in fright. A shocking twist. As the room erupted into whispers and accusations, Benoit slowly climbed to his knees. He raised a shaky hand. Excuse me. No one listened. Excuse me. Still nothing. He finally shouted, Everyone stop! Silence. All faces turned to the Frenchman on the floor. Benoit held up something small, something metallic, something familiar. A gold pen. The gold pen with HB engraved on it. Benoit said softly. I found this under Isabel's chair. Everyone stared at Isabel. Isabel stared back, calm, cold, still. Henri's face twisted. You let them blame me? Isabel's voice was quiet. I didn't drop it. Moira stepped closer. Then who did? Isabel's jaw tightened. The same person who put it in my coat pocket earlier. Charles frowned. In your pocket? Yes. Isabel lifted her eyes. And that same person brushed past me tonight on the deck, Moira asked. Who? Isabel whispered. I didn't see their face, but I saw their sleeve. The room held its breath. It was a dark coat, very dark, and the cuff was embroidered with a small symbol. "What symbol?" the captain demanded. Isabel answered, "A crescent moon." Benoit gasped. Moira blinked. Henri frowned. Charles froze. Lillian whispered, "No. No, it can't be." Reginald paled. Eleanor placed a hand over her heart. Archibald nearly swallowed his tongue. Isabel took a deep breath, then said the words, "I saw that same crescent moon earlier today, on someone's luggage." Everyone looked around wildly, and then Benoit whispered the truth that chilled them all. "That symbol belongs to one of us." Because on only one suitcase aboard the Celestine was embroidered a tiny silver crescent, and it belonged to Lady Eleanor Whitcomb. Chapter 23. The Crescent Moon Revealed. For a full 5 seconds, nobody moved, nobody breathed. The salon was frozen mid-heartbeat. Lady Eleanor Whitcomb sat perfectly still, hands folded in her lap, posture elegant as always. But when 8 pairs of eyes suddenly turned toward her, even she couldn't hide the flicker of shock across her face. Reginald's monocle nearly shot off his face. "Eleanor?" Eleanor blinked once, slowly, deliberately. Moira whispered, "Oh, this just got very spicy." Charles stepped forward. Your luggage has a crescent on it?" Eleanor straightened. "Yes, a small silver crescent, a gift from a Parisian boutique, purely decorative." Isabel held his gaze. "That's what I saw. On the sleeve. Same embroidery." Henri leaned in, voice low. "Are you suggesting Lady Whitcomb tried to murder us?" Reginald sputtered. "My wife has never attempted murder in her life." Moira muttered, "Well, that you know of." Reginald stomped. "Silence, woman!" Moira stomped back. "I'll stomp you into the Nile." Archibald pulled her back. "Moira, please, this is not the time." Benoit clutched his chest. "But the attacker, the coat, the sleeve. Why would Eleanor wear something different from her usual attire?" Eleanor lifted her chin. "Because I didn't. I own no coat like that." "But the crest," Isabel began. "Yes," Eleanor said evenly. "On my suitcase, not my clothing." Reginald nodded emphatically. "She has scarves with lilies, gloves with embroidery, but never a coat with a crescent." Charles frowned. "So someone stole her crest?" "Yes," Reginald barked. Moira folded her arms. "Well, that's convenient." Isabel's voice remained calm. "It explains the steward's confusion. It explains why the attacker looked like a passenger, but also unfamiliar." Henri said, "So the mastermind is impersonating Eleanor?" Eleanor's expression hardened. "Someone has been in our cabin. Someone rummaged through our things. They took something personal, something recognizable." Reginald echoed, horrified. "Invading my cabin? That's a hanging offense." "Not these days, dear," Eleanor murmured. Benoit's realization. Benoit tugged at Moira's sleeve, whispering urgently, "Moira! Moira! Moira!" "What?" "I think the mastermind wants us looking the wrong way." She frowned. "How so?" "Because Eleanor's symbol is too obvious." Benoit swallowed. "And the mastermind is not obvious." Henri snorted. "For once, Picard makes sense." Benoit added, "And think, They want us confused. They want us turning on each other. Moira nodded slowly. Aye. So we stop playing their game. The captain calls order. The captain clapped his hands sharply. Enough! We will not lynch anyone tonight. Not Lady Whitcomb. Not anyone. He turned to Eleanor. Madame, do you have any coat or garment with a crescent symbol? No, Eleanor said calmly, and I invite anyone here to search my cabin. Reginald gasped. Search our cabin? Eleanor, our underthings. Reginald, hush. Moira nodded approvingly. Brave move. Henry watched her carefully. Or a clever bluff. The captain gestured toward the door. 2 of my men will check the Whitcomb cabin. The rest of you stay put. 2 crewmen left immediately. And then... silence. A heavy, tense silence that gnawed at the edges of the room. Benoit fidgeted with his falcon. Lillian clutched Charles's hand. Isabel leaned into the shadows. Henri watched everyone with barely restrained suspicion. The ship creaked. Lanterns flickered. Every glance felt dangerous. Then, footsteps returned. The 2 crewmen entered. Their faces gave nothing away. The captain stepped forward. Well? The first crewman said, No coat, sir. Nothing with a crescent moon. The second crewman added, No strange garments. No hidden compartments. Not a thing out of place. Reginald puffed out his chest. There, my wife is innocent, Moira murmured, for now. Charles exhaled. So someone did steal something from her luggage. Lillian shivered. Someone who wants to pretend to be her. Henry said darkly. Someone who wants us to suspect each other. Isabel added, and they almost succeeded. A more terrifying thought. Benoit suddenly gasped. Everyone stared. He pointed at Eleanor. No. The mastermind is not pretending to be you. They are pretending to look like you. Moira frowned. What's the difference? Benoit stood. Think. Eleanor is calm, reliable, trusted. No one would be afraid of her walking near them on deck. Eleanor blinked. Well, thank you, I suppose. But someone using her symbol, Benoit continued, could move freely, could walk close, could follow someone without suspicion. Isabel nodded slowly. A disguise, a false identity, Henri growled, and we walked right into it. Reginald muttered, The nerve of these people. Moira folded her arms. So the mastermind has access to clothing, cabins, luggage, crew passages. They're disguising themselves as one of us. Archibald scratched his beard. A wolf in fancy dress. Exactly, Benoit cried. A mimic. What is the English word? Copy person. Imposter, Charles supplied. Yes, that one. The captain's conclusion. The captain spoke firmly. If the mastermind is using disguises, they could be any of you at any time, or any crewman, or half the ship. Benoit paled. So, we are doomed. No, Moira snapped. We just need a way to expose them. Henry raised an eyebrow. And how do you propose that? Moira smirked. We trap the trapper. The captain nodded. I think Mrs. McTavish is right. He pointed to the center of the room. This killer thrives on chaos, secrecy, disguises. So we remove all 3. How? Reginald asked. "We will lock down the ship," the captain said. "For the next 12 hours, every passenger stays in one place. Every crewman remains in sight. No disguises, no wandering, no night attacks." Moira nodded approvingly. "Force them into the open," Henri added. "They won't like that." "They don't have to," the captain replied. "They just have to make a mistake." A sudden knock. Before anyone could respond, a knock sounded at the salon door. 3 sharp taps. Everyone froze. The captain slowly approached. "Who is it?" he called. Silence. Then a voice. "Captain, it's urgent." A crewman's voice. But Benoit frowned. Moira whispered, "What's wrong?" Benoit leaned forward. "That voice. That is not the steward." The captain opened the door. A young crewman stood there, sweating, trembling. "Sir, we found something." He held a small folded paper. The captain took it, unfolded it. His face darkened. Charles demanded, "What now?" The captain read aloud. "You can lock the doors, you can watch the halls, but you cannot stop what is already done. The next death is not Picard, it is someone much closer." Benoit fainted again. Moira yelled, "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Henri slammed a fist into the wall. Eleanor held her breath. Lillian burst into tears. The captain looked at all of them. "The killer," he said, "has changed their target." He folded the note slowly. "And I fear the new target is one of you." And outside the salon, unseen by all, someone whispered, "Let the fun begin." Chapter 24, The New Target. The salon erupted. Everyone spoke at once. Panic, anger, confusion, and raw fear colliding like a pile-up on a foggy road. Reginald spluttered, "Closer? Closer to who?" Eleanor gripped his arm tightly. "Reginald, breathe!" Henri snapped. "This is nonsense. They're playing with us." Isabel whispered, "No, this feels personal." Charles glared at the note. What does closer even mean? Closer to Benoit? Closer to the killer? Closer to... Benoit suddenly sat upright after fainting, gasped, and fainted again. Moira slapped his cheek lightly. "Oh, get a grip, man," Archibald added helpfully. "Deep breaths, lad. Preferably conscious ones." The captain raised his voice above the chaos. "Enough!" Silence crashed down again. He held the note up. "The killer has changed the rules. That means we must change ours. What closer might mean." Moira stood. "All right, listen. The mastermind wants to frighten us, push us, make us jumpy. If they say the next target is closer..." Reginald swallowed hard. "They might mean someone Benoit interacts with most." Moira blinked. "Oh dear God, that's me." Archibald put an arm around her. "We'll handle it." "No," Moira said, paling. "I'm the loudest, most interfering person here. If I were a mastermind, trying to remove obstacles..." Henri smirked. "You'd go after yourself. Charming." Moira glared at him, but Benoit suddenly grabbed her hand. "No, it is not Moira." Everyone turned. Benoit stood shakily, wobbling like a candle in an earthquake. The killer said, "Closer," not "closest." That means emotional closeness, relationship closeness, trust closeness. He pointed around the circle. Look, nearly every couple here has secrets, tension, betrayals, issues. Henri growled. Speak for yourself. Isabel said flatly, He is. Henri scowled. Benoit continued, but some couples are openly fragile, barely holding together. His eyes settled on one pair. Charles and Lillian. Lillian froze. Charles stiffened. Moira whispered, Oh no. Pressure on the harrows. Charles stepped forward. You think we are the target? Benoit nodded slowly. I think someone wants to break you. Lillian's voice cracked. But why us? Because, Benoit said softly, you two were closest to Andrew Coleridge. The room went deathly silent. Charles's jaw clenched. That doesn't mean... Moira cut in. Charles, Lillian, when were you last alone before all this started? Lillian whispered. Before dinner. We argued. Charles whispered back. We always argue. Henry snorted. Convenient. Isabel rolled her eyes at him. Lillian turned to the captain, terrified. You have to protect us. Charles wrapped his arms around her. I won't let anything happen to you. But Benoit was still staring. Not at Lillian. At Charles. A disturbing thought. Moira noticed. What? What is it? Benoit swallowed. I just realized something. He pointed at Charles. When the attacker came after you last night, they didn't try to stab you. They didn't try to throw you overboard. They tried to corner you. Charles frowned. And? And, Benoit said, trembling. The note said, I know what you did. The killer didn't want to kill you then. They wanted to talk to you. Why? Lillian whispered. Benoit answered quietly. Because they thought you were involved in Andrew Coleridge's death. Lillian gasped. That's not true. Charles didn't... Charles dropped his gaze. Everyone stared. Moira froze. Oh no, Charles. Charles's voice was hollow. I didn't kill Andrew. But, Henri pressed. Charles's jaw tightened. I met him that night. Yes, but I didn't kill him. I swear on everything I have. Lillian collapsed into a chair, shaking. A new fear rises. The captain spoke carefully. Mr. Harrow, if the mastermind believes you're guilty, you would be their primary target. And now they claim the next target is someone closer. Isabel whispered, closer to the truth. Reginald swallowed. Closer to Charles. Moira finished. Lillian. Lillian burst into tears. Charles grabbed her, shaking his head violently. No, no, I won't let that happen. Benoit whispered, horrified. The killer wants revenge. They think Charles killed Andrew. Now they think Lillian knows something, or can be used as leverage. Lillian sobbed harder. The captain lifted his hand. Everyone calm yourselves. We will protect her. But Henri folded his arms. Or she's lying. Charles exploded. Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. Henri stepped forward. Isabel pulled him back. Moira stepped between everyone. Archibald tried to mediate. Reginald fainted onto Eleanor. Chaos. Absolute chaos. And in the middle of it, Benoit whispered to himself, "This is exactly what the mastermind wants." A sudden realization. The captain shouted them down again. "We are not turning on each other." He turned to Benoit. "Picard, you're the only one with a clear head. What do we do next?" Benoit squeaked. "Oh, I am absolutely not qualified for that." Moira shoved him forward. "Yes, he is." Benoit straightened his jacket, terrified, but determined. "We must isolate Lillian. Keep her safe. Keep her in view and—" He froze, eyes widening. Face draining of color. Moira grabbed his arm. "Benoit, what?" Benoit whispered, "Where is Lillian?" Everyone whipped around. The chair where Lillian sat was empty. Charles screamed her name. "Lillian?" No answer. The captain lunged for the door. "It hasn't been opened. She didn't leave through here." Moira pointed toward the back of the salon. "There's a second door." Everyone gasped. It was slightly ajar. Just slightly. As if someone had slipped through in the chaos. Unseen. The mastermind makes their move. Charles sprinted across the room. "Lillian!" The captain shouted. "Everyone move! Now!" The passengers bolted toward the door. Benoit grabbed his falcon and ran after them, shouting, "Oh no, oh no, oh no!" Because somewhere on the dark, silent ship, a frightened woman had just been taken. And the mastermind had finally chosen their hostage. Chapter 25. The Vanishing. The corridor outside the salon was dim, narrow, and horribly quiet. The kind of quiet that made even the walls seem guilty. Charles burst into it first, wild-eyed, shouting his wife's name so loudly the ship practically vibrated. "Lillian! Lillian!" Moira grabbed Benoit before he could sprint blindly after Charles. "Picard, stick with me. If you wander off alone, you'll be dead before dessert." "But Moira, Lillian—" "I know, and we'll find her, but stay close." Archibald jogged behind them, muttering, "Every time things go quiet, something dreadful happens." Henri and Isabelle followed next. Isabelle was composed. Henri looked like an angry bull searching for someone to gore. Reginald and Eleanor trailed behind, Eleanor supporting her husband, who was wheezing with exertion and outrage. The captain marched forward like a man who'd just been personally insulted by fate. "Search every passageway, every door, every corner." They fanned out, carefully, anxiously, checking each junction of the ship. But no sign of Lillian. Not a sound. Not a scream. Not a trace. Tracks in the dark. "Here," Moira whispered sharply. They all rushed to her side. At the far end of the corridor, near a stairwell leading down to the cargo deck, a faint shadow flickered. Not a person. Light. Lantern light, moving away. Charles sprinted forward, only for the captain to grab him. "No, if that's the mastermind, they want you running straight into them." Charles trembled with rage, shaking off his hand. "Lillian is out there." And she stays alive if we stay smart. Henri glanced down the stairs. Cargo deck. Dark. Empty. Perfect place for a trap. Eleanor shivered. Reginald muttered, "Can't we have just one murder mystery holiday when nothing goes wrong?" Moira gave him a look. "Reginald, this is a murder mystery holiday." He blinked. "Oh, right." Benoit notices something odd. Benoit stepped forward, kneeling to look at the floor. It was dim, dusty. "Moira, look." "What now?" He pointed at something tiny on the floor, a torn scrap of fabric, lavender-coloured. Charles inhaled sharply. "That's from Lily's shawl." Henri frowned. "How do you know?" Charles shot him a withering look. "Because I bought it for her." Benoit pocketed the fabric. "She was taken downstairs." Moira agreed. "Aye, whoever grabbed her dragged her down those stairs, and they didn't want us to hear it." The captain nodded grimly. "Everyone stay close. Move quietly." Benoit tugged Moira's sleeve. "Moira, this is too quiet." Moira grimaced. "I know." "Which means," Benoit whispered, "they're expecting us." Moira nodded. "Yes." "And waiting." Moira nodded again, and possibly armed. "Wouldn't surprise me," she said. "And?" "Benoit." "Yes?" "Shut up." Descent into the belly of the ship. The stairwell was cold, narrow, metallic. Shadows moved like living things in the corners. The cargo deck was darker than night. Only one lantern glowed at the far end of the corridor, swinging gently, as though someone had hung it there deliberately. Charles whispered, "That's her lantern." Moira nodded. "Placed there like a beacon." Henri muttered, "To lure us in." Eleanor clutched her pearls. Reginald clutched Eleanor. Benoit clutched his falcon. Moira whispered, "Spread out, slowly." They crept down the corridor. Every footstep delicate, every breath held. The lantern flickered. Something gleamed beneath it. Benoit gasped. "Moira, look!" Another scrap of lavender fabric. And dash. Benoit knelt. "It's her necklace." Charles's breath broke. "It's her favorite." Isabel whispered, "Careful. This is staged." Henri nodded. "They want us to know she's alive, but frightened." Benoit shivered. "Yes, they want Charles to panic." Charles was panicking. He stepped forward. "Lillian, answer me!" The captain grabbed him again. "No shouting. If she's gagged or tied, you'll terrify her." Charles clenched his fists, but nodded. They continued forward. Further, further. Until the lantern light fell onto something carved into a wooden crate. Scratched in jagged letters, "Come alone." Moira groaned. Oh, brilliant. Another stupid instruction. The captain hissed, "Do not go alone." But Charles was already stepping forward. "I'm not letting them hurt her." Henri grabbed his arm. "You go alone. You die alone." Charles turned on him. "Then come with me." Henri blinked, surprised. "Me?" "Yes, you. You're the biggest, angriest, most physically indestructible person here. Henry puffed up slightly. I suppose that's true. Moira sighed. Fine. But I'm coming too. And me, Archibald added. And me, Benoit squeaked, though his knees disagreed. Moira pushed him back. No, Benoit, you stay with the captain. But... No, the surprisingly smart decision. The captain spoke up. No one goes alone, we all go together. Tight group. Moira nodded. Aye, safety in numbers. Charles exhaled. Then let's move. They stepped past the lantern. Into the darkness beyond. Where the corridor narrowed, shadows thickened, and somewhere in the maze of crates, a soft, muffled sound echoed. A whimper. Lillian. Charles nearly bolted, but Isabel stopped him with surprising force. Slow, she said, or you'll walk straight into their hands. Moira whispered, Follow the sound, quietly. They crept deeper, turning left between two crates, turning right past an old generator, turning left into a narrow aisle, and there she was. Lillian. Tied to a chair, gagged, eyes wide with terror. Charles lunged toward her. Just as Benoit shouted from the back of the group, Stop! Everyone froze. Lillian shook her head violently, eyes pleading. Moira hissed, She's trying to warn us. Benoit pointed upward. At a rope. A pulley. A heavy crate suspended above the chair, rigged to drop the instant someone cut her loose. Henry swore loudly. Blasted booby trap! Charles trembled. This is sick. But Benoit wasn't finished. He pointed to the floor. At a faint glimmer of wire. A tripwire. Moira whispered, Oh no. It stretched across the narrow walkway. Stepping forward would pull the crate down, straight onto Lillian. Or onto anyone trying to free her. Reginald collapsed onto Eleanor. We are on a floating hell, Moira whispered tightly. This is a lethal trap, triggered by panic, by emotion, by Charles. She turned to him. Which means... Benoit finished in a trembling whisper. The mastermind is watching us right now. And from somewhere in the dark, a voice replied, Correct. Chapter 26. The voice in the dark. Every muscle in the group snapped taut. The voice wasn't loud, it wasn't aggressive, it wasn't even trying to hide. It simply was, calm, close, and horribly in control. Charles spun towards the sound. Where are you? A soft laugh drifted between the crates. Closer than you think, Mr. Harrow. Much closer. Lillian whimpered behind her gag, thrashing wildly. Moira hissed, Don't move her! Don't move anything! The captain raised his lantern, sweeping the shadows. Show yourself. The voice replied cheerfully. Oh no, Captain. I show myself when I want to, not when commanded. Henri growled. You coward! Come out and face us. Another laugh. Henri, of all people, I didn't expect you to demand bravery. Henri froze. Come now, the voice continued. You, of all the men here, know plenty about hiding. Isabel's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" she demanded. The voice moved, the sound shifting to another aisle entirely. "I'm the one who brought you all together. I'm the one who knows every secret you hide, every lie you told, every betrayal you hoped no one would uncover." Charles snarled. "Leave my wife out of this." "Oh," the voice purred, "but she's exactly why you're all here." Lillian shook her head violently, sobbing behind the gag. Moira grabbed Charles's sleeve. "Don't take another step. Don't breathe too loudly. They want you to charge in." Benoit raised a trembling hand. Excuse me. Voice person. But your plan is flawed." Silence. Total silence. Then, "Is that Benoit Picard speaking?" "Yes," Benoit said bravely. "Well, shakily." A soft sigh. "Oh, Benoit, you have been such a hindrance." Benoit puffed up slightly. "Well, I try." Moira groaned. "Not the time, Benoit. The mastermind explains." From the dark. "You were never meant to be part of this little reunion, Picard. An unfortunate guest, a creaking floorboard in a perfect play. Every time I set the stage, you wandered in and ruined the scene." Henri muttered. "He does that." Benoit gasped indignantly. "I do not ruin scenes. I enhance them." Moira whispered. "You tripped into a murder attempt last night." "Yes," Benoit whispered, "and saved Charles. That counts as enhancement." "Not intentionally." Does intention matter? YES. Dash, dash. Charles hissed at both of them. "Quiet." The voice chuckled. "Oh, please continue bickering. It's delightful." Then the tone shifted. Soft, sharp, venomous. "You want to know why Lillian is tied up?" Charles raised a fist. "If you hurt her—" "Oh, please. I haven't touched a hair on her head. That part is for you to decide." Moira stiffened. "What do you mean?" The voice hummed thoughtfully. "Well, if Charles steps forward to save her, even one step, he springs the tripwire. The crate drops. Lillian dies." Charles trembled with rage. "Or," the voice continued, "if he does nothing, he watches her die anyway when I cut the rope from over here." A faint metallic scrape echoed somewhere up in the rafters. Something sharp, something ready. Charles shouted, "Lillian!" Lillian shook her head desperately, eyes begging him not to move. The voice laughed. "Oh, the drama. Isn't love messy? Isn't guilt delicious?" Benoit stepped forward instinctively. Moira grabbed him and yanked him backward so hard he nearly swallowed his own tongue. "Benoit Picard, have you lost your mind?" "But Moira, we have to do something. We will, when we know what we're dealing with." Archibald whispered, "Captain, what do we do?" The captain whispered back, "We stall." Benoit. "Actually helps. Miracle of the century." Benoit cleared his throat. Mastermind person." "Yes, Benoit." Irritatingly fond tone. "You say Charles didn't kill Andrew Coleridge, but do you know who did?" Moira's eyes widened. "Benoit, what are you doing?" The voice answered softly. "Oh, yes. I know." Charles froze. Lillian sobbed. Henry clenched his fists. The voice continued. I know exactly who killed Andrew. I know how. I know where. I know why. Moira whispered. They're bragging. They want us to ask. The captain realized, too. Then tell us, he demanded. If you know the truth, say it. A long, slow breath from the dark. Oh, Captain, you're still pretending this is about truth? Moira frowned. What is it about, then? The voice answered immediately. Closure. Eleanor whispered. Closure for who? Silence. Then the softest confession. For me. Benoit's eyes widened. You knew Andrew personally. Another silence. It stretched. It cracked. Then the voice whispered, I loved Andrew Coleridge. Gasps echoed through the cargo hold. Moira whispered, Loved him? Yes. The voice trembled with emotion. And one of you murdered him. Everyone stared at each other. Suspicion crackled like electricity. The voice continued. I tried to bring you together to confess, to confront, to guilt the killer into revealing themselves. Henri muttered. Very theatrical way of grieving. But, the voice said coldly, you all lie too well. Benoit swallowed. And Lillian? Why her? Because, the mastermind whispered, if Charles truly loves her, he will reveal the truth to save her. Guilt always surfaces under fear. Charles shook his head. I didn't kill Andrew. Then prove it, the voice snarled. Prove it now, Charles. Charles trembled, staring at Lillian, love and terror battling across his face. Moira whispered fiercely. Say something, Charles. Anything. But Charles only shook his head. I can't. I don't know what they want. The voice hissed. Then Lillian dies. A metallic sound rang overhead. Like a knife sliding across a rope. The rope holding the crate. The trap was about to drop. Charles screamed, Stop! Moira shouted, Move! Benoit shouted, Hello, I have an idea. Everyone froze. The mastermind paused. What? Benoit, trembling like a leaf, pointed straight upward. I know who you are. Silence. The deepest silence yet. Moira's eyes widened. Benoit, what are you doing? Benoit swallowed. Hard. You loved Andrew. You hate Charles. You wear disguises. You know everyone's movements. You can slip anywhere without suspicion. He took a shaky step forward, stopping just before the tripwire. The only person who could do all that is someone who moves through the ship unnoticed. The mastermind didn't speak. Benoit whispered, It's not a passenger. Moira whispered, Oh dear God. Benoit pointed. It's a member of the crew pretending to be a passenger. Gasps. Charles froze. Lillian sobbed. The captain stiffened. Henri swore loudly. Isabel whispered, A crewman. In disguise. Benoit nodded. Yes, that is why the steward didn't recognize the passenger who delivered the envelope. Moira gasped. And why the attacker knew every corridor. And why their voice changes, Benoit continued, and why no one noticed them leave dinner early. The crates creaked overhead. The mastermind whispered, "Very good, Benoit." But the voice wasn't distant now. It was dash dash. Behind them. The group turned, and from the shadows stepped the ship's first officer. Still wearing his uniform, still bruised from earlier, but now smirking. Coldly. Cruelly. He lifted the knife, pointed upward at the rope, then said, "You figured out the role, Picard, but not the motivation." He stepped closer, and his next words chilled them. "I didn't impersonate a passenger." Moira whispered, "Then who?" The first officer smiled. Softly, sadly. "I impersonated Andrew Coleridge." Gasps exploded. Eleanor nearly fainted. Henri swore so loudly his accent fell off. Benoit squeaked. You were his lover?" The first officer nodded once, tears glimmering. "And one of you took him from me." He raised the knife high. "Now I take one of you." The rope began to give. Lillian screamed. And the crate started to fall. Chapter 27. The Falling Crate. Time did not slow. It snapped. The moment the knife sliced through the rope, the world became a blur of motion, shouts, terror, and instinct. The crate dropped. Lillian screamed through her gag. Charles lunged forward. Moira tackled him sideways before he could hit the tripwire. Archibald grabbed Moira so she didn't topple. Henry grabbed Archibald because apparently this was now a human conga line of panic. Reginald fainted onto Eleanor again. And Benoit, poor Benoit, acted without thinking. Which, ironically, was the best thinking he'd ever done. He threw himself at the chair. Not toward Lillian, but behind her. Straight into the support beam, holding the pulley mechanism. He hit it with a loud, decisive thunk, because Benoit Picard is shaped like a man padded in natural cushioning. The beam shook violently. The crate, halfway through its deadly fall, slammed against a sudden jolt and wedged itself sideways. Wedged, stuck, suspended. Only inches above Lillian's head. Her eyes went wide. Charles screamed her name again, and Benoit, dizzy and seeing stars, whispered, "Oh, that was not pleasant." Moira grabbed him and shook him. "Ben! Oit! Picard! Don't you ever do that again!" "I promise nothing," he mumbled. Lillian trembled, shaking violently, tears streaming behind the gag. She was alive. Barely. Alive, not because of Charles. Not because of the captain. Not because of any grand plan. But because Benoit Picard was clumsy in exactly the right direction. The first officer's fury. The first officer, the mastermind, stared in disbelief. You little fool! Moira spun toward him. "Did you just realize that now?" He roared in frustration and charged, knife raised. Straight at Charles, dash, dash. Charles shoved Lillian's chair aside and stepped forward. Archibald tackled Henry to get him out of the way. Henri yelled, "I could have helped!" "No time!" Archibald shouted back. Isabel ducked. Reginald fainted upright. Eleanor dragged him down before he hit anything. The captain drew his pistol. "Stand down!" But the first officer didn't even slow. His eyes were locked on Charles Harrow. "You killed him!" he screamed. "You killed Andrew!" Charles roared back, "I did not!" Their bodies collided. Knife flashing. Fist swinging. A brutal tangle. The captain tried to take aim but couldn't fire. Too close, too fast, too wild. Moira grabbed a rope. Archibald grabbed a crate lid. Isabel grabbed Reginald's arm so he wouldn't faint onto something lethal. And Benoit. Dash, dash. Benoit grabbed the nearest object he could find. His falcon. "Yes," he whispered. "You will do nicely. The fight." Charles and the officer slammed into the floor, rolling and grappling. The knife scraped off a metal grate, sparks flying. "You ruined my life," the officer screamed. "You ruined your own." Charles spat back, the knife raised. Moira hurled the rope. Henri grabbed the officer's wrist. Archibald piled in. The officer threw them off with terrifying strength. Isabel gasped. "He's delirious. He'll kill someone." "Not if I can help it," Moira barked, but the officer was already surging upward. Knife poised. Right above Charles. Charles's eyes widened. Lillian screamed into her gag. And Benoit, clutching his falcon like a medieval flail, charged with a squeal of heroic terror. "For France!" Moira yelled. "You're from Paris, not a crusader!" Too late. With all the force his trembling body could muster, Benoit swung the stuffed falcon. It connected with the officer's head. Whump. The sound was surprisingly decisive. The officer jerked, staggered, wobbled, and crumpled to the floor, the knife clattering away across the boards. Silence. Thunderous silence. Everyone stared. At Benoit, then at the felled officer, then back at Benoit. Moira whispered, You knocked him out." Benoit swallowed. "Did I?" Archibald stared. "You did." Henri blinked, with a bird. Isabel nodded slowly. "A dead bird." Reginald muttered, "I've never been so terrified and impressed in my life." Charles crawled toward Lillian and began untying her. "My love, my love. Are you hurt? Are you hurt?" She sobbed, shaking her head. The captain grabbed the unconscious officer, hauling him onto his side and retrieving the knife. "Well," he said breathlessly, "that was the most ridiculous arrest I've ever witnessed." Benoit leaned on Moira, trembling violently. Did I do good?" Moira kissed his cheek loudly. "You absolute idiot. Yes, you did good." Benoit smiled faintly, then fainted for real. The aftermath. Lillian was freed from the chair and wrapped in blankets. Charles held her close, whispering soothing words. The captain secured the officer's hands and ordered 2 crewmen to fetch restraints and drag him out to the brig. Moira fanned Benoit's face. Archibald poured brandy into Reginald. Henry sat, hands shaking, processing everything. Isabel fixed her hair and pretended she hadn't been terrified. Eleanor dabbed her eyes, whispering to herself. And slowly, the cargo deck breathed again. The danger was over. The trap had been sprung on the trapper. The mastermind revealed. As they carried the unconscious first officer away, the captain shook his head. "I can't believe it," Moira muttered. "I can." The dramatic monologues alone should have given him away. The captain frowned. He loved Andrew Coleridge, deeply enough to lose his mind over his death. Charles asked quietly, "Did he truly believe I killed Andrew?" The captain nodded slowly. "Yes." "But I didn't," Charles whispered. Lillian clung to him. Moira crouched beside them. "Then we'll figure out who did," Henri grunted. "And we'll do it together." Benoit, still half unconscious, murmured, "We, together." Moira snorted. "You can help when you wake up properly." Benoit whispered, "That may take a long time." His head drooped onto her shoulder. She smiled despite everything. "Rest, Benoit. You saved her." He blinked weakly. "I did?" Moira nodded. "With a falcon." Benoit smiled faintly. "Good bird." The group slowly gathered themselves, bruised, shaken, battered, but alive. The mastermind was caught. The danger was over, or so they thought. Chapter 28. Questions that won't stay buried. The first officer was locked in the brig, chained, disarmed, and under guard. The entire ship exhaled, a long, trembling breath, believing the nightmare was over. But no one quite relaxed. Not Charles. Not Moira. Not the captain. Certainly not Benoit, who had regained consciousness and immediately asked, "Is the bird all right?" Moira patted his arm. "Yes, Benoit, the bird is fine." Benoit hugged it protectively. "Good. He is a hero." Archibald muttered, "You both are." But as they made their way back toward the upper decks, the group's relief began to fade into something else, doubt. Because while the mastermind was caught, the truth was not. Andrew Coleridge's murder was still a mystery, and the officer's wild accusation still hung heavily in the air. Someone here, maybe someone only feet away, was responsible. The officer still speaks. Just before being dragged away, the officer had shouted, "Charles knows! He knows what he did!" Those words echoed across everyone's mind. Especially Charles's. He held Lillian's hand tightly as they walked. "I didn't kill Andrew," he whispered. Lillian nodded, but her eyes were clouded with fear, confusion, and something else. Henri scoffed. "That won't be enough. He's mad. Obsessed." "Obsessed," Isabel repeated softly. "Like someone in mourning," Eleanor added. "That doesn't mean he was wrong, only hurt." Reginald blurted, "Are we still implying one of us is a killer? After everything?" Moira looked at him. "Yes, Reginald. Because someone is. The interrogation room, unseen but felt. Hours later, the captain sat with the restrained officer in the brig, though the passengers did not witness it directly. The tension in the air signaled every raised voice, every slammed fist on the table, every struggle behind the locked door. They heard enough. The officer shouting, "He lied! He lied that night! He met Andrew! He said it was casual. But Andrew was terrified. Charles was the last person seen with him." The captain's stern voice. "Do you have proof? I know what I saw." A crash. A shout. A guard calming him. The officer again. "He's hiding something. They all are." Another slam. "You think I did this for revenge? No, I did it for justice." And finally, "When the truth comes out, you'll see I was right." The captain left the brig hours later, looking exhausted. "You won't get anything sane out of him," he muttered. Moira folded her arms. "That doesn't mean he's wrong. The salon. Tension reborn." The group gathered again in the salon, this time less frightened, more suspicious. Charles sat with Lillian curled against him. Henri and Isabel sat together, distant but united. Reginald and Eleanor held hands, both pale. Archibald leaned near Moira, and Benoit sat cross-legged on the carpet, falcon in lap, listening. Moira stood. "All right," she said. "Time to stop waiting for clues to fall on our heads," looking at Benoit. "Or for Benoit to fall on them." Benoit raised a hand. "I resent that." Politely. Moira nodded. "We need to revisit the real question. Who killed Andrew Coleridge? Because that's what started all of this." Charles exhaled, pained. "I told you, I didn't kill him." Moira's eyes hardened. "Then tell us everything you haven't told us." Charles hesitated. Henri scoffed. "Oh, look, more secrets." Isabel murmured, "Let him speak." Lillian looked up at her husband. "Charles, please." He rubbed his forehead. "All right. Yes, I met Andrew that night. Yes, it was arranged. But it wasn't a fight." "Then what?" Moira demanded. Charles swallowed. "He wanted money, a loan." Henri snorted. "Oh yes, classic Coleridge." Charles continued. "He said he was in trouble, that someone was threatening him. He—" Charles stopped. Moira leaned in. "He what?" Charles whispered. He was afraid of someone. Someone he wouldn't name. The room froze. Benoit gasped softly. Oh dear." Moira whispered, "He wasn't afraid of Charles." Charles nodded weakly. "No. He ran when he saw someone approaching us. He left. That was the last time I saw him alive." Isabel asked, "Who approached?" Charles shook his head. "I don't know. I never saw their face. Just a shadow on the bridge." Moira paced. So Andrew was scared. Wanted a loan. Ran when someone else appeared. And then died shortly after. Henri folded his arms. "And we're supposed to believe you didn't follow him?" Charles bristled. "I went the opposite direction." "Convenient," Henri growled. Lillian glared back, You don't know my husband. Moira snapped. Enough. Someone here does know the truth, and that someone is still lying. Silence. Benoit raised a timid hand. I think I know something else. All eyes turned to him. He gulped. I didn't want to say earlier because I thought it was silly, but... Moira nearly strangled him. Ben! Oite! Out with it! He trembled. When I fainted, I saw something. Moira blinked. You... What? Benoit pointed at the group, at all of them. At the cargo deck, right before the officer stepped out. I saw a second shadow move behind the crates. The room exploded. A second person? Another accomplice. Another killer. Oh, good heavens. Moira grabbed Benoit by both shoulders. Are you absolutely certain? Yes, Benoit whispered. There were two of them. Two. Two people orchestrating this. Two people involved in Andrew's death, Moira whispered. Then the officer wasn't working alone. The captain slammed his palm onto the table. We searched the ship again, top to bottom. But Moira shook her head slowly. No. Why not? The captain demanded. Moira's voice was dark. Because the second person isn't hiding on the ship. She pointed around the salon. Her voice icy. The second person is in this room. And Benoit whispered, Oh dear God. Chapter 29. The Second Shadow. You could have cut the silence with a butter knife, a dull one. Every passenger froze exactly where they sat, except Benoit, who clutched his falcon so tightly its beak squeaked. Moira stood like a judge delivering a death sentence. The second person, she said slowly, is in this room. Henry scoffed, but his voice cracked slightly. Ridiculous! Is it? Moira snapped. You all knew Andrew. You all had motive. You all had secrets he could use against you. Isabel whispered. Some of us had more motive than others. Charles stepped protectively in front of Lillian. Reginald squeaked. I didn't kill anyone. I faint at the sight of beetroot. Eleanor patted his arm. We know, dear. The captain raised a hand. We keep calm, we question. Step by step. Moira nodded. Yes. And we start with the one thing we know for certain. She turned to Benoit. You're sure it was another person? Not a rope? Not a lantern? Not your shirt sleeve? Benoit puffed indignantly. I know what a sleeve looks like, Moira. I do not hallucinate sleeves. Except the time you thought a mop was following you, she reminded. One time, Benoit muttered, and it was a very tall mop. Charles interrupted. Please stay focused. Moira exhaled sharply. Fine. Benoit, describe the shadow. Benoit closed his eyes, trying to remember. It was tall, he whispered. Taller than the officer. Henry frowned. Not me, then. Isabel smirked. No, dear, you are average at best. That is not true, Benoit continued. And slender, not broad. They moved quickly, quietly, like someone who knows how to avoid being noticed. Moira nodded. That rules out half the men here. She glanced at Reginald. You especially. Reginald was offended. I am very stealthy. Eleanor patted his knee gently. No, darling, you wheeze when you think. Archibald raised a hand. So, someone tall, light on their feet, someone who can slip through shadows. Henri folded his arms. Sounds like the officer. No, Benoit said firmly. The officer's shadow was closer. The second one was behind the crates, watching. Eleanor whispered, "Watching the officer? Or watching us?" Benoit's voice shook. "Maybe both." The web tightens. Moira paced the room. "All right, let's review. Andrew Coleridge dies 2 years ago under suspicious circumstances. Many of you knew him. Someone killed him." She pointed to Charles. "You met him last." "Not last," Charles said sharply. "I told you. Someone else came." "And then he vanished into the river," Isabel said quietly. "Pushed," Henri added darkly. "Or tricked," Eleanor murmured. "Or panicked," Lillian whispered. Benoit raised a shaking finger. "And now the officer comes after us, driven by love, heartbreak, and revenge. But we find out he wasn't alone." Moira turned. "So who partnered with him? Who shared the motive? Who shared the access? Who could walk the ship unseen?" Henri scoffed. "You think one of us teamed up with that maniac?" Moira's eyes narrowed. "Yes. Or worse, used him." Isabel's voice cut like ice. "To do their dirty work." Charles gripped Lillian's hand. "So who is it? Say it!" Moira shook her head. "Not until we have more." Benoit took a breath. "But I know something else." Everyone turned to him again. He swallowed. When the officer stepped out, the second shadow didn't move. Eleanor frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means," Benoit whispered. They weren't surprised. The room inhaled sharply. "Which means," Moira whispered, "they knew what the officer was about to do." Isabel stood slowly. "And if they knew what was coming, they knew Lillian would be taken." Lillian gasped. Charles pulled her close. Henri muttered, "So someone wanted the officer to frame Charles." Isabel added, "Wanted him terrified." Benoit whispered, "Wanted him to confess." Moira finished, "Wanted him desperate." Who gains the most? Archibald rubbed his beard. "So the question is, who benefits most from Charles being accused of murder?" Silence. Every face turned toward the Harrows. Lillian trembled. Charles's jaw tightened. "You think one of us planned this?" Moira raised her hands. "We're asking questions, not making accusations." Henri growled. "Well, I'll make one. Someone here has been quiet. Too quiet." He turned, stared pointedly at Isabel. Gasps rippled. Isabel blinked once, looking mildly inconvenienced. "Me? Really?" Henri stepped forward. "You knew Andrew. You admitted it. You said you saw him the night he died." Isabel nodded calmly. "Yes, I did." "Why didn't you tell anyone until now?" She lifted an eyebrow. "Because my husband would have accused me of having an affair," Henri spluttered. That's not entirely inaccurate." Reginald muttered. "Well, this is awkward." Isabel continued, unfazed. "I saw Andrew that night. Yes, I spoke with him. He seemed frightened. Then he left." Charles stepped forward. "Did he say who he feared?" No, Isabel replied, but he was watching someone behind him. Eleanor swallowed. And you didn't follow him? Of course not. I'm not reckless. Isabel glanced at Charles when she said this. Moira narrowed her eyes. Where were you after you spoke to him? Home, Isabel answered. Henry added, We were at the hotel by then. Eleanor murmured. They have an alibi. Reginald nodded. Yes, a noisy one. We heard them arguing for hours. Henry and Isabel both glared at him. Moira sighed. All right. If not Isabel, then who else stays quiet? Who else knew Andrew? Who else had something to hide? Everyone looked around the room. Slowly. Suspiciously. Fearfully. Lillian whispered, Stop staring at us. But the room was already spiraling. Eleanor tugged Reginald's sleeve. Darling, did you know Andrew more than you told me? Good heavens, no, Reginald squeaked. Henry glared at Charles. Charles glared back. Moira glared at everyone. And Benoit stared at the far wall. Blinking. Thinking. Very hard. Benoit's sudden spark. Suddenly he stood. Moira. What? I remember something from the officer's rant. What? Moira asked. Benoit raised a finger. He said he saw Charles with Andrew, but he never said he saw Charles alone. Charles frowned. What does that mean? It means, Benoit whispered, he saw another person. That same night. At the river, everyone froze. And that person, Benoit continued, voice trembling, is someone he recognized. Moira's eyes widened. Recognized. For 2 years. Enough to know their face. Enough to contact them here. Henry whispered. Someone invited on this trip. Eleanor murmured. With motive. Charles swallowed. With secrets. Lillian whispered. With guilt. Benoit took a breath and looked around the room. At each face. One by one. Then he whispered, I know who the second person is. The room went dead quiet. Moira grabbed his arm. Benoit, who? Benoit lifted a shaking hand and pointed directly at Lady Eleanor Whitcomb. Chapter 30. The Lady of Secrets. Eleanor froze, her expression caught between shock and insult, but not fear. Reginald's monocle popped out and hit the floor. My wife! You point at my wife! How dare! Reginald, Eleanor said softly, her voice unusually pale. Sit down. He sank into the chair like a scolded schoolboy. All eyes locked on Lady Eleanor Whitcomb. The salon pulsed with tension, a steamy, choking heat thicker than the Nile's night air. Moira stepped closer, voice low, controlled. Benoit, you better explain yourself. Now. Benoit swallowed, hard. But something in him had shifted. For once he wasn't panicking. He was thinking, frowning, connecting. Eleanor, he said quietly, you told us Andrew Coleridge was merely an acquaintance, yes? Yes, she replied calmly. A man one saw at events. Nothing more. And yet, Benoit continued, You recognized the name immediately, before anyone else, and you didn't seem surprised. Eleanor raised her chin. Being composed is not a crime. No, Benoit said, but being familiar with someone's death is curious. A flicker, barely there, a tightening at the corner of her eyes. Moira noticed, Archibald noticed, Henry noticed. The captain stepped forward. Picard, clarify. Benoit nodded. The officer, when we subdued him, shouted that he had seen someone else at the river that night, someone who approached Andrew. Charles tensed. You think that was... Yes, Benoit said softly. Lady Eleanor. The room's air thinned. Reginald leapt to his feet again. Nonsense! Eleanor and I were together! Eleanor did not correct him. Moira raised a brow. Were you? The entire night? Reginald blinked. Yes, of course we attended the gala together. Then afterward He deflated. Eleanor sighed. Reginald, dear, you had too much champagne and fell asleep fully clothed. A stunned silence. Henri muttered, Romantic. Reginald whispered, I did. Eleanor nodded. Yes, you snored loudly for 5 consecutive hours. Moira snorted. So you were alone. Eleanor was silent. She didn't deny it. The flash of truth Benoit saw. Benoit stepped closer. When the officer accused Charles, Eleanor looked surprised but not confused, shocked but not skeptical. That means she already knew he'd been there. Eleanor's jaw tensed. Moira whispered, You knew Charles met Andrew that night. Yes, Eleanor said. Gasps echoed. Charles stiffened. Lillian gripped his hand. Moira narrowed her eyes. How did you know? Eleanor exhaled. A slow, resigned breath. Because, she whispered, I was there too. Reginald nearly fainted again. You, Eleanor! What were you doing at the river at midnight? Eleanor answered quietly. I was meeting Andrew Coleridge. A wave of shock rippled through the group. Moira stared. Why? Eleanor's eyes glistened, but not with fear, with sorrow. Because Andrew was blackmailing me. Benoit gasped loudest. Moira whispered, Oh, no. Henry muttered. Coleridge always did like leverage. Isabel nodded. He collected secrets like trophies. Eleanor continued. He had letters. Private letters. Things that could ruin my family. My reputation. My marriage. Reginald squeaked. What letters? Eleanor gave him a calm, pointed look. Letters that remain irrelevant to this particular crisis, dear. Reginald nodded quickly. Yes, right. Absolutely. Charles spoke softly. He asked you for money, too? Eleanor nodded. Yes. A very large sum. He said he was in danger, that someone was hunting him, that if I didn't pay, he would release everything. Moira frowned. Did he say who was threatening him? No, Eleanor whispered. But he kept looking over his shoulder. Charles's voice hardened. And then he saw me arriving. Eleanor nodded slowly. Yes. He Benoit whispered, "The officer saw both of you." Eleanor closed her eyes. "Yes. Me following Andrew. Then Charles arriving from the other side." The captain frowned. "But Eleanor, if you didn't hurt Andrew, then why hide all this?" Eleanor stiffened. "Because I feared exactly what is happening now, being accused without proof." Moira's voice softened. "Eleanor, did you kill him?" "No," she said firmly. "Swear it," Henri demanded. Eleanor lifted her chin. "I swear on everything I possess, I did not kill Andrew Coleridge." The room breathed again, but only a little. Because Benoit whispered, "There's something else." Moira groaned. "Oh, for heaven's sake. What now, Benoit?" He pointed at Eleanor's suitcase standing beside the wall. "The crescent moon." Eleanor froze. Benoit continued. "You said the attacker stole it from your luggage, but your luggage locks don't look forced." Everyone turned to stare. Reginald gulped. Moira muttered darkly, "Someone had the key." Eleanor whispered, No. That is not possible." "Who else has access to your luggage?" the captain asked. Reginald looked blank. Eleanor looked shaken. Moira narrowed her eyes. And Benoit, poor Benoit, leaned forward and asked the simplest question in the world. "Lady Eleanor, did anyone else know the combination to your suitcase?" Eleanor hesitated. 1 heartbeat. 2. Then, yes. Moira whispered, "Who?" Silence. Eleanor's gaze fell to the floor, then lifted, then moved. To Lillian Harrow. Gasps exploded. Charles's face drained of color. Lillian's eyes widened with horror. No, Eleanor, don't." Eleanor whispered, "You helped me pack for the trip." Lillian trembled. "You trusted me. I didn't, I swear." But Eleanor continued, voice trembling. "You had access. You knew the code. And Andrew knew you too." Charles stepped back. "You knew him?" Lillian burst into tears. "Yes, but not like that. Not like you think." Moira whispered, "Oh, sweetheart, what have you done?" Benoit swallowed. Hard. The room felt tiny, tense, ready to crack. Because suddenly, Lillian Harrow, frightened, kind, frail Lillian, was no longer just a victim. She was a suspect. Chapter 31. The Shattering of Lillian Harrow. Lillian didn't just pale. She collapsed into herself, shrinking as every pair of eyes turned toward her. Charles stepped between her and the rest of the group, his voice breaking. "Stop! Everyone stop! She's terrified. You're scaring her." Henri raised his eyebrows. "She's scaring us, Charles." Isabel murmured, "And Eleanor's revelation is unfortunate." Reginald whispered loudly, "I knew the quiet ones were trouble." Eleanor glared at him. "Reginald, hush!" Moira stepped forward like someone crossing thin ice. "Lillian, look at me." Lillian shook her head furiously, hiding her face in Charles's shoulder. Lily, Charles whispered, cupping her cheeks. They're not accusing you. Just talk to us. We need to understand. Lillian's sobs shook her entire body. Benoit whispered softly, "Oh dear, this is very delicate." But Moira pressed gently. "Lillian, did you know Andrew Coleridge?" A long silence. Finally, a broken whisper. "Yes." Gasps. Moira's voice stayed soft. "How?" Lillian swallowed. "I met him years ago, before Charles. He knew someone in my family. He approached me at a gallery opening in Paris." Charles stiffened. "You never told me that." Lillian sobbed harder. I was embarrassed." "Why?" Moira asked. Lillian hesitated, then whispered, "Because he flirted with me." More murmurs. Henry scoffed. "And that's it? He flirted?" But Lillian shook violently. No, he wanted more. He kept sending letters. He said he admired me. Then he started hinting he knew things about my past, my family, secrets." Charles clenched his fists. "He blackmailed you too?" She nodded. "Not for money, but for attention." A ripple of disgust passed through the group. Moira whispered, "That sounds like him." Eleanor nodded sadly. "Yes. He liked control." The captain scribbled something in his notebook. "So you knew him. He blackmailed you, and you never told your husband." Lillian cried harder. I thought it would go away. I didn't want Charles to think less of me." Charles pulled her tighter. "Never," he whispered. "Never." But Henri wasn't done. "Well then," he growled, "where were you the night Andrew died?" Charles turned, furious. "Henri, shut!" "No," Henri snapped. "She was at the river. Eleanor just said she helped her pack. But she also knew Andrew. She also had motive. She also—" Moira raised a hand. "Henri, enough. Let her answer." Everyone waited. Lillian trembled uncontrollably and forced out, "I wasn't at the river." "Then where were you?" Henry spat. Lillian closed her eyes. A long, agonizing silence. Then, "I was following Charles." The room froze. Charles blinked. "You... what?" A broken sob escaped her. "Yes, I followed you that night. I thought you were meeting someone." Gasps. Isabel whispered, "Oh, Lillian." Moira whispered, "You thought he was having an affair." Lillian nodded weakly. "I saw the letter Andrew sent Charles. I thought Charles was hiding something from me. I thought he was meeting a woman." Charles looked shattered. "Lily." "Oh, God," Lillian sobbed. "I followed you down to the river, but I stayed back, behind a tree. I saw Andrew. I saw you. I heard him ask for money." Moira nodded. "And then?" "He ran when he saw me," she whispered. "He didn't recognize me well, but he saw a woman. He was terrified. He ran across the bridge, and I followed for a little while." The salon held its breath. Lillian whispered, "But I lost him in the fog." Eleanor covered her mouth. Charles whispered, "Lillian, why didn't you tell me? Because I was ashamed." Benoit raised a timid hand. "Excuse me, but, you didn't push him into the river, oui?" "No," she cried. "God, no." Charles turned to the group. "You see, she didn't kill anyone." Henri frowned. "Then who did?" Moira folded her arms. "Well, the officer thought it was Charles." Charles snapped. "And he was wrong." Eleanor swallowed. "I was there when Andrew ran, but I swear I did not harm him." Isabel stepped forward. "I was not there that night." Henri nodded. "And I was very much arguing with her. Reginald said, 'I faint at the sight of cold air, so I was not outside.'" Eleanor sighed. "Yes, dear. We know." Archibald said, "Moira and I were in Cairo by then." Moira nodded. "Correct." The captain cleared his throat. "Which leaves—" He looked around the room, at the faces. The tension. The fear. Finally, his eyes rested on someone who had said very little this entire time. Someone who hadn't given an alibi. Someone who had motive, access, opportunity. The captain said quietly, "Henri Beaumont, where were you that night?" Every head snapped toward him. Henri stiffened, jaw clenched. Eyes dark. He didn't answer, and that silence. That cold, gripping silence was more damning than any confession. Moira whispered, "Oh, hell." Benoit clutched his falcon. Isabel's eyes widened for the first time. Charles stepped between Henri and the others. Lillian sobbed into her hands. And Henri Beaumont whispered, with a voice low and dangerous, "I think it's time you all knew the truth." The room shook with anticipation. Because now, finally, the real killer was about to speak. Chapter 32. Henri's Truth. Henri Beaumont didn't sit. He didn't blink. He didn't flinch. He stood like a statue carved from dark granite, furious, humiliated, cornered, but not broken. Isabel whispered, "Henri, whatever you're about to say, choose carefully." He didn't look at her. He looked at the others. The whole room. A room full of fear, suspicion, judgment. And then Henri spoke. Low, hard, controlled. "You want to know where I was the night Andrew Coleridge died?" The captain stepped forward. "Yes. Now." Henri inhaled and exhaled and said, "I was following my wife." Gasps burst around the salon. Isabel's eyes snapped open. "What?" Henri finally turned to her. Pain flickered through his expression, brief, raw, real, before he shoved it back under iron. "I saw Andrew flirting with you at the gala. I saw the way you two spoke, how he leaned in close, how you smiled, like you used to smile at me." Isabel stiffened. "That was nothing." "Was it?" Henri's voice cracked. "I didn't know any more." Moira whispered, "Oh, this is a mess." Henri looked at her sharply. "Aye, a mess Andrew created." Benoit wrung his hands. "Oh dear, Henri continued, staring at Isabel. When you went out later that night, I followed you. I thought you were going to meet him. Isabel's voice shook for the first time. Henri, I only went to get air. You were shouting at me again. Yes, Henri whispered. I know. He turned back to the group. So, yes, I was near the river. Not for blackmail, not for violence. For jealousy. Moira folded her arms. Jealousy can be deadly. Henri met her gaze. Yes, but I didn't kill Andrew. Charles scoffed. Oh, how convenient. Henry snapped. Shut up, Harrow. You're not the only man Andrew tormented. Silence. Henry continued. I reached the river. I saw Andrew running. Saw him look behind. Terrified. But he wasn't running from me. Moira's eyes narrowed. Then who? Henri looked around the room and pointed. At no one. At everyone. At the time, I thought he was being dramatic. But now, after hearing all of you, he shook his head slowly. He was running from more than one person. The group shifted uneasily. Isabel whispered, Henri, did you see who he was afraid of? Yes. Moira leaned forward. Who, Henry? He hesitated. His jaw tightened, and he whispered, Eleanor Whitcomb wasn't the only woman at the river that night. Eleanor gasped. What, me? I was... Henri cut her off. Yes, Eleanor, I saw you. You were closest to him before he disappeared. Reginald dropped into a chair. Oh, good heavens, Eleanor! Were you blackmailing him? Eleanor rolled her eyes. Reginald, please stop speaking. Moira held up a hand. Wait. Henri, you said Eleanor wasn't the only woman there. Henry nodded. That's right. All eyes turned next to the only other woman who admitted following Andrew, Lillian. Lillian's breath hitched. Charles stepped in front of her. No, don't you dare! But Henri shook his head. No, Harrow. Not your wife. Think. If it were Lillian, the officer would have known. He was watching you two. Moira frowned. Then who? Henri looked toward the final person. Isabel. Isabel stared back, cold, unmoving, serene. Henri, she said softly, choose your next words very carefully. Henri stepped toward her. You were gone longer than you said. You lied about when you left the gala. You knew Andrew. You admitted speaking to him that night. Isabel's jaw twitched. That doesn't mean... Henri raised a hand. Let me finish. He turned to the group. I saw a silhouette on the bridge. Tall, elegant, wearing a scarf. Not Lillian's shape. Not Eleanor's. A slender figure. He swallowed. I thought it was Isabel. Isabel's eyes hardened to ice. Moira's eyes widened. Benoit squeaked. Charles muttered, This is spiraling again. But Henri didn't stop. The figure met Andrew on the bridge. They argued, quietly, but intensely. Andrew stepped back. The figure stepped forward. Eleanor whispered, Did they push him? Henry shook his head. No. Andrew slipped. The bridge was slick. He lost his footing. He looked at them, weary. It wasn't murder. It was an accident. Lillian covered her mouth. Oh, God. Moira whispered. That's why he looked terrified. He wasn't being chased. He was trying to escape someone he didn't want to confront. Isabel spoke at last. Voice steady. Controlled. No. Henri blinked. What? No, she repeated coldly. I was not there. Moira frowned. But Henri saw you. No, Isabel said sharply. He saw a silhouette. He assumed it was me. Moira turned to Henri. Henri, are you sure? Henri hesitated. He looked at Isabel. Really looked. And his expression shifted. Softened. Crumbled. No, he whispered. I'm not. The captain stepped forward. So you're saying you don't actually know who the figure was? Henri closed his eyes. No, just that it was a woman, alone, with Andrew, and I wasn't close enough to see her face. Silence. Heavy. Suffocating. Moira whispered the thought they were all thinking. So Andrew Coleridge died by accident. But the officer believed it was murder. Believed Charles was responsible. And someone else, a woman, kept the truth hidden. She looked around slowly. At every woman present. Eleanor, Lillian, Isabel. Then she looked at Benoit. Benoit, do you still think Eleanor was the second shadow? Benoit trembled. I don't know anymore. And for the first time, Lady Eleanor looked frightened. For the first time, Lillian looked like she might faint. For the first time, Isabel looked like she was constructing an alibi in her mind. For the first time. No one in the room knew who to trust. Then the captain said quietly, We are not finished. He pointed at the stairs. We are going to the brig. The officer is awake. Everyone stiffened. Because if anyone knows the truth, the captain finished, it's the man who nearly killed you all. He opened the door. Come. And as they filed out, pale, shaken, silent, Benoit whispered, I do not want to do this. Moira squeezed his hand. No one does, Benoit, but we must. Because now, they weren't just chasing clues. Now, they were finally facing the truth. Chapter 33. The Man in the Brig. The brig of the Nile steamer was nothing more than a cramped iron cage at the bottom of the ship, cold, dim, smelling faintly of rope, oil, and fear. A single lantern swayed overhead, throwing long, dancing shadows against the walls. The first officer, the mastermind they thought they understood, sat on the bunk with his wrists bound in iron and his jaw bruised from Benoit's heroic falcon strike. He looked up as the group entered, and he smiled. A slow, bitter, knowing smile. Well, he rasped, look who's come to confess. Moira folded her arms. No one is confessing anything. We're here for the truth. He tilted his head. Oh, Moira, Do you think Truth is some polite little guest you can invite in for tea? Truth has teeth. Benoit whimpered. I do not like that sentence. Henri stepped forward. Tell them what you told me. Tell them what you saw at the river. The officer's eyes darkened. Oh, I saw plenty. More than you did. The captain snapped. Enough riddles. You say someone murdered Andrew Coleridge. Henri claims it wasn't murder at all. An accident. So tell us, who else was there? The officer's smile vanished. He leaned forward. Let's make one thing perfectly clear. Andrew did not slip. Gasps shook the room. Henri's face dropped. He didn't slip? No, the officer whispered. He stumbled backward, yes. The railing was wet, yes. But he slipped because someone shoved him first. The salon-sized silence they left upstairs now echoed down here. Lillian cried out, No, that's not true. The officer turned his eyes to her. It is absolutely true. Charles stepped in front of her. Who shoved him? Who? The officer looked at him with a grief so raw it bordered on deranged. You want the name? After 2 years? Fine. A woman, tall, elegant, in a shawl, argued with him. She pushed him. He stumbled. He slipped over the edge. Moira swallowed. And you recognized her? Oh, yes. His voice cracked. Of course I did. She used her scarf to hide her hair, but I knew the way she stood, the way she moved, the way she held her hands when angry, the way she... He broke off, breathing uneven. Then he whispered. She had been in Andrew's life for months, playing sweet, pretending innocence, but underneath, jealous, possessive, cruel. Isabel whispered. Who are you talking about? He pointed shakily, at Eleanor. Then at Isabel. Then at Lillian. No. He pointed between them. The entire group stared at him. What does that mean? Charles snapped. The officer smirked. It means Andrew had a type, and he picked them from the same place. Moira frowned. What place? The officer looked straight at Lillian and whispered, Paris. Lillian froze. So did Eleanor. So did Isabel. Benoit squeaked. Oh dear! All 3 of them were in Paris. Charles's voice was shaking. Officer, stop! Which one? Which woman shoved him? The officer stood slowly, gripping the bars. I'll give you the name, but you won't believe me. Even now, you're all too blind. Moira stepped forward. Tell us. He inhaled. Exhaled. And then, very quietly, the woman who killed Andrew Coleridge was... The ship lurched violently. The lantern swung. The deck groaned. Everyone stumbled. What now? Reginald shrieked. A crewman ran screaming down the stairs. Captain, fire on the upper deck. Chaos erupted. The captain charged upward with the crewman. Moira grabbed Benoit's arm. Stay with me! Charles pulled Lillian into his arms. Henri shielded Isabel. Eleanor clung to Reginald. The officer? He laughed. A broken, bitter, triumphant laugh. Oh yes, she knows we're close. She knows I'm about to speak. Moira spun. She? Who is she? The officer's eyes glittered with victory. "She's silencing the trail, burning the evidence," Charles roared. "Tell us her name." The officer leaned in, but the smoke rolling down the stairwell drowned his words. The captain shouted, "Everyone out, now!" Moira grabbed Benoit and dragged him upstairs. Henry lifted Isabel. Charles held Lillian tightly as they ran. Eleanor and Reginald stumbled behind them. The officer called after them, "You'll find the truth in the flames. Look for her in the fire." Then, "She's been among you the whole time." Moira shouted back, "Who, damn you? Who?" But his final word was swallowed by the roar of the fire above, and the identity of Andrew's killer, the shadow in Paris, the woman on the bridge, was left hanging in the smoke. Chapter 34. Fire on the Nile. The upper deck was no longer romantic moonlight and gentle breeze. It was a nightmare made of smoke and flame. An entire storage alcove was ablaze, red and roaring, licking up a wall of timber like a hungry animal. Passengers screamed. Crewmen sprinted with buckets and hoses. Lantern glass shattered under the heat. The captain shouted orders. "Form a line. Keep the fire from the cabins." Moira and Benoit burst onto the deck. Benoit screamed, "Mon Dieu, it is hot!" Moira yelled back, "Yes, Benoit. That's usually what fire is." Charles and Lillian stumbled up behind them, coughing. Henry shielded Isabel with his coat. Eleanor and Reginald staggered onto the deck, wide-eyed and pale. Isabel pressed a cloth to her mouth. This was deliberate. Henry nodded grimly. "Someone set this blaze to cover their tracks." Moira pointed toward the flames. "Focus! We need water. Buckets. Anything." Benoit ran toward a hose, tripped over a coil of rope, and by some miracle landed directly on the pump handle, activating it. A blast of water shot across the deck. "Benoit, you genius!" Moira cried. "I meant to do that," he lied bravely. A trail in the flames. As crewmen battled the blaze, Moira grabbed the captain. "Captain, the officer in the brig said the arsonist is covering up evidence. Something important. Something here." The captain nodded. "Look for anything. Any clue where the fire started." Benoit, still holding the hose, yelled, "I see it! The flames are strongest near those crates." The crates were half burned, half collapsed. Charred wood, blackened tarpaulin, smoke oozing like steam. Moira and Henri rushed towards them. Henri grabbed a wet cloth and slapped it down on the burning planks. Moira kicked apart the remains of one crate. "Clothing," she gasped. "Luggage, papers. Someone was burning evidence." Henri pulled out a half-burned label. He read aloud. "Property of—" He squinted. "Lady Eleanor Whitcomb." The entire group froze. Eleanor staggered forward. "No, no! Someone planted that! Someone—" But Moira lifted the charred garment from the flames. A coat. A woman's coat. Burned, partially melted, but unmistakable. Henry's eyes widened. A silver crescent moon embroidered on the sleeve. Reginald dropped like a bag of flour. "Eleanor, you were framed." "Or," Henry growled, "she was burning the evidence herself." "No," Eleanor shouted. "I never owned that coat. Someone stole my crest. Someone made a decoy." Benoit yelled over the roar of flames. "That coat is too large for Eleanor." Everyone stopped. Moira blinked. "What do you mean, too large?" Benoit pointed at the burned sleeve. "It is long, very long, much longer than Eleanor's arms. Eleanor, flustered, held her arms out. The burned coat sleeve was clearly far longer than hers. Henri frowned. No woman here has arms that long. Isabel said coldly, and yet someone wore it. Moira inspected the neckline and collar. This wasn't tailored for Eleanor. It was tailored for someone taller. They turned slowly. Very slowly. Toward the tallest of the three women. Lillian Harrow. Lillian's eyes widened in terror. No, I swear, I don't know what that is! Charles stepped between them. Leave her alone. Eleanor jabbed a shaking finger. You helped pack my suitcase. You knew the crest. You knew— No, Lillian cried. You're twisting this. I never— Henri shouted. Then why did the officer say the killer wore a shawl like you did? Why did he say the woman came from Paris like you did? Why did— Stop! Charles roared. Stop blaming her! She nearly died tonight. Moira stepped between everyone, raising her hands. Enough! The fire hissed behind them, crackling ominously. Moira turned to Lillian. Lillian Harrow. Look at me, Lillian sobbed. Please, I didn't kill him. I didn't shove him. I loved Charles. I just— Moira softened. Then tell us what you were doing in Paris the month Andrew died. Lillian froze. Not physically. Not visibly. But emotionally. She froze so hard, the world seemed to tilt. Charles turned slowly toward her. Lillian, what were you doing in Paris? She stared at him, terrified. And then whispered, I can't tell you. A collective gasp. Henri spat. There, that's it! Charles grabbed her arms. Lillian, look at me. What were you doing in Paris? She was trembling so hard she could barely breathe. I can't, Charles whispered, voice breaking. You can't, or you won't. She didn't answer. Moira stepped back, horrified. Oh, God. Isabel whispered, Lillian was in Paris. Wears scarves. Same height as the silhouette. Knew Andrew. Knew Eleanor's suitcase code. Followed Charles. And can't explain her movements. The captain inhaled sharply. It fits. All of it fits. Henri pointed. She's the killer. Lillian collapsed to her knees. No. No. Please. Charles looked at her in shock. Lillian, did you kill Andrew? Silence. A long, agonizing silence. Then, No, she whispered. I didn't kill him. Henri snapped. Liar! I didn't kill him, Lillian repeated, sobbing. But, Moira leaned in. But what, Lillian? Lillian lifted her tear-streaked face and whispered the sentence that stabbed through the entire group. Andrew Coleridge wasn't the man I was in Paris to see. Charles blinked. What? Lillian looked broken. Empty. Terrified. He wasn't the one following me. He wasn't the one threatening me. He wasn't the one I ran from on the bridge. Moira felt her stomach drop. Then who? Lillian whispered. I can't say. Henry roared. "Tell us!" Lillian sobbed. "If I say his name, he'll kill me." The flames crackled behind them, and in that choking, fiery silence, everyone realized the mastermind wasn't the officer. It wasn't Charles. It wasn't Eleanor. It wasn't even Andrew's jealous lover. The real threat was still out there. Chapter 35. The name she won't speak. The heat from the fire glowed across Lillian's tear-streaked face, turning her into a ghost, pale, shaking, terrified beyond words. Charles knelt in front of her. "Lillian, you have to tell me. Who were you afraid of? Who were you meeting in Paris?" She grabbed his coat with trembling fingers. "Charles, please, if I say his name, everything ends. Everything," Henry growled. "Better your secret ends than another life." Isabel shot him a furious look. "Henri, she's terrified. Look at her." Benoit whispered, "She is very terrified. Possibly more terrified than when the crate fell, and that was extremely terrifying." Moira placed a hand on Lillian's shoulder. "Sweetheart, nobody here wants to hurt you, but someone does. And if you don't tell us who, how can we protect you?" Lillian sobbed harder. "It doesn't matter. He always finds me." Charles stiffened. "Lillian, who? Who finds you?" She closed her eyes and whispered, "He's here." The group tensed. Moira froze. "What do you mean? He's here?" Lillian's voice cracked. "He's on this ship." A deep, sickening silence followed. Eleanor clutched Reginald. Isabel covered her mouth. Archibald swore under his breath. Henri reached instinctively for something to hit. Benoit nearly fainted again. Moira steadied him. "Benoit, not now." "The captain's order." The captain stepped forward, his voice sharp and firm despite the chaos around them. "Listen carefully, all of you. We are dealing with someone who set a fire to destroy evidence. Someone who was on the bridge during Andrew's death. Someone who frightened Lillian in Paris. Someone willing to kill again." He looked each of them in the eye. "That person is among you." Benoit raised a timid hand. "I vote we get off the boat." "No one is leaving," the captain snapped. "Not until we know who this is." Charles cupped Lillian's cheeks. "Darling, look at me. You have to tell me. Who came after you in Paris?" She shook her head violently. "If I say his name, he'll know. He'll hear. He always hears." Henry snorted. "He's not a demon, woman." Lillian stared at him with hollow eyes. "You don't know him." Moira crouched. "Did you see him on the ship?" Lillian nodded, trembling. "Yes." A cold wave rippled through the group. The captain stepped closer. "Then tell us what he looks like." Lillian looked down. "I can't." Charles whispered, "Why not?" Lillian choked on the words. "Because if I describe him, you'll all know exactly who he is." Moira's breath caught. "Oh, God." Henry snapped. "This is insane. Just say his." A shout erupted from the far end of the deck. "Captain, the fire's spreading!" Flames roared, lighting the deck in violent orange. Moira grabbed Lillian's hand. "We have to move." The captain turned to the crew. "Contain it! Protect the boiler room!" The group was ushered toward the safer side of the deck, coughing, stumbling, terrified. But as they moved, Benoit tugged Moira's sleeve. "Moira! Moira!" "What?" she snapped. He pointed at a figure standing alone near the ship's rail, watching them. Unmoving. Tall. Still. Face shadowed by the fire's glare. Moira's heart stopped. "Who is that?" The figure turned slightly, not enough to show their face, but enough to show something glinting in their hand. A long, thin object. Not a knife. A letter opener. Silver. Elegant. Old. Benoit whispered, "Moira, that looks very stabby." Moira whispered back, "Yes. Yes, it does." The figure stepped forward. The group tensed. Charles moved Lillian behind him. Henri stepped forward, fists up. Isabel grabbed his sleeve. Eleanor clung to Reginald. Archibald reached for a broken oar. Benoit reached for his falcon. Again. Moira stared at the figure. "Stop!" The figure paused. Moira took a cautious step forward. "You there, show your face." The figure tilted their head, then stepped forward into the firelight. The whole group gasped. Benoit dropped his falcon. Reginald screamed. Eleanor nearly fainted. Charles swore. Lillian began trembling violently, because the person standing there was the ship's doctor. Dr. Augustin Moreau. Calm, neat, immaculate suit, silver letter opener in hand, expression unreadable. He spoke in a voice smooth and cold as marble. "Good evening." Moira narrowed her eyes. "Doctor, why are you holding that?" The doctor looked down at the letter opener as if it were nothing more than a teaspoon. "Oh," he said softly. "This is simply something I found while tidying up my cabin." Moira took another step forward. "Doctor, where were you when the fire started?" He smiled a small, strange smile. "Oh, Moira, I've been here the whole time," Henri growled. "Why didn't you help with the fire?" Dr. Moreau's eyes glinted. "I didn't start it." Charles snapped. "Then why didn't you help?" The doctor tilted his head. "Because I was watching something much more interesting." Moira froze. "What?" Dr. Moreau smiled. "You." A shiver ran through the group. The doctor stepped closer. Calm, controlled, predatory. "Do you really think," he murmured, "that the officer was acting alone? Do you really think he understood Andrew at all? Do you think he had the intelligence to orchestrate this little holiday?" Benoit whispered, "Moira, he is talking very villainously." Dr. Moreau's eyes found Lillian. Softened. Darkened. "Hello, Lillian." Lillian gasped. Froze. Went white. Charles grabbed her hand. "Get away from her." Dr. Moreau took one more step. No. Henri moved between them. Moira stepped beside him. Isabel grabbed Lillian. Charles braced himself. Dr. Moreau looked at each of them. "You want the name of the man Lillian fears?" He raised the silver letter opener, pointed it at his own chest, and said, almost tenderly, "You're looking at him." The group erupted in shouts, but Dr. Moreau raised a hand. "And you want to know who killed Andrew Coleridge?" He smiled, a cold, beautiful, horrifying smile. "I did." Chapter 36. The Doctor's Motive. For a heartbeat, no one moved. The fire crackled behind them, the deck glowed orange, and Dr. Augustin Moreau stood there like a calm shadow among chaos, silver letter opener in hand, eyes dark with something ancient and terrible. Moira stepped forward first. "Doctor, you just admitted to murder. Explain. Now." Moreau tilted his head, as if considering how much to reveal. Then he smiled gently, almost kindly. "Very well. You deserve to understand the story you've stumbled into." Benoit shook with fear and whispered to Moira, "This feels very monologue-y. That is a bad sign." Moreau began pacing slowly, controlled, elegant, measured, like a tutor giving a lesson. "Andrew Coleridge was a thief," he said quietly, "a manipulator, a parasite, and an exceptionally stupid man." Henri snarled. "And that's your reason for murder?" Moreau waved a hand dismissively. No. His stupidity didn't kill him. His ambition did." He looked at Lillian. "Tender. Possessive. Wrong." Lillian met Andrew in Paris before her marriage. That much is true. But she didn't know what type of man he truly was. Lillian trembled visibly. Charles held her tighter. Moreau continued. "He discovered something about Lillian. Something delicate. Something she wanted kept quiet." Moira frowned. "Which is—" Lillian's voice cracked. "Moira, please, don't make him." Moreau cut in sharply. "Quiet!" Lillian flinched. Charles felt rage burn through him. "Don't you ever talk to her like that!" Moreau smiled. "Oh, Charles, always so dramatic." He turned back to the group. Andrew approached her about the information. But this time, he made a mistake. Henri snapped. "What mistake?" Moreau's eyes gleamed. "He told me." A hush fell. Moira whispered, "He blackmailed the wrong man." Moreau nodded. "Precisely. He came to me in Paris, excited, sweating, claiming he had leverage over a woman I was interested in." His gaze flicked to Lillian. She shrank behind Charles. "I protected Lillian," Moreau said softly. "I always have, even before she realized it." Moira snarled. "No, you stalked her." Moreau shrugged. "Language is flexible," he continued pacing. "When Andrew attempted to extort me directly, I decided to deal with him. We met by the river. He tried to run." He sighed. "And yes, I pushed him." Lillian collapsed into Charles's chest. Charles held her, horrified. Henri boiled with fury. "You murdered him and ran!" Moreau shook his head. "No, I didn't run. I watched him drown." Moira nearly gagged. "You're a monster." Moreau smiled. "Not at all. I am quite gentle." He slipped the letter opener into his sleeve. And after that night, I knew I had to make sure no one ever discovered Lillian's involvement. She was innocent, but easily destroyed by rumors. Lillian sobbed. "I wasn't involved. I didn't know you were there." Moreau nodded. "Yes, I kept you safe. I always kept you safe." Charles snapped. By terrorizing her, following her, using that poor officer. Moreau waved a hand, bored. Oh, the officer. He was useful, devoted. He assumed Andrew loved him. I encouraged the delusion, gave him letters, fed him scraps, let him believe he and Andrew had a connection. Moira gasped. You manipulated him into believing Charles killed Andrew. Moreau nodded. Yes. It kept attention away from the person I wanted to protect. His eyes fell on Lillian, like she belonged to him. Lillian whimpered. Charles stepped forward, voice shaking with rage. She is not yours. Moreau's face hardened. You don't deserve her. Moira stepped between them. So this entire trip, this ridiculous high society cruise, was your trap? Moreau nodded proudly. Yes, a stage, a cast, and a climax where the one person who threatened Lillian's future would be exposed. Henri spat. And who is that? Who threatens her? Moreau smiled at Lillian. Tell them, my dear. She shook her head violently. No, please, don't make me. But Moreau stepped closer. You ran from him in Paris. You ran from him on the bridge. You've run your entire life. He stared at her with a chilling mixture of affection and obsession. But you cannot run now. The fire crackled behind them. Smoke curled overhead. The deck shuddered as crew fought the flames, and Dr. Moreau whispered the final nail. The man Lillian fears is her own brother. Gasps exploded across the deck. Charles froze. Her? What? Lillian collapsed. No, 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 no! Charles held her tight. Moira's eyes widened. Her brother? Why would he? Moreau raised a hand. That, my dear, is the final secret. He stepped forward slowly, deliberately. The firelight flickering across his cold smile. And now that everything is in the open, nothing will stop me from taking her away from all of you. He glanced at Charles. Especially you. Henri clenched his fists. Moira stepped back beside Benoit. The doctor approached. Too calm. Too sure. Lillian belongs with me. Charles stood taller, over my dead body. Moreau smiled warmly. That can be arranged. Chapter 37. The Final Showdown. Dr. Augustin Moreau took one step closer. Just one. But it was enough to make the entire group recoil. Smoke curled past him like a serpent. Firelight flickered across his face, cutting strange shadows into his sharp cheekbones. He looked almost elegant and utterly deranged. Charles stood in front of Lillian, shielding her with his body. You're not taking her. Moreau tilted his head, amused. You can barely protect yourself, Charles. How do you plan to protect her? Moira muttered to Benoit. If he takes one more villainous step, I'm pushing him into the Nile. Benoit whispered back. Please do. I am very flammable. Henri stepped forward beside Charles. You want her? You come through me. Isabelle grabbed his coat. Henri, don't be stupid. I am stupid, he barked. That's why I'll win. Reginald, peeking from behind Eleanor, squeaked. Is there a plan? We need a plan. Someone planned something. Moira hissed. I'm working on it. But Moreau wasn't waiting. He glided forward, voice calm. Lillian, my dear, you know your husband cannot protect you from your brother. Not like I can. Lillian shook violently, her voice a broken whisper. "Stop! Please stop!" Charles roared. "You leave her alone." Moreau raised the letter opener. Not wildly. Not like the officer. Calm, clinical. The way a surgeon moves. That was worse. Much worse. The fight begins. Moreau lunged. Charles blocked the strike. Metal clanged against the railing. Henry swung a punch at Moreau's ribs. Moreau sidestepped effortlessly. Moira grabbed a rope and hurled it. Moreau ducked, and the rope hit Benoit instead. Thwop. Ow! Moira. My face. Sorry. Keep distracting him. Benoit bumbled backward into a barrel, which rolled, smacked into Moreau's leg, and made him stumble. Henry seized the moment, threw himself at Moreau, fists flying. The doctor absorbed the blows like someone used to being hit. Then he slammed Henri backward into a wall. Isabelle screamed, "Henri!" Moira charged and swung a wooden spar like a bat. Moreau grabbed it mid-swing and snapped it in half with one hand. Benoit fainted. Reginald sobbed. Eleanor dragged him behind a crate. Archibald yelled, "Charles, get Lillian out of here!" Moira shouted, "No, if she runs, he'll follow her. Keep her in the circle." Moreau turned his cold gaze on Charles. "You're in my way." Charles didn't back down. Good. They clashed again. Charles managed a punch to Moreau's jaw. Moreau barely flinched. He drove his elbow into Charles's stomach. Charles staggered. Lillian screamed. Moira hurled a bucket of water at Moreau. He blinked. "Really?" Moira shrugged. Worth a try. Benoit's move. Suddenly, a loud metallic clang rang out behind Moreau. He froze. Everyone turned. Benoit Picard stood behind him, holding a frying pan, eyes wide. Hands shaking, Falcon tucked under one arm. "Hello," Benoit squeaked. Moreau growled. "You again." Benoit swallowed. "Yes, me again." Moira shouted, "Bonk him again, Benoit." Benoit lifted the pan. Trembled. Went cross-eyed with fear. Then squeezed his eyes shut and swung. Clang! Moreau dropped to one knee. Moira roared, "One more! For Paris!" Clang! Henry bellowed, "And one for Andrew." Clang! Reginald shouted, "And one for everything!" Clang! Moreau collapsed face first onto the deck. Unmoving. Silence. Long, disbelieving silence. Moira gasped, "Benoit, you absolute legend." Benoit blinked, looked at the frying pan, and burst into confused tears. "I didn't like that. I did not like that at all." Moira grabbed him and hugged him tight. "You did it, Benoit. You saved us, but it's not over." Charles knelt beside Lillian, holding her tight as she sobbed into his chest. Henri stood breathless, bruised, shaking. Isabelle touched his cheek softly. "You idiot," she whispered. "Thank you." Eleanor sat with Reginald, who was crying into a handkerchief. The fire behind them was slowly being controlled by the crew. It looked for one brief, glorious moment. Like it was finally over. But then Moreau stirred. He pushed himself up onto shaky elbows. The letter opener glinted under the deck lantern. His voice was barely a whisper, but it froze every drop of blood on the ship. "Lillian!" Charles spun, ready to shield her. But Moreau wasn't looking at him. He stared at the flames, at the upper deck, and whispered, "He's coming." Moira frowned. "Who's coming?" Moreau turned, eyes wild with terror now, not obsession, a man who'd suddenly realized he wasn't the apex predator. "Her brother." His voice cracked. "He found us!" Lillian screamed. The deck shuddered. Footsteps thundered across the boards above. Heavy, cold, deliberate. A new voice called out, "Lillian!" Moira's heart dropped. Benoit fainted again. Charles grabbed Lillian. Henri clenched his fists. Moreau whispered, "You should have let me protect you." Because stepping into view, dash 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 A shadow taller than Moreau, darker, colder, was a man with the same eyes as Lillian, but empty, void. He looked down at them all and smiled. "Oh, Lillian, you've been very busy." Chapter 38. The final reckoning. The new figure stepped fully into the fire glow. Tall, cold, perfectly composed, and chillingly familiar. Because he had Lillian's eyes, the same shape, the same pale grey, but drained of warmth, eyes that looked like they had forgotten what kindness was. Lillian let out a thin, broken cry. "Gerard!" Charles stiffened. "Your brother?" Gerard Devereux smiled slowly. "Half-brother," he corrected. "Please don't insult my lineage." He descended the steps, with the calm of a man taking a stroll through a garden party. "Little Lily," he murmured, "you've caused me a great deal of trouble." Lillian clung to Charles. "Stay away from me." Gerard tutted. "This is exactly why Father sent me." He glanced around. "What a colourful group you've assembled." Moira whispered to Henry, "Do we hit him? We should probably hit him." Henri whispered back, "Yes, immediately." But Gerard turned toward Dr. Moreau, still groaning on the deck after Benoit's pan assault. Moreau snarled weakly, "You shouldn't be here, Gerard." Gerard smiled. "Oh, Augustin, you were never meant to handle this alone. You're brilliant but too emotional." Moreau spat blood. "I warned you. Don't come near her." Gerard shrugged. "She is my responsibility, not yours. And after what she knows, I can't let her wander around Europe shouting about our family's affairs." Charles stepped forward. "Your family affairs nearly got her killed." Gerard raised an eyebrow. "Yes, nearly. But she has always been difficult to kill." Moira muttered, "That's comforting." Gerard continued. "Augustin was supposed to manage the Andrew Coleridge problem quietly. But then," he gestured lazily at Lillian, "she panicked, ran, hid, caused attention. Again," Lillian sobbed. "You ruined my life." Gerard tilted his head. "No, Lillian. You ruined our reputation. You had one job, marry well and stay quiet. But you ran off with that boy from London." Charles clenched his fists. That boy is her husband." Gerard smiled politely. "Believe me, Charles, she is far too fragile for you." Then Gerard stepped forward. And Charles stepped in front of Lillian, shaking with anger. Gerard lifted an eyebrow. "Do you want to die for her, Charles Harrow?" Charles didn't hesitate. "Yes." Lillian gasped. Gerard looked almost impressed. "Ah," he murmured. "So this is love. How very inconvenient." "The fight we've been waiting for." Henry stormed forward, fists raised. "Gerard, is it? I'd like to introduce you to my fist." Gerard didn't flinch. He simply drew a small, polished Derringer pistol from his coat. Henry froze mid-stride. Isabel yanked him backward. Moira gasped. Eleanor shrieked. Benoit fainted again. Gerard sighed. "Do stop lunging at me. It's unsightly." He pointed the pistol at Charles. "Step aside." Charles didn't move. He curled his arms around Lillian. "No." Gerard cocked the hammer. "Very well, then." Bang! A gunshot ripped through the deck. But not from Gerard's pistol. It came from behind him. From the stairwell. Smoke curled around a silhouette. The captain. Holding a smoking revolver. "Drop it," he commanded. Gerard's eyes flicked to the captain. Cold. Calculating. Moira whispered, "Oh, thank God." But Gerard only smiled. And dropped the gun. Let it clatter harmlessly across the boards. Hands raised. "You've caught me," he said smoothly. "Well done." The captain stepped forward to cuff him. And that's when Gerard moved. Fast. He grabbed a broken shard of railing, a long, jagged splinter, and lunged not at the captain, but at Lillian. Charles shouted, "Lillian!" Henry roared, "No!" Moira screamed, "Benoit, do something!" And Benoit who had fainted face down seconds earlier, jerked awake from pure adrenaline, scrambled blindly to his feet, and panicked through the closest object he could reach. His falcon. It flew through the air in a perfect wobbling arc, and hit Gerard square in the face. FWU-MP. Gerard recoiled, stumbled tripped over the rolled barrel Benoit had knocked earlier, and pitched backward directly into the broken railing. Everyone froze as Gerard toppled over the side into the Nile. Silence. Horrible, stunned silence. Moira whispered, "Oh, Benoit, did you just defeat 2 villains with that bird?" Benoit shook violently. "I don't know. It is a very effective falcon." Henri let out a shaky laugh. Isabelle hugged him tight. Eleanor burst into relieved tears. Reginald fainted again. Charles held Lillian as she sobbed into his chest. The captain peered over the railing. The dark water churned. But Gerard Devereux was gone. For good. The night calms. Crewmen finally extinguished the fire. Passengers returned to their cabins, shaking. The officer was secured in irons and sedated. Dr. Moreau was hauled off to the infirmary under guard, and the group, battered, bruised, exhausted, sat together on the quiet deck. Benoit hugged his falcon lovingly. "You saved us," Moira whispered to him. Benoit sniffled. "I did not mean to. But yes." Charles held Lillian, stroking her hair. "It's over," he whispered. "You're safe." She clung to him. "I'm so sorry for everything." Charles kissed her forehead. "No more secrets. Not ever again." Henri wrapped an arm around Isabelle. "I love you," he murmured. She smirked. "Took you long enough." Moira looked up at the stars. "Quite a holiday, eh?" Archibald chuckled. "I'll say. Next year we're going to Blackpool." They all laughed. Exhausted. Relieved. Together. Epilogue. 1 month later. Cairo. The terrace of the famous Shepherd's Hotel. Sunset over the Nile. 6 friends, forever bonded by chaos, sat around a table. Henry and Isabelle argued lovingly. Reginald and Eleanor sipped tea. Charles and Lillian watched the river quietly. Moira adjusted her hat. Benoit fed crumbs to pigeons, and Benoit said the line that made them all laugh for 10 full minutes. "I am retiring from detective work. It is far too dangerous for a man of my elegance." Moira smirked. "You realize you saved all of us?" Benoit nodded modestly. "Yes, but my falcon did most of the work." They raised their glasses. "To Benoit," Charles said. "To survival," Henri added. "To love," Lillian whispered. "To holidays that are not murder-themed," Eleanor demanded. And Benoit lifted his glass last. "To friends, and to the fact we are all still alive." They clinked glasses. Laughed. And for the first time in a long time, everything was peaceful. Everything was safe. everything was. Until Moira muttered suddenly, "You know, I think we left my suitcase on the ship." Everyone groaned. The story ends. For now, because where Benoit Picard goes, trouble always follows. The end. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Please subscribe for more content.